Welcome, everybody. Thank you for attending this presentation, which is leveraging threat intelligence to drive action. The hope here is to bring you some insight and information that you can use to utilize information to help address risks in your organization. One of the first things to talk about is a disclaimer. So I work for MISO, and as part of that, this particular presentation and information, just want to be clear, it's not endorsed by MISO and not part of this event from that aspect. Fortunate that the company I work for allows us to be able to share and do events like this. So very thankful for that, but just want to be sure there's no mistake that we're speaking from the experience and skills that we've obtained, but not speaking for MISO. As mentioned, David Webb couldn't join to give this presentation as originally planned. He unexpectedly and early welcomed a new baby, so he is unavailable. Things are going well for him. I'm here today, and my name is Jamie Buning. And just a real quick background, I've been with MISO for quite a while. I think this is my 14th year, so involved in the electric sector, seeing and learning and understanding challenges and risks here. I started with the network team and focused on a wide range of network technologies and a little bit of security as well, as far as firewalls and IPS. Currently, I'm the manager of the threat intelligence and hunting team, which David is a member of. Besides the electric sector, prior, I worked at ExxonMobil for about 7 years, so had some experience in the oil and gas sector and area. I worked on the IT side mostly there, but interfaced with a lot of areas that included OT and offshore drilling, exploration, production, environments where we wanted to separate those production networks from the business network, while those people out on rigs and ships and sites needed to access business functions like email and typical things. They also had a lot of important things going on as far as production and the work they were really doing. So had a good experience there, really beginning to understand what some of those aspects were. As far as a quick agenda, these are the things we're hoping to discuss and be able to bring some insight to based on my experience as far as the need for threat intelligence. Do you need it? Perhaps you're in a place where it's not needed just yet, or perhaps you're in a place where you can integrate some of it versus maybe you need a lot of it. You have full-time resources who can address and look at it. Let's talk about that. Review an example of valuable threat intelligence. Talk a little bit about that, how it can be used, taken advantage of to inform risk and drive some of that change and action. Then contextualize threat intelligence, taking what you're able to find from an information perspective and make it useful to you and the organization you're part of. Next up being how to actually take action on that, operationalize that threat intelligence to get value out of it. Then leveraging that intelligence to work with other teams, work with processes within the business you're involved in, and make sure you're getting value out of that threat intelligence. Speaking to the need for threat intelligence, there's a couple items here that are likely very much on the front of people's minds. So thinking about SolarWinds and Exchange, they both had some security related items recently that many people have needed to address, whether it was because they were impacted or whether it was because they needed to evaluate if there was any risk. These items making the news, you're going to have folks asking about. When you have the technical folks working day to day on things, they're aware of a much broader range of issues and risks from a technical perspective. These are pointed out because you're going to likely have upper level executives asking about them. When we are looking at items to communicate and what types of threat intelligence we need to evaluate to make sure the company is informed about risk, the things that make the news certainly are important and in a couple ways. You want to be able to accurately assess and describe, communicate that risk across the organization, and that's both up and down the organization. Because it could be that you're not concerned with the risk because it doesn't apply. Perhaps you have mitigations. You've got defense in depth that really provides you a good protection against the specific risk. The alternate is that you do have an issue you need to address and look at, perhaps even respond to. So in helping to communicate these, another important aspect is how does an actor initially gain access? And that, of course, informs your steps to either mitigate or respond. When we look at SolarWinds, that was became a very well-known, third-party compromise. There were other aspects of it that followed on later, though. And if you follow along with information, open source information, pieces of documentation that DHS, CISA, and other vendors were releasing about this, it became more clear that other activities were going on outside of necessarily the specific compromise of SolarWinds Orion, where it was the same threat actor, perhaps using different techniques to gain their objective. Another further component of that is with SolarWinds, understanding once the information is available, who have been the victims, not only in the sense of who's been potentially compromised, but what did the threat actor do next? Did they stay around and take action? Did their actions take manual steps to achieve their objectives? That all becomes important in leveraging the threat intelligence and bringing the context specific to the business, the organization you're either working or helping out at the time. We'll talk a little bit more about that later. Again, with Exchange, understanding how the initial infection vector occurs, how they gained access to it, what they can do, compared to how your organization is set up with Exchange. Was it an organization that was fully using, Microsoft 365, Office 365? Was it a hybrid deployment, or was it still a full on-premise deployment? Those things make a difference and help you determine, based on threat intelligence, what actions need to be done and what information needs to be shared. And what it really comes down to is making recommendations to stakeholders. Depending on the team, there's going to be different responsibilities. Working with the threat intelligence, you might not be the same team who acts on the threat intelligence. It may just be informing and helping the organization understand risk. If the team also handles response and other actions, it may be more activities. For a reference here, the team I manage is responsible for incident response as well as threat intelligence and hunting and that proactive side of security. So we may have more actions than just analyzing threat intelligence and informing on it. The aspect of not all intelligence is the same. A couple examples here, captured screenshots to talk to. So not expecting anyone to be able to read the FireEye piece of the slide there, or even the email piece there, but a couple things to talk to here. Speaking of providing value, one important note is that there's not bad threat intelligence. It's information, and it's going to mean different things to you when you bring the context. So rather, as you look at what's available, it's going to either provide more or less value. The examples here, FireEye, could be extremely valuable to you if you have SolarWinds in your environment. So if you were an organization that had deployed SolarWinds, the information FireEye is provided can be extremely relevant for understanding the specific situation of the organization, as far as which versions are impacted, and then following on from there, if you are running a version that's impacted, what would you expect to see? How did that threat actor take advantage of SolarWinds Orion to potentially infiltrate and move through your organization? So SolarWinds being an initial vector into the organization, what happens after that? How does the threat actor move laterally? And even beyond that, what's that threat actor's objective? What do they want to do? Is it espionage, other information gathering for potentially later follow-on actions? Are they interested in monetary type of actions from a ransomware or other type of threat? Or is it even potentially an actor who's just interested in disruption? The FireEye Intelligence will help you work through that path to understand what you need to look at as well as what needs to be informed. Typically, a team may be evaluating that threat intelligence to understand from a technical perspective what's of concern. And then on the other hand, you have upper levels of management very interested in quickly ascertaining, at least as quickly as possible, ascertaining what it means to the business, what it means to them, what do they need to do, and what may they need to communicate about. When we look at the other side, that's a capture of a somewhat typical, at least used to be typical phishing email. Someone attempting to trick someone into actions that will gain the attacker monetary objectives. So in that case, is your organization being able to use that threat intelligence, understanding what actors are sending to you potentially, what it looks like to a user. You have typically a broad range of users from a technical background, technical experience, and even security awareness. Does your organization have security awareness training going on? A lot of places do now, since phishing is a big primary attack vector. But understanding what it looks like so that you can communicate to your users and understand what those look like when they come in. Organizations spend lots of money on protections, detections regarding email, trying to filter out and block phishing emails. There's always going to be some that get through. And what do those look like? What can you do about it? And how would it trick the users? Based on that, is there something you can do to improve? Is there some threat intelligence you can use to improve how your tools are working, or improve how you are actually doing awareness for your users and training in that aspect? But you're going to see a lot of different products. There's threat intelligence platforms. Some components of that are very focused on indicators of compromise, which can potentially be automated into other tools and processes. But also a lot of times they will provide their own information feeds as far as what threat actors are aware of, what campaigns are ongoing, and gives you an opportunity to evaluate those to see which ones are relevant. When we look at threat intelligence, and I'll speak a little bit more to this later, obviously we're interested in things that are relevant to the electric sector as one example. When you begin to contextualize threat intelligence, brought up this idea before, one piece of this is to create a playbook so that you have everyone understanding how the organization is going to look at threat intelligence and how you're going to operate on it. I'm sure that there's going to be a few points that I mentioned that are not in alignment with what's published about what exactly threat intelligence is. But again, the point of sharing this and talking about it is to explain how we found value in the area of threat intelligence and hopefully give you some ideas that you can take back and also work through to get value. So what is threat intelligence to your organization? What does it mean? One of the other things that's important is to eventually move to determine what kind of threat intelligence products do you need within your organization. And that's an evaluation you need to do in consideration of how much effort you can spend on that. If it's a smaller organization, there might not be a lot of consideration on that. It may be very focused on, tactical threat intelligence that you need to use day to day versus trying to, or being able to spend a lot of time with the business, understanding what is the focus of the business so that relevant threats and threat intel products as far as reporting, perhaps regular meetings are needed to help manage the right risk. So that gets to what intelligence is most valuable to me. And we've got on here, crown jewels as that aspect. Understanding the business, why the business is there and what the important aspect is. For us, MISO is an independent system operator. We're a member-based company, so it means that members voluntarily are part of MISO, and we bring value to those members through various ways. The main goal is to ensure reliable electricity across the footprint we operate in, which includes the Midwest, some in the South, and Manitoba right now. So high power transmission, generation, we don't own the assets, members operate them, but we do planning, we do operations, work as the balancing area authority to make sure that the electricity is available when it's needed and it's reliable. So when we think about what the crown jewels are for us, we have multiple control rooms that are monitoring the grid, and we have systems behind that from a technical aspect that those control room operators are using to perform their functions. So even understanding that little bit of what a crown jewels are allows us to quickly narrow our focus on what relevant threat actors are out there based on open source reporting, intelligence, and vendor information. The more time you can spend to really dig down allows you to refine where your focus is and identify how relevant the risks are to make sure you're spending your efforts where you're going to get the most value. Threat intelligence, obviously, for something to be a threat, there has to be an intent. A threat actor who intends to, access or do harm or otherwise be interested in your organization. And then you have to have an opportunity. If there's no opportunity for someone to act against you, then you wouldn't have a threat in that case. But beyond opportunity, having the capability to act on that opportunity. So a few components there that are in consideration for an adversary. When we've looked at risks to this business and the electric sector, some of the areas we focus on, Dragos is one vendor that shares an amount of information on threat actor groups they track. They don't provide attribution, so I don't believe at this point Dragos has a focus on attribution. So meaning who's behind it, who's actually behind that threat actor group. For us, we have not gone that far either. So if we're thinking about attribution, there's lots of discussions that occur whether it needs to be done, or what kind of value it brings. For us, we're at the point in kind of maturity from processes and organization that our focus is on the actor groups and what they want to do, not necessarily who's behind it. Obviously, we recognize there's different categories of actors as far as, is it a criminal? Is it activist, hacktivist type actors? Is it a government, state-based actor, or some other component of those? But getting down to specifically exactly who it is from, a government perspective, state perspective, isn't where we've yet identified we would find value. We're very focused on making sure that we're able to provide reliable operation of the bulk electric system for our footprint area. Which brings up another area of topic, which is the CIA triad. So within security, you have this idea of CIA being confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Prioritization of those three areas over another will vary based on your organization's focus. When we think about that at MISO, we may weigh availability higher than the other two. And that ties into reliability. We need our systems available so that the control room can continue to do their job in making sure the bulk electric system continues to operate. We compare that with another organization. So here in the Midwest, Eli Lilly, for example, pharmaceuticals and other sciences. For them, it could be that for some components of their business, confidentiality is the most important as they're developing new products, new medicines, keeping those confidential until they can get protection via patents may be the most important of the three in a balanced sense. Once they go into production of a product, the integrity of the information may become the overriding concern compared to confidentiality and availability. They need to make sure the integrity of their processes that are used to make insulin, for example, are are done right. They know the information is good, and they know that what they intend to produce is getting produced. So an example of how that may vary and can also drive a focus of threat intelligence. Moving on from there, when we speak about operationalizing, how do you actually make use of threat intelligence? IOCs are very simple. Not necessarily considered intelligence or very high value intelligence. Very much a point in time. We saw this IP address doing bad stuff from the previous 3 months. May be very useful for detection and other response activities. In considering hunts, though, when you do hunts, and there's a variety of models on hunts and maturity. The one we focused on at MISO was David Bianco's hunting maturity model. And that model actually starts out at level 0, and level 0 is not doing hunting. But from there, it moves into progressively higher levels. And one of the main things that impacts moving from a lower level to a higher level on that model is the amount of data collection, how much information you're collecting from a logging perspective or other metric perspective to have visibility across your organization. And that visibility, that data allows you to perform more in-depth hunts or different types of hunts. Hunting also being a proactive way of looking at your organization for issues. If I give an example of what that might look like for MISO, if you think about Allanite is a threat group that Dragos tracks and has been seen to be interested in the electric sector, attacking the electric sector. We would take and look at the information available on Allanite and related groups, alternate names for that group, and see how they've operated in the past. DHS CISA has released some information about the relevant group as well to see what their tactics, techniques, and procedures are. So, for example, based on how they access organizations, if that's via phishing, our hunt may start with looking for emails that included components relevant to them. So say they typically, Allanite's interested in electric system operations. Where would you get information? That would be maybe control room folks. One way to target control room folks would potentially be to send them phishing emails, but not just generic phishing emails, being more specific of, sending on, an email posing as someone searching a job with a, electrical engineering background or a background that matches perhaps open positions that would potentially entice someone in the control room to open that up and dig into it more. Knowing that, we could go back through our logs and our email protection tools to see, have we had any emails come through that, whether they were blocked or not, match that type of message? Have resumes been sent via email proposing that background? So one quick example. Over time, and considering maturing in the area, doing those TTP searches, so tactics, techniques, and procedures, leveraging MITRE ATT&CK. MITRE ATT&CK gives you some ways to certainly understand the tactics and techniques, and then understand potential ways to detect that. So mapping those over to how a threat actor behaves based on that open source intelligence or other vendor documentation available. At MISO, we've got a couple levels of kind of reports and threat models we do. And today that looks like, we call them security briefs. So those are roughly one-pagers. Those are items we like to write up when something hits the news and we think it's going to get executive visibility, or it's something we identify that we think needs to be addressed. And the quick summary of that is we have an introduction that kind of describes what the thing is. What's the issue? What's the thing? What's in the news? For a short background, and obviously trying to target that towards the right customer as far as who's receiving that. So keeping in mind it's executive level folks, not digging into a lot of details. So once we describe what the thing is of concern, we add the context to MISO. Why should MISO be concerned with the thing that's in the news? And provide the background on why we should, because it's relevant to the electric sector, it's relevant to our users. Then going through and giving it a simple measure of the risk we believe exists there based on our organization's protections, processes, procedures. So a high, medium, low risk, and then recommendations on actions that can be done. So if we think about this, so if you bring good context, a while back there was a Spectre meltdown vulnerability that affected Intel CPUs, if I'm recalling correctly. So back then it was a critical vulnerability, certainly of concern. When you bring the intelligence, the information together about it, you match it to your organization, you can make the right risk decisions on it. For us, we had our partner teams on the IT side who manage our systems asking, do we need to patch this immediately? That's kind of the feel that was out there in the news and reporting. One of the concerns was that there were reports that the patch itself impacted CPUs up to processing up to 40%. So putting just those few pieces together, we were able to quickly determine that we can hold off on patching because we have this list of mitigating factors that provide us protections, preventions, as well as the ability to detect if the issue was in the place. We said there was no rush to put this in place. It could potentially impact operations if we did see that same performance degradation of up to 40%. And so we were able to show why it was okay for the business to take the time to move that patch through the normal process, spend the correct amount of time needed to evaluate if there were performance impacts before moving it into production. So an example of taking those pieces together that kind of was a piece of a security brief. Threat models are much more formal reports. These reports end up being typically, 20 to 30 pages. This is a deeper dive into typically an adversary group, bringing those same components together. The what is it? Why should MISO care? How do we position currently against them as far as mitigations, preventions, detections? And then what should we do about it? What we find when we've gone through these, and they can take a long time. I think the first one we didn't get published until a year out. So it takes a bit of time to put together. But over that time, I think we ran at least a half a dozen hunts based on information we learned. And we were also able to identify areas for visibility improvements. What other types of logs would we need to do better at detecting a specific adversary? But recognizing that takes effort and takes time, but it ends up being very valuable, not just at an executive level, but also for tactical levels, sharing with other teams, sysadmin teams, networking teams, to help understand the risk to organizations and what can be done to better drive those improvements on those risks. Next component there, create a risk register. That can sound fancy sometimes, but really it's just capturing information you determine based on your threat intelligence activities. Being able to accurately inform on the risk helps the business make decisions that are going to bring the most value. This can be a spreadsheet. This can be an official tool, but making sure that you're capturing that and documenting it where it can be shared. And then that also allows you to prioritize actions. So working with the business, if you're able to describe, why there's a concern about a particular risk, it can help you partner with them so that they understand, why you're asking for an outage or why you're asking to potentially disrupt a process or work activity that they're doing, or why you need help from them. But in the end, also being able to hopefully gain more visibility, talk with teams about why we'd really like you to send more logs to us, not necessarily just more logs, but the right logs that we can act on. So real quick rundown there on threat intelligence, some aspects of how we found value. We're still developing our threat reports. We've gotten quicker at them, and we've gotten better at putting them together. Lots of questions always come up, and being able to address those and speak to them and talk about actions that we want to take to improve upon has really been valuable, and even building relationships across the organization. So I know we're about to jump over to Q&A. Happy to talk more about that, give you more details on it, give you more details on the background about how we got to where we are from an organization. We've had changes over the past 5 years that have really enabled hunting and threat intelligence. So Be glad to talk more about that, and very much appreciate you attending and listening in. And certainly, we hope this has brought some value to you and insight as well. So, thank you very much.
Talking about pandemic, so remote access to OT might be lots of people's problem nowadays. And Tahir Salim, Senior Specialist OT Security at DIVA, is going to discuss about cybersecurity risk associated with the remote operating and maintaining OT ICS-enabled assets. And I'm sure this is going to be a really interesting conversation. So without taking any more time from Tahir's time, I would like to welcome Tahir on the stage. Tahir, the stage is yours.
Hi everyone, my name is Tahir Salim, and I'm going to talk to you today about remote access to OT. Considering my background, my most recent experience, I'm going to reflect the power systems sector, and everything I'm going to be talking about can actually be applied to other sectors as well. And if for whatever reason I'm not able to meet your expectations, and if you have any queries, please feel free to reach out to me after the session at the email provided, and I'll be more than happy to support you in addressing any concerns, questions, queries, anything you have, right? Happy to have a chat. Okay, let's get started. So for this session, I'm going to be looking at the typical use cases for remote access to OT. So let's revisit what's really driving the need for remote access to begin with. And then what are we doing today in terms of fulfilling those use case requirements, and what are the associated security observations? And then finally, we're going to look at, okay, the question that everybody is interested in: what is the most secure remote access system? And I'll be upfront here. There is no one size fits all solution. So this answer really depends on your risk profile, but I'll take you through a process that will make that or will make it easier for you to answer that question yourself. Okay, a little bit about myself. Um, I have over 20 years of experience in the cybersecurity domain, and I've spent the last 12 of those years working in ICS, industrial control systems, SCADA, OT, and in many different capacities. So from strategy development, roadmaps, to risk management, solutions engineering, security solutions specifically, commissioning of those solutions, testing those solutions, developing test plans for that matter, and then in an operations maintenance capacity, as well as assurance services. Assurance specifically relating to determining if there are security vulnerabilities inherent in the environment, taking into account the various safe assessment techniques in today's ICS environments, and at the same time supporting compliance obligations. The industry coverage, I have experience in power, water, maritime, oil and gas, autonomous transportation, specifically rail and mining operations. The bit of a disclaimer there for everybody to pay attention to. And with that out of the way, we can get started. So, what is accelerating this demand for remote access today? And I think everybody's faced with this. This is the new normal. We are all having to adapt to new circumstances in our daily lives, in our workplace, and we have to ensure we continue to follow the safety protocols set by the respective authorities. Now, obviously, this means we have to continue to deliver the services required by our stakeholders. Now, so whether you're in a sector that provides essential services to the society, or whether you're in a different sector, we have to continue delivering those services. So the pandemic has obviously changed the way owners and operators of critical infrastructure view remote access, and especially over the internet. It has created an opportunity to transform the risk appetite in permitting remote access, and especially operating and maintaining critical OT systems in those industries. And this is both an opportunity and a threat at the same time, because if you do not fully understand what is the risk profile that you currently maintain, and then you introduce additional remote access services, or you allow that, you're essentially creating new risk to the organization you represent. And it is essential for us to ensure we recognize, we understand, we evaluate the risk before we can allow for such a request to be processed. So we'll look at that obviously as we go along, but let's look at what are some of the typical use cases that we're working with today. Um, First and foremost, we're looking at asset management. Activities relating to asset management that were previously undertaken in person on the site are now being done or are in the process of being conducted remotely. Now, such activities typically relate to devices or systems that reside at level 1 of the Purdue model, which you're all familiar with. And this could include monitoring the health of those assets, maintaining those assets, configuration management, settings management, and data backup related activities. Now, as security practitioners, if we allow those activities to take place, we need to fully understand the risk profile. And to do that, we need to better understand what is the asset that we're currently looking at providing access to. So we as security practitioners need to look at asset management from our perspective, obviously. And this is where we need to understand what is the device, what is the model, what is the firmware, version numbers, configuration of those devices. And we can do that through a multitude of ways, either passively or actively by probing the device itself. One way to do it for us in the power sector is through the 61850 data model itself. And if the example I have here is the LPHD class, which provides details on the physical device, the model, the make, and the firmware details as well, so we can determine what is the risk associated with granting remote access to that asset. So that class typically is the nameplate information, for those of you who are familiar with that term, and that can then be fed into a central asset management system that can be used for risk assessments. So that's asset management. Now, then we have event-driven requests for remote access. Now, in the event of a certain major alarm, for example, or a certain fault that has occurred, and the certain diagnosis information needs to be retrieved. Now, the ability to retrieve that information remotely comes in very handy, especially given the present circumstances relating to the pandemic, of course, that we retrieve that information, feed that into some kind of a central database in some kind of a standardized format. IEEE Comtrade for us in the power sector is very useful for that particular purpose, and then to conduct the remote disturbance analysis. So these are event-driven needs for remote access. Investigations, another event-driven activity, although this targets more higher level systems. Substation automation systems, alarms, or DCS alarms, if you're coming from another industry sector. These are very useful to decipher the root cause and take any necessary actions for immediate rectification works. Now, it is very useful to be able to do that and consider a situation where you have a grouped alarm going into SCADA, and the operators in the SCADA room, or the control room in this case, would then be having the ability to log in remotely to the lower system and investigate instead of sending fault crews. Obviously, depending on the circumstances of your organization, the fault crews or the field crews can actually use this capability itself and perform the remote investigations as well. So that's another opportunity, obviously. And the remote maintenance itself, if you have commitments with the third parties, for example, or other organizational staff within, then remote maintenance activities can be supported remotely. And this could mean parameterization of a replacement device, for example. It could mean data restoration, any other reliability-centered maintenance activities that effectively would deliver the proactive maintenance can be undertaken remotely now. And there's a growing demand for this. Commissioning it as part of a project itself. Certain activities can be conducted remotely once the physical erection activities are in place. So this is where you would have, for example, the point-to-point testing that can be done remotely by a team that is sitting in another geographic location. And then compliance reporting, obviously, this is a no-brainer for security practitioners, and for us to be able to work with the third-party regulator, auditor, and support the compliance obligations remotely from a distance, and jointly witness some of the controls in action that would support the compliance obligations is very handy. So all things given, how prevalent is remote access in general? Now, there was a report that was issued last year, and it was done by the CISA group and KPMG jointly. And the report is a result of a survey that was conducted in 2019, towards the end of 2019, when the whole pandemic was only starting to be discussed in isolated cases before it became more widespread. And at that time itself, remote access was quite prevalent. And one of the details in the report caught my attention, and it's the yellow bar that actually shows that remote access to all these components, PLCs, IDs, RTUs, and HMIs and servers, the yellow bar actually indicates that the mechanism for remote access is unknown for these components. So it's as high as 13.7% for the level 1 equipment, and as high as 19.6 for the historians, for example. So this actually means the respondents were unclear on exactly how remote access is being granted to these components, which is concerning. But yes, remote access is there, but how controlled was that remote access? And that's where another report comes in from Cybersec, which is now part of Microsoft. And in their report, they have a startling metric here. So they're claiming 54% of that remotely accessible systems are actually granting excessive access to the requesters. So in other words, what it means is if you're granting remote access to perform a parameterization activity relating to a replacement of equipment or data restoration, you're actually granting access to that environment, which is over and beyond what is required to perform a task at hand. So you may be able to do other actions in that environment rather than just restore or recover a system that's gone bad. So this is another startling discovery, and if you put these things into perspective, the environment itself where remote access is granted is also laden with security vulnerabilities, and so much so that the remote access solutions themselves, they contain security vulnerabilities, and there are exploits that are published for those security vulnerabilities. These are just snapshots from exploit database, which is a well-known repository of exploits for security vulnerabilities that's available in the public domain. Now, what's interesting to note here is, some of the common mechanisms that we use to access systems remotely themselves contain security vulnerabilities. And so much so that if we look at a typical setup, we will uncover many concerns that actually question the whole setup that we have in today's environments. Now, let me give you an example here. Now, this is a typical architecture for a power systems utility, where you have the level 4, level 5 systems up above. Let me just bring my laser pointer here. So you have the business DMZ here, you have the IT environment here, you have the SCADA zone at level 3, and then you have the substation zone down below, and the substation zone obviously has the bay level, the station level, and it has interfaces into other secondary systems, example, energy metering, PDMS, partial discharge, that is. And this is typically how it's all set up. Now, what are the concerns here? If you look at the concerns, first we have remote access into the environment from the IT, and that flows all the way from the business DMZ down to the corporate network. And that corporate network then typically acts as a conduit to share information with the SCADA zone. But at the same time, we may have remote access coming from contractors that maintain another set of mechanisms that allow them access directly into level 3 environment. So this is obviously for remote support and expert on demand type of applications. And then at the level 3, you have remote access into the critical environment that's being provisioned through ad hoc controls such as mobile broadband. And this is where engineers with their field laptops would simply use their mobile broadband connection and then run some kind of a remote access software such as TeamViewer, for example. Nothing against TeamViewer, but this is one of the common applications that is used to allow access into the environment. And with that, you're actually allowing an adversary to utilize those remote access mechanisms to gain access into your environment. So what I really mean by that is, if I take the on-demand remote access solution that uses mobile broadband, if that engineering laptop or field laptop is exposed to the internet, that itself can act as an attack vector to allow an adversary to use that as a hop to get into your substation zone. Now, how many times have those field laptops been patched? If you revisit that, we will understand that there would be typically missing patches because these laptops are offline in general. And the bigger problem is the systems within such environments, they are not patched, and patching is not something which we would do as frequently as we would in the IT environment up here. And the situation is even more complicated down at the bay level, the level 1 environment, where you have the IEDs for bay control or protection that would almost never be subject to some kind of a maintenance activity such as a firmware upgrade, for example. And that is the threat we're working with. So in the absence of any kind of robust security controls at this level, remote access actually exposes these systems to compromise. And to illustrate that further, I'm going to use an example here where the 3 lines of code, there's an exploit available out there that only consist of 3 lines, and obviously there are more lines obviously, but you get the picture. There's 3 lines that are required to exploit that vulnerability, and it relates to a specific OEM's protection equipment. And if that is launched against a specific system, in this case, let's say take this as an example. If that is exposed, if that system is exposed and an exploit launched against it, this is the actual exploit itself, again available in the public domain. It would freeze this relay, and it would essentially disable the function itself that the device provides, and to restore functionality, we would need to do a power cycle. This is what we would call in the cybersecurity world a denial of service attack. So, is this what we really want to do? Is this what we are aware of when granting remote access for the purposes of asset management or remote maintenance? These are the risks we need to take into account. Now, what are some of the mechanisms or controls we can apply to alleviate such problems? Now, on this slide here, again, I'm using the same typical architecture, but you'll notice here that there are some additional activities that we have applied here. We've put a diode in here, for example, in both directions, and depending on some use cases, you may need to do that. Typically, you would not do that. You'll only have traffic flowing in one direction from the SCADA zone outwards and block everything else. But let me look at it from the top down. So remote access from the internet, that is one mechanism that we can use, and it is generally the best practice. Into the IT zone, that is, obviously, or for emergency conditions, and in the event of absolutely losing all comms with the corporate layer, you can use a remote access, a controlled remote access connection from your systems, or from your contractor that is supporting your system remotely. But think of something else now, and when you do that, obviously you'll have the traditional security controls, and those traditional security controls would need to be coupled with some of the more engineered solutions, such as, now in this case, we're actually seeing a hard digital relay contact, or some kind of a cable termination point that could control power to the security mechanisms that are in play here, and to control that through a tag that's actually sitting in the SCADA system itself. Now, the other thing that's going on here is we have a reference environment. So this is like a replica of your production environment, which is in green here, and the vendor only has access, or the contractor only has access into the reference system or the test system, and any change they make here is securely carried over to the production system by the local site engineers after inspecting the changes and approving it. Operator consoles are separated here. So we're basically, what we've done is we've created these conclaves or security zones that allow specific restrictions to be enforced once remote access is granted. So now, in this case, the third party support provider would be limited to the test and development environment here. But what about from the internet, which is a little bit more complicated? So here what we've done is we've created a master DMZ for OT. So the jump server is specifically available after the IT security controls are satisfied and access is granted into the corporate IT network. And then an opportunity is available to jump onto this after satisfying the security controls. This could be two-factor authentication. This could be fulfillment of certain endpoint restrictions which may be enforced here. So say, for example, an unpatched laptop or a node will not be allowed to access this capability in the master DMZ. So if all those requirements are satisfied, then you could jump into a remote screen streaming terminal. So essentially this could act as a proxy, for example, to establish remote sessions with the various equipment or systems, and only the screen is then streamed back to the jump server. So this essentially limits the interactions that can take place from the master DMZ down below. And a similar principle can then be enforced across level 1 and level 2 if required. Obviously, there will be certain requirements here for secure file transfer, for ensuring that any files that are transmitted from the upstream to downstream, they're in a sandbox, and there's going to be a whole bunch of other controls that will be required. But you see where I'm going with this. What we've done is we've actually created quite a bit of complexity, and that's another challenge we have when we deliver remote access to these OT environments. And the first one is retrofitting the IT security controls in such fragile or traditionally sensitive environments that are fragile in nature from a technology standpoint, due to the security weaknesses that such environments contain. Um, so, so now, to illustrate this further, think of the complexity you would introduce by introducing Active Directory, some kind of a privilege access management solution. I'm trying to refrain from naming any solution here, just to avoid any kind of negative attribution. But essentially, in general, any solution that you introduce here for fulfilling security controls, they would have roots in IT security, and that would mean you're introducing multiple components that are subject to ongoing maintenance, ongoing administration, and essentially you now have more things to worry about. So that's one of the challenge there. And then there is room for misconfiguration of these security solutions. So say, for example, you've got you decide to use VDI from one of the mainstream vendors, and then you misconfigure it. An example could be, instead of publishing an application pool, you end up giving RDP access to that node which hosts the application. So now you've given excessive access to the target, where such requirement did not exist. So the misconfigurations are possible, and this is where I suppose we have this question: who decides how to configure it? Is it your administration teams, the application administration teams, your system administration teams? Is it the end user? Or is it the risk management team? So these are things to look into. And when access is granted, how are you able to control the access? We looked at an example earlier, where a wide network access was available in a traditional remote access model. So are we able to control it? And this could be beyond network segmentation. You may grant access to a specific host that houses some of the use case fulfillment requirements, but you may inadvertently give access beyond to what is required. So are you able to control it? This is something you need to look out for. And then are you able to maintain that principle of least privilege? For example, if all we need is a one-way data transfer out of level 1 or level 2, do we really need to give that end user the ability to log in to level 1 and level 2 and then retrieve that information manually? So I think these kind of questions we need to be aware of, and ensure we provide the more accurate solution. And all of this goes back to risk assessment. If you have a sound risk assessment, you can answer some of these questions more holistically and in a more accurate manner. So it all goes to basics. Risk assessment is essential. There are many ways to do it. This is just a summary of a risk assessment process from a 62443 approach. We won't have time to cover all of it, but in principle, what we're really looking at an assessment of the process or the use case itself. We're looking at an evaluation of that following a risk assessment so that we can arrive at some kind of a mitigation actions. And those mitigation actions then lead to some kind of a specification for that particular control or a mechanism. And then that can then be taken to procurement and to ensure fulfillment of that. So that is in a nutshell how.
So, hope you enjoyed this talk. And now we're just trying to see who is ready for two very interesting panels right after each other. The first panel is going to be the OT system management that is going to be run by a really great set of experts. First would be Patrick Miller, Independent Security and Regulatory Advisor, Carter Manucci, IT and OT Cybersecurity Director at Florida Municipal Power Agency, David Foos, Security Solution Program Manager at Emerson Automation Solutions, and last but not the least, Sarah Freeman, Cybersecurity Analyst at ICS. They're going to talk about lifestyle management requirements, system requirements for outcomes, and so many different things that are going to help everybody understand the OT system management way better. So without taking their time, I would like to welcome everybody on stage, and they can have their panel with all of you guys. Make sure that you enjoy it.
Nothing blew up. I guess we're all right.
I think so.
All right. So welcome, everybody. Good morning. We're here to have a discussion around OT systems management, which has matured over the years now to become, well, a real topic of interest for us, right? So that's kind of where we are with facing a lot of the challenges around the subject. And you know, it's pretty well known in the IT space, but we wanted to cover some of the ins and outs that are we're dealing with here in the OT space. But before we jump into that, some quick introductions. I am Carter Manucci. I'm the IT OT Cybersecurity Director for Florida Municipal Power Agency. We're a joint action agency in Orlando. I oversee a lot of the IT OT systems for FMPA, but I'm also involved in a number of national efforts, including cybersecurity enhancements and improvements for municipal utilities, working with American Public Power Association. I am the chair for the coordinator committee for the Cyber Mutual Assistance Program. And I've done a number of efforts and different work products within working with North American Electric Reliability Corporation, or NERC, as many of us know it, and their regions. But first, I wanted to also introduce each of our panelists today. First, we have Sarah Freeman. Sarah is an Industrial Control Systems Cybersecurity Analyst for CyberCore Integration Center at Idaho National Laboratory, where she provides the U.S. government and the partners and private security entities with actionable cyber threat intelligence, developing innovative cybersecurity solutions for the critical infrastructure within the U.S. At Idaho National Laboratory. Sarah pursues innovative and threat analysis and cyber defense approaches, most recently with the consequence-driven cyber-informed engineering, the CCE program. And the book that she helped co-author, I might add.
Best-selling author.
Yes. As a principal investigator on laboratory discretionary research, her current research is focused on new signatures and structured methods for cybersecurity or cyber adversary characterization. Following this December 2015 electric grid attacks, she participated in DOE-sponsored training for Ukraine asset owners in May of 2016, and she was also researched the Ukraine 2015 and 2016 cyber attacks and the Trisis Hartman Hetman incident. We also have Mr. David Foos. David is the Security Solutions Program Manager at Emerson Automation Solutions, Power and Water Solutions. In this role, David is responsible for setting the direction of Emerson's security solutions business, including establishing product and service roadmaps, providing sales support for leading the Ovation cyber emergency response team. And David frequently presents on the topics of cybersecurity and industrial control system protections at the industry conferences and trade shows. He's active in threat intelligence community, ensuring that Emerson is able to provide timely notification to its base regarding current threats and malware campaigns. Previously, David was the Ovation Security and Technology Development Manager responsible for the overall design, development, and implementation of security controls for Ovation Control System, as well as Emerson's Power and Water Cybersecurity Suite. And we are also joined by Patrick Miller. Patrick has dedicated much of his career to the protection and defense of critical infrastructure as a trusted independent security and regulatory advisor. In addition to his roles as an independent consultant and advisor, he's the founder, director, and the president emeritus for EnergySec and the U.S. coordinator for the Industrial Cybersecurity Center. Patrick's diverse background spans energy, telecommunications, water, financial services verticals, including key positions within regulatory agencies, private consulting firms, utility asset owners, and commercial organizations. So we have quite the well-rounded panel here. And I thank everybody for joining us on this. This topic of OT systems management can be interpreted in a number of different ways. There's a huge ocean and a variety of things that are in that, which includes asset inventory, supply chain controls, lifecycle management, legacy equipment concerns, bid specifications, and even how a lot of these items intertwine with the various standards in trying to figure out where in the world you live and what standard your particular company may be most familiar with, and how that deals with a lot of the stuff that you do for supply chain procurement and keeping cybersecurity at the forefront. But let me start with asking David a question here. Why is this really a concern? I mean, don't the vendors design and build these systems and the networks for specific functions, and isn't that part of the way that we live?
Well, that is somewhat true. There is definitely, when we build product as a vendor, generally we try to build it as a reference diagram or way we would think the perfect way of doing things is, and that is definitely a situation where we design, we produce, and we build, and however, not every location is exactly the same. Even if you go into a location, and like in the case of power generation, there are multiple units doing power generation. Frankly, each unit might be slightly different because of different age, or whoever's in charge of that project, or how they like their graphics, or maybe there was some kind of constraints based upon space or power or budget. And definitely, if you're talking about a single company, they oftentimes will have different opinions because they're a very large company and everybody has their own opinion. So as built may not be as designed. And then there's going to be drift over time because your requirements change and things change and economics change and companies go out of business. In power, we are probably the most closest to what a vendor wanted, somewhat going into it. However, if you go outside of power, especially in the oil and gas and pharmaceutical nature area, they are very proprietary in the way they do things and a lot more piecemeal with the way they do equipment. And so we may not have any idea what is there other than we built the thing and we designed it a certain way, but then the integrators or even end customers are putting it in certain ways that may not be completely out of our control. Thanks.
So Sarah, why are we more concerned with OT systems today than in previous times? You know, what has changed from your point of view in all this?
Well, I think there's two ways to look at it, and every single time when you talk about what's shifted, there's like we call the blue side and the red side. Obviously, I focus a lot on the red side, but the reality is the adversary is responding to certain changes in the environment. So what we've seen over the last 10, 15 years, perhaps even longer in certain cases, are a few things on the blue side, one of which is the market shrinking pretty drastically. So in a lot of cases, there's a number of companies that have acquired other companies. There's been product winners that have emerged. From a targeting perspective, how that affects the adversary is they don't necessarily have to work as hard to figure out what they should be targeting where. There's certain strategic value in going after an Emerson, for example, because they're a market leader. So you don't really need to be good at the targeting in order to figure out these basic market changes that have happened. The other thing that's occurred is there is increased connectivity and digitization, especially in certain industries that have not necessarily been on the forefront of adopting that. Similar, I mean, at the most basic level, you can say, oh, there's increased connectivity. Clearly, that's an advantage for the adversary. But it's also how we use the data that's coming out of the OT environments. It used to be a lot more difficult for organizations that were targeting operational technology to understand how the technology was being used and the data that was coming out of it. As we've gotten better at providing more usable, user-friendly versions of understanding what is going on, whether it be situational awareness on the operations side or situational awareness on the operational security side, those data streams are super invaluable. So that in and of itself is a whole nother series of places where you see a lot of attacks going on. I would be remiss if I also didn't mention this is something more that a lot of my peer groups and colleagues talk about at the lab. But there also has been a shrinking in the workforce as we've kind of adopted digitization. There are certain sectors, certain subsectors that are really struggling with maintaining a vital lifeblood of the younger generation. And the people that they are bringing in aren't necessarily, they might be very good at their job, but their job has changed as the technology has changed. So that means that sometimes the new engineers that we're bringing in, and there's probably no sector that suffers more from this than perhaps nuclear, but it's just a different type of job. And so a lot of the knowledge base is shrinking into certain individuals, which is concerning because obviously when those individuals retire, then we're not necessarily going to have the same experience to draw on to understand when something bad is going on. On the red side, I think one of the major changes, besides all those things I just mentioned, one of the major changes we've seen is this increased awareness of how everything works. So it used to be that we talk about sophisticated cyber attacks against industrial control systems, operational technology, as attacks against embedded devices, like the core heart of the process. There's still some of that goes on, but the reality is people have gotten a lot smarter in how they attack things, and so they don't necessarily have to have the most sophisticated capabilities. Things like coordinated attacks, like what you saw in Ukraine, can be really effective, even though they're not doing anything that sophisticated. So if you just manipulate the system as the engineer and the vendor provided that functionality, suddenly as a coordinated effort, this is a big deal. So that's something that we've seen across the board. So I think that, the shifts occur on both sides, red and blue, but you have to look across everything in order to understand what's probably going to happen next.
It's funny. We just had a talk yesterday, discussion with some of our membership and talking about how even on the IT side, we're getting a lot of screens presented to us where we don't necessarily understand all the detail that goes behind that and all the things that are happening. And that's the same type of analogy we're seeing here with OT and the shifts in jobs and everything else. So great. So Patrick, a lot of us know that an inventory is not necessarily the best thing that we are keeping, but it's really the first thing we need to have. But you talk about NERC SIP, you talk about all these different arenas. Isn't that an impossible task for industrial OT environments to take on?
Yes and no. I think the hard part is if you look at an asset inventory and you think I've got to eat the entire elephant, right, front to back. I've got to do every single asset in my entire environment. I have to manage all of them from cradle to grave. Yes, that is an impossible task. And nobody would want to do that, frankly. I mean, there's probably somebody out there that would, but there's not enough people out there that want to do this, right? And I think some of the challenges are not all assets have the same attributes, and not all assets record the same attributes in the same ways. So just the array of differential and the spectrum of breadth and depth, it is seemingly an insurmountable challenge. Now, the IT side likes to brag that they've got this dialed, and they do have a lot of things around, like an ITSMF, ITIL. They've got some pretty good and long-standing kind of, we'll call them old practices that work fairly well, right? When they're done. Even some of the best organizations don't do that front to back, right, across everything. So your first approach, of course, is yes, you do need an asset inventory, period. You do need one, right? You have to do something in that space. If you don't know what you have, you don't know, how to protect it, what to protect, all these other problems come from that. So yes, it's hard, but yes, it still has to be done. So to do this smartly, at least start with doing things like your business impact analyses and the things that go around the standard disaster recovery, continuity of operations disciplines of figuring out what's critical. Because if you go to management or you go to the important people in your company and you say, hey, well, tell me what's critical, they're all going to say my stuff, right? My stuff is critical. You need to protect my stuff and keep the bad guys out and make sure it's running, and it needs backups, it needs all these other things. And in reality, it may be really important and really nice to have, but it isn't critical. Can you get by without it? Can you? Is that one of those things when you've got kind of the worst day, perfect storm, that you're going to start cutting those limbs off, segmenting those networks, and how do you island just the most important thing? So even if you have to limp along, you can still keep the machine moving. Those are the things you got to figure out. So I think the hardest part is that first. What is the most important stuff? Then with that important stuff, figure out all the assets involved in there, and then track what attributes you can, and at least get those figured out and dialed and manage those assets first. But there's always the discussion around asset inventory. Yes, start with what's important, branch it out from there as you get better at it, and expand to other environments in the organization that are now the nice to haves and those kind of things. But if you're not doing something like change management or configuration management after you've done that asset inventory, then it really is kind of a waste of time, to be honest, because you're going to at least know where you were at some point in time, but you won't know where you are now. So the two go hand in hand. And I think that's probably the bigger issue or harder pill to swallow. Is asset management is tough in and of itself, but asset management and then change configuration management is also even harder. So, if you can get those down and you can get mature enough at those things to at least have some, I'm not saying you got to be perfect at this to be good at it, really. You just get okay at it, right? Just track the things so you at least know what you've got. Go through things like substations or other facilities, plants, manufacturing facilities, anything in your OT space. If you've got something where you've outsourced management, or maybe you're not the owner, but you manage it, if it's co-owned, co-managed, co-mingled in any way, there's usually some question about who's got the rock, who's got the ownership. Ownership doesn't mean responsibility. So there's this line about figuring out what you have, then figuring out who's responsible for it, who's paying for it, who pays for the maintenance and support, all of those really quirky things about our stuff, and then figure out who's managing it. These are significant challenges. So, it sounds easy out of the box and everyone says, we'll just, do an asset inventory. It's harder than it seems, but it certainly can be done. And there are some existing kind of, I guess, tried and true paths to follow on getting there. But it's definitely, I would say critical for the OT space. You got to know what you have so you can protect it.
Drawing the lines and having a risk plan around those lines is key to success in these areas. So, Dave, what do you think? What's your view on effective OT systems management? As we sat here and discussed some of these challenges, what do you think we should be doing to really mature this space along a little bit?
Well, I oftentimes first off, as some of the people already know here, I'm the king of over analogizing things and extending it way beyond it necessary. So I often compare it to a good healthy diet. So having when someone tells you, well, the first thing you need to go on a diet is you need to start having a food log. If you don't know what you're putting in your body, there's no way you can know if you're going to do them bad or good. So then the next one would be is now eat only good things for you. Here's Slim Fast. You have no idea if that's good for you or not good for you, and it's really easy. However, it may not actually fix the problems that you have known. Although I'm not telling you to go get a blood test and find out if you have celiac disease or some other kind of underlying problem, but maybe you do have that. Maybe you do need a blood test. So you're going to end up having to do all kinds of different things. You can't just sit there and demand to McDonald's make my food healthy and sit down. You're going to have some involvement with what is good for you, what is going to help you move along, and what good things you're actually doing yourself right now. So when you talk about an inventory, I just literally did this with a water customer who asked yesterday, what do I need? This gentleman who's been part of the INC world, for decades, he's now cyber. I mean, this happens over and over and over again. By the way, you're cyber guy now. And it's like, or gal, or whatever you want to do. So you're the person now in charge of cyber. So what do I do? So my thing that said, same thing I'm going to say right now to all of you as well. Start with figuring out what you have. Inventory is great, but also look for things, the helpers. Do the Fred Rogers method. Look for the helpers. Look for things that you already have that may be doing good, people and processes that you may already have, and you can just reuse them. This is not unusual for the industrial space to want to watch for failure and fix failure. It's just another mode of failure. It's just confusing and hard, and things drift over time. So it's going to happen. Consider it. If you need to put it in a box, make it just like vibration control. Something's going to rattle out of control at one point and cause it to completely destroy. You don't want to run to failure. You want to know when it's starting to rattling weird. So once you figure out what's weird, what do I have, then you define the critical parts. And say, okay, if I lose that's a bad day. Then I need to watch and see what's normal and how do I watch it and then return back to normal. What would be normal? Maybe it's buying, maybe it's complete repair, maybe it's adding whiz-bang gadgets on top of it. But the system management piece comes in today is that with these heterogeneous environments we have, and every vendor has their own thing, and then there's vendors coming in and saying, I can fix this. Well, the fun part is that if they could fix this, they would have fixed it in all kinds of other places. That's where everybody would just be using it. So if it really was the silver bullet, then it would be used by everybody, because why wouldn't you just use that? It works. So the right now it's going to be painful. You're going to have to build your food log. You're going to end up probably using Excel and having this spreadsheet of doom. And once you get to a good point where you'll realize I shouldn't have to log all that stuff barely changes ever. Maybe I only log the things that get changed on a semi-frequent basis, and then here's the critical things and the critical paths in and out of my environments, and then maybe I should watch it and see if that changes from good to bad or normal to good. It's not chasing down every virus in the environment, because it may or may not be causing disruption. It's not great, but it may not be causing disruption. It is finding out what's critical for you to maintain a healthy and resilient environment.
I love your diet analogy. I just want to know where beer and the beer ISAC fit into that diet.
It is one of those indulgences. I would put beer and beer ISAC in the same bucket as when you have cheat day. You're going to have it, so then I better do something to prepare for it. And also the same idea with digital transformation. If someone comes up to you and starts saying they're going to put cloud and digital transformation and they're going to Industry 4.0 your whole systems, and here comes the AI, ML, and train, and it's woo-woo coming in. You're going to have to say, well, eventually you're going to have to say, okay, I'm going to do this. I'm going to eat that piece of cake. But I'm going to also have to make sure I do the right things to fix my system back to where it needs to be, because you're going to have a beer every couple of days after your boss angers you. So
that's awesome. So Sarah, as we talk about trying to mature this industry along a little bit and maturity in the OT systems management, how does that help us when it comes to threats with the industrial control system space?
So it's kind of funny because obviously I feel like my answer has been taken by both Patrick and David, for the record. Patrick definitely started it, but you start from the same place, right? So level one, know what you have. Level 2, know what's important to you, right? And a lot of what has already been said is totally true. That in some ways is fairly straightforward, perhaps a tedious task, but straightforward. Then you have to start saying, okay, well, the adversary is not just going to stop at that point. And so there's other things you have to understand. Like you have to understand, and this is where sometimes CCE comes in, but there's multiple ways to do this. It's like, how do you increase your thought process so you don't have what we call a failure of imagination? We're trying to identify what the next level is. And so one of the things that I see pretty consistently is people don't understand how the data or data flows in their systems, or whether or not there's an interdependency on a system that was otherwise not significant, right? Because there's always like the not significant but much less protected thing that if that goes away, that kind of messes up your whole day. So you start seeing that. And then, after that, unfortunately, it branches pretty drastically. So then you start saying, well, how does this work? How would an adversary, as I have a cat visitor here, how would an adversary, yeah, the cat adversary, how would an adversary take advantage of your system? Because we start having that conversation as well. And one of the things that comes up pretty quickly, which I'm sure we'll get to at some point, is supply chain. It's not just what you have, how you maintain it, what's important to you, but it's also like the chain of custody of that equipment, of that software before it came to you. And so the obvious thing is SBOM, or hardware, HBOM equivalent. I don't like that one, but HBOM equivalent. But the reality is it's not just what's in the hardware or software at any given point. It's how does that change over time outside of your control? And then how is it made? So there's a lot of adversary attacks that are very much focused, especially on the IT side, understanding how the software is built, how software developers put things together, how they push out changes, all of this containerization, all of third-party libraries. It starts to get very complicated very quickly. So that's a huge part. I think kind of at that same level, but perhaps not as nefarious, is also understanding what the inherent capabilities are of the system that you bought or you've put in place, because a lot of times there's what you use it for and then what it's capable of. And so we see a lot of adversaries recognizing, oh, well, you said you needed a protocol it's one direction, but unfortunately that's a bidirectional protocol by definition on the vendor's end. And then like maybe there was a disconnect there. It doesn't really matter. Nobody is saying like it's evil that it's bidirectional, but on the other hand, that's the kind of thing that somebody's going to draw attention to, will find, unfortunately, and then try and exploit. And then I would say the last thing, probably not the last thing, but the last thing I'll say right now, because I think this is like, I've gone from 100 level through 500, but your graduate level seminar thing is this concept of the poison fruit diet, which is another analogy. But at some point you have to recognize that the food is poisonous. At some point you have to determine, and not related to the diet sense, but if you cannot guarantee that the stuff is secure when you buy it, if there's always a possibility for something to happen over time, then how are you engineering these systems so they don't care? Like how do you create the system so it's inherently resilient and malicious nodes, whether they be hardware or software, are survivable in terms of your operations? And that's really another layer, but that's kind of what we're pushing towards in terms of building engineering thought.
I think SolarWinds has certainly opened a lot of our eyes to that concept and how it can integrate itself and dig itself into our systems. And once it's there, how the heck do you get it out? But that's a great point there, just to make it so you don't care. And that's kind of the point of resiliency, I think, in just about any type of system is being able to recover and make better of a bad situation. But Patrick, a lot of this seems like it's commonplace from the IT space, right? And leading into the OT realm now. How do you see successful companies dealing with these transitions? And do you think it's helping their businesses to achieve operational improvements at all?
I definitely think it's helping the business to get operational improvements. I mean, I think in general, most improvements are good. I think the IT side gets a lot of credit just because it's been around as, I guess, more of a technology discipline versus an engineering or instrumentation and controls discipline. If you take instrumentation and controls, much older discipline by far, right? I mean, some of the earliest computers were like the water clocks that monks used so they knew when to pray on time. I mean, this kind of thing. And those were literally computers because they had that long board that would be pulled through by weights, right? With programmed spaces in the board. So I mean, we've been programming things for a very long time. But yeah, I think the IT side gets more credit than they deserve, but they do deserve some credit, to be honest. I mean, their first mode of operation is, have you tried turning it off and back on again, right? So if that is your base default approach, then that just doesn't work on the OT side. And they do have a lot more, I guess, how do I describe it? Kind of margin for error built into the systems. I mean, if email goes down, yes, the business does halt, do things like break in the IT side all the time. Databases break, big things break. The internet connection goes down. Your cloud service goes down. Things do happen all the time in the IT side. There's just a little bit more kind of buffer for when things go wrong, right? And some of that is there is a pretty strong discipline, as I mentioned earlier, on disaster recovery and continuity of operations. That they did figure that out pretty early on. They didn't get necessarily great at it, but they got good enough at it for the important things on the IT side to have some rigor to the discipline. Some of that is bleeding over into OT. I think the challenge is, like I said, turning it off and back on again really isn't an option. So and wait and see while the IT guy shows up and tries to fix it is a challenge. We saw that with the 2003 blackout, right? I mean, they lost visibility and they were basically waiting for the reboots, and then we had too much trust in the IT side of those systems, and we didn't call out and check the real physical world, right? The kinetic side. So I do think it's good to take some of those practices, but some of those practices have to be shaped and the corners need to be knocked off to fit into the OT realm to have more value to the OT side. It's not like you can just pick them up and forklift them over and say, yep, this will work for you. The concepts are great. The implementation of those concepts is going to be different, I think is probably the best way to put it. And yeah, there's definitely value in doing that. It's going to, I think the challenge, and I've said this before, the OT and IT they're looking a lot more alike than they did in the past. They're looking a lot more like going forward. So everything you buy is going to be digital. Everything's going to have likely going to be, more approaching a commercial off the shelf, operating system in it. There's still some, RTOSs and proprietary OSs out there, and they still will be there, but there'll be fewer and fewer of them over time, and it will normalize a lot more between IT and OT. And it's eventually going to look a lot more like T, right? For that kind of that middle space in the Venn diagram, that circle will get bigger. So those areas, yeah, your disciplines and practices can kind of go back and forth across the lines of OT, IT, but it's still going to have, different types of impacts based on the implementation, So you just can't take the same practices across the board, even if it does just become T. So I think that's the underlying message is, even if it is just T, the implementation of those practices is still going to feel different on the OT side than IT.
For what it's worth, we got Linux running on Mars, so there's that.
That's right. Yeah.
VxWorks is inside the Mars rover, which is oftentimes VxWorks is the RTOS you're finding in a lot of your controllers for industrial controls. So, that'd be kind of fun.
The ultimate hands-off experiment, right?
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah, and they're probably using TeamViewer to get access to it as well. So,
I hope not. So, we've been hitting around on this one a little bit as we've been talking, but the issues related to supply chain, right? We have so much stuff going on right now. We've seen a number of attempts at making improvements here. Heck, Biden just signed another executive order for supply chain to try to do a course correction there. DOE announced a number of programs to enhance safeguards against cyber and physical threats, which includes supply chain component in there. I just go around. I mean, how do you guys feel about this? Are these efforts well placed? Are we making any progress, or are we on a virtual treadmill at this point?
Who wants to start? Dave?
I'll do.
You're usually chomping at the bit to take this one.
Yeah, you're just going to dirty vendor me anyway. So I guess at this point, the fun part for me overall is that we are creators of things, but we also are consumers of things. So there's going to be an ecosystem issue, and going back to the overextended analysis or analogy, easy for me to say, is to say that, while I don't actually grow the lettuce, but I'm going to provide me a salad to eat, and eventually, or maybe give you a salad. So I have to guarantee that the salad was grown properly and didn't have proper chemicals on it, and maybe wash it on the way through, kind of situation. So we're using Windows, we're using Cisco gear, we're using all these other things. It's going to be challenging to fix this with policy. Just do better. And I really feel like we're in a situation now where people have recognized the problem is hard.
Yep.
And the current solution is to tell everybody around you to do better. And so the situation comes down to he's making you insecure. If I wasn't given crap from him, then we would be better. So what he needs to do is do better. And I will state to anyone, without going on a ranty, soapboxy situation, is I agree we need better tools. We need better inherent capabilities in our products and software. We need to make it as easy as possible for users to not do things bad, sort of like the idea behind inherently safe. We know what the limits are, and we should probably make everything better, but we can't just demand it. While I feel like the federal government's demanding and stipulations coming down and pounding on the desk, I said make it secure, is the same as your parents coming in there because you're making too much noise, kids. I come in there, you won't like what's happening. No, you're going to your room. You go clean that up. And it may not be what you needed, but now mom and dad are in the room yelling, and we're going to have to quickly find a way to make them leave and satisfy them. And I don't know if we're going to have that, but we're going to do things. I just don't know if it's going to be the things we actually need for systemic betterment across the board.
Don't make me pull this S-bomb over.
That's it. This industry, that's it. You all are going in a timeout until we figure this whole security thing out.
Yeah, that's how it feels. I sometimes get the sense that we're getting that same message like we used to get from DHS when all the terrorism stuff started. It was basically be vigilant. And it was like, right, what does that mean? And am I vigilant enough? Am I too vigilant? What is vigilance? Am I vigilant now or then or over there or over here? And I felt like I'm vigilant all the time. And suddenly I had vigilance fatigue. And I'm like, oh God, do I still want to do this all the time? And am I doing all the right vigilance? It is a bit murky without like specifics. And at least we're getting to a stage where we're starting to talk about some of the specifics. Have we figured it all out? Oh God, no. But I think basically, to use the analogy with the kids is now we're getting to a place where it's like, well, all right, you kids, you can't play with those kids over there because they're a bad influence on you, right? And you're not making your own good decisions, and they're influencing you into making bad choices. So we've like named and shamed specific places, and it's I think the built-in is different than assembled in is different than, it's such an amazing array of complex mess. It's just so difficult to do. And I think that there's some just simplify by starting somewhere and doing one thing, start there and measure that and work out. But as Dave put it, just waving your arms and saying, why aren't you secure is really not going to get you nowhere. Be more vigilant. It's just, that's not helpful.
Yeah. Sarah, we got a couple of minutes left. You want to finish it out?
Sure. I could not agree more. I think that it helps to have really concrete requirements that we're looking for. I would also describe it more as a tactical and strategic plan for improving security and becoming more vigilant. So I think that in some ways, the strategic plan has been laid out long before the current administration. So, some of this is irrelevant. Yeah, I mean, it's a global ecosystem. You buy your components from everywhere. It's almost impossible to start replicating that here in the United States. But if we wanted to do that on broad scale, we can start now and we'll have it in about, 35 years. So we can do that. I mean, that's a strategy. So I think part of what you're getting at is people are really struggling with, well, maybe we should force that in certain places. And there is a history of that with certain government components and certain government requirements. But I think the other part of this is, improving what we already talked about. Like when we say knowing what you have, we have started on that path. People are really good about recording what they're told. But we haven't really been validating that, and we've only been going to a certain level. So we really have to go deeper, like below my screen deeper, so you can't see my hand anymore. And so that's actually what some of the DOE stuff is looking at, because it's one thing to say this is your controller, it's got this stuff in it, but that stuff changes all the time. And so you can't really start making requirements and statements about where that stuff needs to be made or how it needs to be made unless you can validate what's there. And if that's not consistent, then it's kind of a silly requirement. So I think that's where a lot of the focus is more on that tactical side of understanding more what we have. I have 1 minute left, but I don't have anything else to say. So I thought Carter was going to finish.
I appreciate the insights and everything that you guys are bringing to the table here, because this is truly a problem that we have been working on for a very long time, and it takes time, energy, and effort to do, and no one is going to do it for us. So this means getting our hands dirty. It means actually committing to the work. It means that dedicating resources. It means setting out plans and policies and everything else in place so that everybody's following the same path and going down the same route. Because without these types of efforts, we're not going to have any success in this area. But I think we can, pull a little bit from the successes we've seen in some ways from the IT space, but also, watch for the big craters in the road. The issues that we've had with SolarWinds and all the other components that have happened along those same lines. Those teach us good lessons, and if we don't change our way that we do things, we're destined to make the same mistakes again. So we need to make sure that we're keeping track of all that. So I think we're up, but I appreciate everybody's time. Loved it, and look forward to talking with you guys on the other side.
Awesome. Great.
Thanks, everybody.
Fun panel. Thanks.
Even though it's pandemic times, airports are still functioning. So for those San Franciscans and those of us who are using the SFO, this panel is going to be super interesting. This panel is going to have a holistic look at the cybersecurity design for the SFO, a building that serves the needs of 1 million San Franciscans and visitors who have somehow accessed the city. And this panel is going to be run by Michael Maxman, CISO at City and County of San Francisco, Ramsey Williams, CISO, San Francisco Public Utility Commission, Jonathan Kaplan, Director of Information Security at San Francisco International Airport, and last but not least, Matt Reeves, CTO Infrastructure Network at City and County of San Francisco. This is going to be a very lengthy, but at the same time, very full of information panel for everyone. So I'm not going to take the time more than that, and I would like to welcome everybody on stage.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us today. My name is Mike Maxman. I'm the City CISO for the City and County of San Francisco. And today, we have the pleasure of talking to you about cybersecurity in the buildings where we work, where we serve San Franciscans. I have an amazing panel with me today. Before we get started, just a little about San Francisco. San Francisco is a very unique place. It's really the heartbeat of innovative technology in the United States. The government of San Francisco serves over 1 million San Franciscans and visitors every day. We do everything from flying planes to building roads. We help people in these tough times with COVID. We provide shelter for the unsheltered. We feed the hungry, and we really support our vulnerable communities. Today, we're going to talk about 3 different types of buildings among many that the city owns and operates. They're unique in their own way, and I think you will really enjoy hearing about the technology, the buildings themselves, and of course, the cybersecurity concerns as our panelists present them. Some of our buildings are fully open to the public, and they're meant to be serving San Franciscans and our visitors. Others are really meant to support unique departments and agencies that constitute the city and county government of San Francisco. But regardless, they each have a very unique and specific need that they serve. And the technology in them is very innovative and forward-looking. I think you'll be pleased to learn about the technology and as well how we protect it. So to start with, I'd like to introduce you to our 3 panelists. I have Ramsey Williams from Public Utilities Commission. I have Jonathan Kaplan from San Francisco International Airport, and Matt Reeves from San Francisco Department of Technology. Ramsey, we'll start with you. If you don't mind introducing yourself and talking a little bit about the mission of the Public Utilities Commission.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Mike. As mentioned, my name is Ramsey Williams. My role at the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission is Chief Information Security Officer. I've been in the utility space specifically for about 16 years, and when I moved over to the PUC about 3 years ago, that's where the building system security or cybersecurity came into play. A little bit about the PUC. The PUC is the municipal utility company for the city and county of San Francisco, which includes our power generation that does all the municipal power. It does our wastewater and storm collection, which is a combined system. And then we're also the regional water authority. Through 7 counties, our infrastructure reaches up to Yosemite, through San Mateo, Santa Clara, Alameda, and we serve wholesale customers like the city of San Jose. So we are truly in the city and county of San Francisco, but then we have infrastructure that kind of reaches beyond. One of our, I think I'll save the rest of it for a little bit later, Mike, and I'll transition to Matt, I believe, for an intro.
Thank you, Ramsey. Matt, can you please talk about your distinguished career and the Department of Technology and the customers that we serve in the Department of Technology? And you obviously will need to go off mute to do that.
My name is Matt Reeves. I serve as the Chief Technology Officer for the Department of Technology and for the City and County of San Francisco, focusing on infrastructure and operations for the Department of Technology. Our group there supports the 52 departments that make up the city's government. And to varying degrees, we have a federated model. So we can be very in touch with smaller departments. And then in the case of Ramsey and Jonathan, they're pretty self-contained. So we are partners in that sense. But our overall customer base is 30,000 employees, covering the 49 square miles of San Francisco. We rarely go outside. And I've been in this role for the last 3 years as the CTO. And before that, I'd been with the Department of Technology in another 7 years. Before that, I'd been with the city another 5 years. So I've been in the city and county for quite a while. Before that, I'd had various roles in large public companies, always in technology, and amazingly, all starting with IBM 25 years ago. But thank you for the introduction.
Thank you, Matt. We really appreciate you being here. And it's really fascinating to hear about many different customers you have and kind of the relationships you have with them. Mm-hmm. All right. And now we're turning our attention to Jonathan at San Francisco International Airport. Jonathan, if you don't mind introducing yourself and talking about the mission of San Francisco Airport. I think some people might be surprised of everything that the airport does for San Franciscans and our visitors.
Thank you. So Jonathan Kaplan with San Francisco International Airport. The airport is an enterprise department within the City and County of San Francisco. And our mission is to provide an exceptional airport and service to our communities, and the entire team is focused on providing the best level of service and care possible. We take no taxpayer money directly, so we have to manage ourselves well based on concessions and the fees that are collected by people traveling through the airport. So we strive to be safe and secure in everything we do, to deliver a quality guest experience, and be on the leading edge for airport environmental and social sustainability efforts, all by operating a successful and efficient business.
Thank you, Jonathan. Really appreciate you being here and sharing your unique aspect of the city and the county. So now I want to turn to the actual conversation about building management systems. Now in the city, we've been having the conversation for a while and been focused, but it's not a typical or traditional domain of cybersecurity or technology. For many years, building management systems and other systems that have been driving innovation in the building space have remained somewhat separate from traditional IT concerns and traditional cybersecurity concerns. That is no longer the case, and we no longer, as IT and cybersecurity professionals, can be apart from the systems in our buildings. We know that in many cases, those systems are now managed from the cloud by our third parties. They are connected to the internet. They are connected to the networks in some cases. And all the cybersecurity concerns that for many years, for decades, have plagued traditional IT systems are now a concern for building management systems. And of course, as our buildings are getting more sophisticated, as we put more technology for a lot of good reasons to the buildings to see us, to understand us, to support us, from the air that the building pumps in, to the technology that moves us between the floors, to recognizing and allowing our visitors to go to the right places. The technology becomes critical in the way that we operate our buildings. And as we've seen over the last several years, especially over the last 12 months, cybersecurity criminals and nation states have become much more brazen, sophisticated, and aggressive in attacking companies, organizations, and governments, like the city and the county of San Francisco. So today we have 3 different buildings. We'll start with Ramsey, who'll talk to us about building an innovative, one of the most forward-looking buildings that the city and county of San Francisco built, that really exemplifies the mission of Public Utilities Commission. Then we'll go to Matt and talk about a new campus that just opened its doors 6 months ago, that serves almost a dozen departments, as well as has new innovative facilities focused on serving San Franciscans. And Jonathan will close us off with an amazing story about a building, a non-traditional building that is open to San Franciscans and visitors who fly through the airport. It has some of the most interesting, innovative technology that we've seen. So with that, I want to turn to Ramsey. Ramsey, please talk to us about this headquarters building that really says a lot about the mission and the vision of Public Utilities Commission, especially around its leadership position in water management and energy management. Walk us through the building itself and talk to us about the technology and cyber concerns from the position of the Chief Information Security Officer for the Public Utilities Commission.
Yeah, absolutely, Mike. So, try to dovetail off of that, the mission of the PUC is environmental sustainability, and part of our commission and our commissioners are kind of focused on all of that aspect of water management. So when you walk up to our headquarters building, the first thing that you kind of notice that's different from kind of the concrete empire of downtown San Francisco is we've reconstructed on the outside and on the inside a wetlands. So essentially, as you walk up, you see planter boxes and all sorts of things that you typically wouldn't expect in San Francisco. And I'll get into some of the aspects of why in a second here. The other thing is if you look up, you'll notice on the outside of our buildings, we have wind turbines. There's, things that are spinning and generating electricity. And then kind of as you get inside, as I mentioned, there's wetlands in there, but that's where there's a research program called Pure Water SF. And the technology behind it is what we call the living machine. And so what it does is reclaim all of the water resources that are going through the building, then takes them through a typical waste management process, which includes taking the water and just, putting it into those wetlands, letting it do the natural cycle, and then reclaiming that water and then reusing it back within the building for some of the wastewater components too. So it's all about sustainability and reliability right there. In addition to, our living machine, we have all of the other technologies that need to be managed as well. So these would be for our LEED certification, we have to have the environmental controls. So we have blinds that go up and down. We have elevators, turnstiles, all sorts of things you might find in other buildings and some additional ones. The building was built in 2012, so they're all relatively new, but that's where we kind of start transitioning into this cybersecurity role that I have, where I'm now focused on not only the IT assets, not only our industrial control system assets, but also our building management systems. So these are typically on Windows, Linux, or some type of operating system that needs to be managed, but slightly different than what you would do with your typical vulnerability management program. You would also want to have these things, if I talk about the controls, isolated from the rest of your network. And the other interesting part is most of the IT infrastructure that we have is managed by IT folks. Well, this group is truly building engineers. So these folks don't have an IT background. They ended up with this just because they happen to work here and it was something innovative that the PUC was doing. And so they have the light controls, the elevator systems, all these other things. And then they got me and our IT folks kind of behind them in supporting them. And so asset management, the managing the life cycle so that none of the components, or to get to a point where they can't update the components, is critical. And then rolling into all of the formal, I guess you could say, IT best practices, including some of the industrial control system best practices, but implementing them in a way that's efficient and effective on building systems, which is a relatively new area of focus for most IT or information security officers like folks in my position. Mike, was there anything else you wanted me to cover, or was that about it?
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned some really interesting technology, and kind of as you walk into the building, blinds that, or the shades that go up and down, specific water management technology as well. How do you think about when a new technology comes in, or when technology in the building itself potentially becomes out of date? You have to deal with a lot of vendors. I know in our conversations you mentioned that you have some technology where the vendor, that innovative new vendor that was exciting in 2012 is no longer around. What do you do with that kind of technology? Or when you need to replace something that was new 10 years ago, but is, you wanted to bring something else in. So how do you handle those cases where the vendor might not be available, or you want to replace the vendor with somebody else?
Yeah, so this is a recent adjustment in the city and county of San Francisco. They now have a cybersecurity risk management program focused on vendor risk management. So what Mike's alluding to is we have a video wall that's downstairs, which is a building system. And it was put back in 2012. But like a lot of these companies, they go in and out of business. In this case, they didn't go out of business, they were acquired. And so the company that acquired them didn't want them selling back to the industry. They wanted to use all the technology internally for themselves. A little selfish from my perspective, but I get it, right? And so now we're looking for another vendor. But now when we look at vendors, we're looking at, you know, the risk profile of the vendor. And then we've also got some mature practices through our OCA process where they're looking at, hey, will this company be around in a few years? What do their financials look like? Just some basic sanity checks so that we try and avoid this as much as we can. And we can't avoid it all the time. So we really just deal with whatever's kind of coming at us. Great question, Mike. So I guess the answer is we have to be nimble and do what we need to do to get the job done. And it's not always the best case scenario. And sometimes we have to adapt to whatever it is. In this case, the video wall, we have to look for another vendor. So,
thank you. Thanks, Ramsey. That's a really interesting case. Another thing that probably is in your mind is remote access, right? And separation of those systems. Unfortunately, we've seen renewed focus from cyber gangs and cyber criminals on critical infrastructure and building management systems. How do you think, in your conversation, what are conversations you're having with the building group about making sure that traditional attacks can't necessarily reach the building, or what kind of protections have you put in place to really start protecting the systems that were designed in 2012, but now have to face the 2022 cyber attacks?
Great question, Mike. Yeah, so when I first started up, we had a little bit of a looser remote access policy. A lot of the building system management providers, which have like managed contracts, wanted direct VPN access or direct access into their control systems for obvious reasons to take out, you know, when they're troubleshooting any kind of variable or confusion, right? With that, we tried to hold our own and essentially leverage our enterprise cybersecurity remote access solution, which in our case is a virtual desktop or virtual environment through Citrix. And for the most part, I'd say about 80% of the time, we're effective in getting the vendor to use the solution we want. Occasionally, we'll make exceptions, and that's where we have to go above and beyond with some of our different firewall technologies to make sure that we have, you know, a single source, a single destination, and a switch where we can turn the connection on and off, which is a little bit of a pain because we have to get our network team involved in enabling and disabling the firewall rule. But we're able to maintain the control and that secure perimeter. And I think that's the objective. So yeah, we've had a couple of different approaches, but for the most part, we like to use the same remote access solutions that we provide to all of our employees and contractors. So, thank you, Mike.
The last question to you, and then we will talk with Matt. Have you seen the kind of the change in some of the vendors in terms of recognition of cybersecurity as being a priority, as being part of the quality of the system? I know in the past, when we talked with some of the building management IT folks, security was not necessarily something on their mind, or definitely was not at the top of their list. Have you seen that changed in the last couple of years as you talk to some of the key vendors who provide the critical infrastructure, or help you manage this amazing building?
Yeah, that's a really great question. I'd have to say it depends on the vendor. So we see the full spectrum of, some organizations taking cybersecurity extremely seriously. They're on top of it, they're ahead of it, they know what's going on. And usually it's because that company has dedicated resources, put a strategy in place, and do all the things you'd expect a more mature organization to do. And occasionally we get a smaller organization, somebody with something innovative, a new type of sensor, some sort of research development, often out of academia, where we've got a really bright professor, but he's never really built the controls and the foundational components you'd like to have in any system that you procure. And so for the most part, what we try to do is, with our vendor risk management assessments, try and steer ourselves towards a better or more secure vendor, and try and just advise our business decision makers on what are the risks so they can make a better and more informed decision. And sometimes the hands are tied. There's only one vendor, and it's just a really bright set of students or professors. We use it. So it's not ideal, but we put some control around that too. So Mike, back to you.
Thank you, Ramsey. Because we have a minute and we have a great question, I'm going to ask you that last one, and then we'll definitely move on. So we have a great question in terms of your education or working together with the building managers, the group that actually manage the building systems? How did you establish that relationship? Did you kind of jointly have discussions, education, training around cybersecurity to raise the awareness of the group that traditionally has not been tasked with cybersecurity, but is now finding itself in the cybersecurity game?
Yeah, so I showed up after the first set of building systems were put in place. I do have some of the historical knowledge, and I know that when we made the transition from our Market Street address to this address that we're at on Golden Gate, IT was heavily involved. We didn't get to choose or have input into the building systems that we're going to use, but we did get to play a part in a little bit after the fact. So we didn't get to define the requirements, but then as the things landed, we got to provide a dedicated subnet for them, isolate them from the rest of the network because we knew they were different, predefine IPs, and then throw some controls around it. So it was almost like that traditional add-on security after the fact model back in 2012. Now what we're trying to do is get ahead of that. So when we do things like replace the video wall, we're absolutely ahead of the game and saying, hey, when you're going to go look at something, please keep these things in mind.
So it sounds like you together requirements and you have initial engagement, which is probably a lot better than catching up after the fact. Thank you, Ramsey. I really appreciate that. Yeah. We have other questions coming in, and if we have time at the end, we'll address them as well. But now it's time to talk to Matt. Matt, you have architected and put together network environment for one of our latest and most amazing buildings. It houses a dozen city departments. It houses an innovative center for San Franciscans. Can you talk to us a little bit about give us a visual of what this building is? If I walk into this building, what do I see? What's the purpose? And then talk to us a little bit some of the technology that we put in place to really help all close to 1,000 people or even more operate in this building and serve the people of San Francisco.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Mike. I'll give you a little bit more background on the building itself. It's got a couple aspects to it. The first one is it does have a typical office building deployment where we have 16 floors housing 12 different departments with about 1,800 people when it's populated fully. But it also has something new, and it's our San Francisco Permit Center. And the Permit Center concept was developed to streamline all the permitting processes that we have in the city. And the problem we're solving with that is instead of having to go to 3 or 4 or more different physical locations, whether you needed a city planning or the fire department or the health department to sign off on permits, you can go to one location. And all the departments and all the permitting processes exist there. So the first 2 floors of this building are open to the public, and they are called the Permit Center, where all 12 departments that are involved in the permitting processes are there. So we do have one specific area that has a lot of different departments and flexibility in where the departments are operating, and they can change that. So one of our challenges was, how do we make it easy for departments to move around wirelessly and wired to the resources they need? Our approach for that was to use a software-defined network, a unified fabric. So we took a look at the building and considered it as one large fabric that we could use for anything we really needed to support, anything that needed communications. And that included the building systems, so everything from the elevators and the dimming panes of glass, and all the typical building systems are supported there. But I wanted to mention a little bit more about the user side, because that's where some of the differences are. They are for us in our first deployment. And this is our first software-defined campus deployment. And as we've been going down the software-defined path, if anyone out there has been doing that, you'll realize and recognize that software-defined networks is more of a journey where you begin, you deploy, and then you have lots of opportunities for enhancements as you go along and integrations. So we chose some initial integrations to enhance some security aspects. The one that we implemented that is more user side is we now have users authenticating to the network prior to getting access to resources. And when they authenticate, then based on their identity, they're granted access to resources that they need to do their jobs. And the authentication process, because we have many departments, we wanted to make that a uniform process. So we chose the city's identity and access management platform, which is based on the city's broad directory, which includes all employees and contractors, and is sourced out of our HR system, and is in use today for access to things like our HR systems, our finance systems, our email systems. So it's a common identity, or it's known to users, but now it has a new purpose. And the new purpose is to identify them to the network so that we can, wherever they connect, with whichever port they come into, whichever floor, we can associate them with the virtual network within the campus that's been designed to support their department. And as I mentioned, the journey, our granularity at this point is to determine privileges on the network based on the department that a user comes from. But that can be deployed throughout the building. And we do the same thing on the wireless connections also. So you can get an internal fire department connection on a wire or wireless at different locations throughout the building. But that makes it easier for operations down in the permit center, where it's a lot more of a volatile environment, and it's public, and there are kiosks that we've deployed through the fabric. And as we've integrated or used the fabric to transport the business systems traffic, it gives us another advantage as well, because the software-defined elements of the consoles that we use contain a lot more visibility tools, monitoring tools, and analytics that we typically would apply to users, but we can also see all of the traffic coming through. So we can do the same thing with business management systems that are operating throughout the building. So everything is treated just as a flow, and all of the monitoring is available for all of the systems in parallel. Was there any other particulars about that aspect, Mike? I know you were interested in the identity aspect of it.
Yeah, Matt, thank you so much for giving us a good overview. This is amazing new building where you walk in and you basically stand in this light court, and you can see 12 departments that before you had to go to different buildings or different floors, and you can basically do your business in a very expeditious new way. And this is the fascinating design that you've just described, where both the building management systems and traditional systems are really part of just the software-defined flows. That's a really new and interesting way that you've approached the architecture. This building is part, you mentioned, is part of the campus. Does it get to benefit from all the previous investments that the city has made in, for example, in cybersecurity? Now that there's a flow, right? Similar, for the building management system, not similar to any other flows. We can channel it, as I think, through all of the cybersecurity controls, cybersecurity protections we had in place. And was that the intention here as well in this new building, that it would benefit, all the flows would benefit from the cybersecurity protections that we've put in place for many other buildings and for the network in general?
Yes, thanks for mentioning that too, Mike. And I wanted to make another, to answer your question, I have two parts to it. One part is I wanted to go back to the federated relationships we have with different departments. And so meaning departments have IT admin and IT groups that tend to them. And when we have one large unified fabric, we typically don't have enough RBAC or role-based access for these tools that we usually want. It evolves and usually gets better. But what we are doing to provide the IT administrators better tools to help their users and manage their environments is taking those flows that come out of the core taking the flows that come out of the firewalls that the departments have, and sending those to our Splunk infrastructure, where we tag the information coming in based on department, and we can separate it in Splunk and provide dashboards to all the IT departments.
We've lost the connection for a second with Matt. Hopefully he'll be back very soon. That's an interesting perspective of how do you serve multiple departments at the same time? How do you provide visibility into tools that were not designed or initially with the idea that multiple different independent entities in some ways need access?
So they can see
we're still having a problem. So we will come back to you.
Yep. Sorry about that.
No worries. I think you're back actually. So
Yeah,
we heard you talking about, well, this is a virtual conference, and so we all deal with connectivity. So we heard you talking about kind of RBAC and really providing access through dashboard, and then you mentioned there was a second aspect to the flows besides the visibility that we want to provide to our federated departments.
Right, and that's part of the software-defined elements where we've got analytics, and we've got threat prevention, and we've got a lot more controls for not just north-south, which is basically what we do with our authentications. We place users into a north-south path, and then on the east-west, we also see that traffic, and if we don't expect a lot in campuses, but we can detect anomalies that are happening across all the systems that are on the campus now, and we can send those over to reporting structures in Splunk as well. And that can be used by your department, our department, as a natural part of the health check for the entire fabric.
That's
one other element that of the investments we've made that you mentioned is for the last 18 to 24 months prior to the building coming live, we've been developing a new core and software-defined data center elements. And the campus came along right at the right time to be onboarded. So the departments, when they leave the campus or when the campus connects into the new network, they go into their isolated elements that we have prepared for them. So everyone from a given department, whether it's our department DT or city planning department, they enter in and leave the campus and go into a specific departmental isolated element. And they also have each department that enters in has a specific firewall that's dedicated to them, and policies are determined by them. And so every time they enter, they get the benefit of having that protection as well. And all of those flows as well from those firewalls get fed back into the single source through Splunk. So we have a unified view of those as well.
I think that's a new and very innovative design. I know software-defined networking and zero trust has been buzzwords in the industry for a while, but to see it come alive, especially come alive in such a complicated environment like the city and county of San Francisco for 12 departments, is very exciting for me personally. And so I'm glad to be that I was part of that journey, Matt. Thank you for giving us a view of this new campus that just came online, and that will serve San Francisco for years to come. And now we turn our conversation to Jonathan. Jonathan, you've been a trooper. You've been waiting to talk about the airport. I know airport is one of our most innovative, most technologically heavy users, and everything that you do as part of the airport, you consider technology from the get-go. So talk to us about this unusual building that you've chosen, long-term parking garage. That's not something we don't think of long-term parking garages or garages in general as buildings that are heavy in technology. So I'm actually really excited to hear about what's the user experience. Somebody drives into the garage. What does the garage starts to know about the users? How do the garage actually help keep the people who use it safe and protect them and make sure that that information is protected as well? So Jonathan, up to you.
Thank you. So the airport's long-term parking garage is a 6-story, 1.2 million square foot facility with 3,600 parking stalls. And we've deployed an automated parking guidance system so that when members of the public get their little chit and pull in, it actually lets them know where there are free spots. And as you drive through the different levels of the garage, you'll see red and green lights giving you an indication where there are lots of empty spots, where there are not so much in terms of empty spots. So the idea is to allow passengers to get their vehicles parked in a stress-free way so they can come to the airport and do what they've come here to do. But the building itself has so many different technologies. We have solar panels that control the roof. Solar panels on the roof that feed into our electric system. We have a lighting control system that is designed to reduce energy consumption. The airport has made a commitment to zero net energy by 2021. So we're always taking a look at how we can better utilize power. We can remotely adjust the energy consumption from elevators to the other electrical and mechanical aspects. We have sensors built into the floor to know where there are areas that you sort of count. You can count the number of vehicles going over a spot. The video cameras themselves can visually determine which stalls are free and which stalls are not. And all of this has to be done in an environment that both protects the integrity of the network of the building itself, as well as the other portions of the airport that's connected to in terms of our campus. So we want to provide an environment where we can rapidly adopt new technology in an area where OT has frequently lagged IT. So we had to take a risk-based approach. So the idea is to provide an appropriate level of control for the types of risk that might be present. And a fascinating conversation, they're talking about the lighting system. And I said, well, what happens if it was compromised and lights go off? They said, well, that shouldn't be a problem. I said, you're in the middle of a multi-level garage. If the lights go off, people could stumble and hurt themselves. So turns out we have an emergency lighting system which would kick in so that the should those remote controls somehow not work properly, we could still ensure the safety of those inside the garage. But some of those interesting questions, remote access, we require strong multi-factor authentication to touch any portion of this environment. We provide strong segmentation between the different ICS systems, sometimes managed by different vendors. Some of those operate to servers running in our data center. Some of those are based on cloud-based services. So how do you safely allow an industrial control system to interact with the cloud in a safe way? So we need to take a deny by default security policy, but be nimble enough that as the system evolves, working with our vendors and contractors to say, I guess we got to change those rules as you update and provide more capability. So it is a very rapidly changing threat landscape. So it requires us to be quick on our feet so that we can continue to add new technology in service of our community, but at the same time, having the controls and the confidence in the controls that we can do that safely.
Thank you, Jonathan. This is a fascinating building. Of course, massive square footage, video cameras, sensors. The people who manage that technology, how does the conversation go with you? Who's part of the security team? Do they bring you in early enough? Do they know to bring you in early enough? How do you communicate requirements, especially if they might be looking at upgrading or changing some of the aspects of the technology?
What a great question. And with so many different construction projects, it's been done in so many different ways. But over the last few years, our design and construction team has become much more aware that it is cheaper and safer to build these controls in at the beginning of these projects. Sometimes even when we're still in the contracting phase, risk is often best dealt with in the contract before you get to the technology. Who's going to manage it? How are the security updates are going to be applied? How will we physically protect that environment? What is the level of logical interconnection between different systems? Energy management versus access control versus the video monitoring system. So we really need to work closely and also be very, again, quick on our feet. Sometimes vendors come up with ideas that we didn't anticipate, and we want to embrace those, but do so in a safe manner. One of the early discussions we always have is on network segmentation and data flow. Just asking the vendors, that sounds wonderful. Can you please write down on a piece of paper, how do these devices talk to each other? And then we can sit down with the network security team, with the operations team, and say, well, what is the level of access they need, both for those operational technology, as well as the level of access needed to maintain that and monitor that. So it just seems like there are so many different ways. I can't give you a simple answer, but it's really required everyone on the team to be aware of their part in keeping a safe airport, not just physically safe, but cyber safe as well.
Jonathan, that level of coordination and new awareness that you and your team have brought to traditional construction teams, to the contracting teams that have been focused on mostly about kind of how to stand things up, how to build things. You now have to think about it a little differently. And you mentioned risk-based approach, which I love, and we've embraced here in the city. You know, Ramsey applying risk-based approach to the vendors that he's looking at. Matt is selecting controls based on the risk-based approach as well. So I think that's the way for the future. That's the only way that we can really weigh true consequences of our decisions. Last question before our time runs out. All the sensors at the long-term parking garage, the video, there's a lot of telemetry, right? How do you make sure that you get some kind of view of this? Do you have to store this? Does it give you alerts? What is the thinking? And if it's not necessarily in place, what are you thinking about? How do you consume now this expanded telemetry that you've never had to worry about before? So part of what's fascinating is, from one perspective, you could view these as separate siloed systems. And historically, that's the way building systems were designed in the conventional thinking. But as you point out, we're collecting an enormous amount of data, and we're interested in that data as other parties. So the term data lake, I think one hears frequently, but what we do is we keep all of these environments at the edge very isolated from each other, using both SDN and traditional network segmentation. And then when that data is collected, we have an ICS-specific DMZ, which can see into these different ICS enclaves, and that information is gathered. And frequently, we're having discussions with multiple vendors where they say, well, we're doing X, but it would be very helpful if we could have access to information Y. And we say, we can help with that. And in some cases, we're interested in that data for long-term trends. As a campus, we've committed to energy net zero, and that's a data-driven discussion. And sometimes we get some really interesting insights. For instance, we were studying a different building and trying to get the energy utilization very low when the building wasn't in use. And yet we saw this very significant spike. It turned out we didn't account for the fact that the electric vehicles that are parked outside were being monitored in terms of power usage with the building as a whole. And once we separated those two so we could look at the data separately, we were able to see, oh, we're actually doing a very good job in terms of the building system. We need to think a little more creatively about how we manage, for instance, electric vehicle charging, whether that's in our normal vehicle or some of the newer electric vehicles we're using in and around the ramp areas, where we're trying to slowly move away from diesel technology to electric
vehicles in terms of those that push the planes back and forth.
Fascinating. Great question. All right, last question. Unfortunately, our time in discussion runs over. A lot of these new sensors and a lot of, we I think in the past you mentioned, some buildings, each pane of glass has its own IP address. How do we, how are you thinking about that sprawl of the IP space and now have to read and have to understand, millions and millions of IP addresses and IP sources on the network? What has been put in place, or what are you thinking about when you think about that, just explosion of IP-based devices when every single piece has its own IP?
So we're not quite up to millions, but it is a real challenge. The proliferation of IP technology creates a lot of very powerful capabilities, particularly with these traditionally dumb devices. But at the same time, every IP address is potentially adding to your attack surface. So again, it's a multi-pronged defense in depth approach. First being, if a set of systems being used for one purpose, say monitoring which vehicles are in which stalls and keeping a running count of the empty spaces, if that doesn't need to interact with the lighting system, don't allow it. We try to maintain a flat network in terms of our IP allocation, because every time one performs NAT, that creates other challenges. But it can be a real challenge at times.
I hear that, and I think that's a new challenge for all of us, as we're seeing, because the city is looking forward to implementing more sensor-based technology, more building-based technology. Call comes with IT space. We are at our time. We have more questions coming in, but unfortunately, we don't have time to answer all of them. We'd be glad to talk to folks offline. You can contact, of course, Cybersec for more questions, and they'll be able to pass it out to our panelists. I want to thank everybody here for taking their time. Ramsey, Matt, Jonathan, fascinating discussion. I know we just scratched the surface. There's so much depth that we can go into, but I appreciate you thinking on behalf of the city and the county how to protect a new type of environment for us, a new type of threat attack surface where it's actually exploited by cyber gangs, by cyber criminals, and even by nation states. We'll continue thinking, we'll continue working together, and as a city, we'll continue innovating. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for everybody who joined us today for this very fascinating panel. Take care, everybody.
Goodbye.
The new IoT cybersecurity law focuses primarily on procurement of IT technology and products by the federal government, but it also has the potential to create a more uniform IoT security standard across the private sector. And now we have the perfect person. Patrick Miller, independent security and regulatory advisor, is going to discuss this topic and take a look at how this will affect your risk management strategies. So Patrick, stage is yours.
Hello all, I am Patrick Miller. I'm here to talk about the Internet of Things Cybersecurity Improvement Act of 2020. This is the new law that is put in place in the US. So real quick introductions. I've done some things. This will be available later, I'm sure. So let's just jump right in. What is IoT and IIoT? Starting out, just defining what the legal definitions of IT, IoT, OT, IIoT. This is challenging enough. So it's difficult enough to do this in the just a conversational space, right? But doing this from a legal perspective gets even more challenging. And I think maybe where previous efforts have failed to actually get something kind of codified into US law is we've struggled with just what the definition is. So we'll start out with that. In this current law, the definition is have at least one transducer, sensor, or actuator for interacting directly with the physical world, and at least one network interface, and are not conventional information technology devices. And they actually go through a definition for IT as well. But it is effectively the extension of internet connectivity into physical devices and everyday objects. That's the definition that's put into this particular legislation. So, in reality, we appreciate having to narrow that scope, and I think that's one of the reasons the law passed, is the scope was narrowed down to these things. But in a bigger picture, right? IoT, IIoT, these are basically other people's computers inside your home or business, because it's a device that is there, but in a lot of cases you manage it to a certain extent, but there's a lot of additional effort that's necessary by the manufacturer to keep that product where it needs to be. It's not like a traditional laptop or server or even a phone, right, or a tablet. What we have seen so far is it does have basically some IoT has very widespread inertia. There's a lot of it being installed. It's going in everywhere. There are some, I guess, the more conservative estimates are around 21.5 billion devices by 2025. And some of the more extreme cases, we could reach somewhere upwards of 75 billion devices by 2025. That's not long, right? That's like 4 years or less than 4 years away. This is likely going to expand significantly as we get 5G rolled out. We're starting to see things like satellite internet connectivity. The availability of sensors and the price of sensors is going down. So this is what's really driving this, massive potential install base. What we have also seen at the same time is that IoT, IIoT has a very long list of attacks against it already. And I think it's even been labeled basically, as the kind of crash test dummy for the consumer space by some, because it was rolled out so quickly with what would be arguably so little thought toward security on some of these products. But of course, the Mirai botnet comes to mind immediately, but there's been just a long laundry list of botnets, data exfiltration, et cetera. So let's talk about some of the partial scope of the problem, right? The scope is much bigger than this long list I've got on the slide, but what drives some of these issues around IoT and IIoT and why we really needed this legislation? They're the lower cost per device, right? They don't cost a lot, primarily because you have a higher volume deployment. If you're going to roll out 1 million of these things, or even 1,000 of these things, or even 100 of these things, cost matters, right? And if it's 5 cents more than the next piece, that cost can make a big difference, right? Especially when you get upwards of thousands to millions of devices. They arguably have a lower computing power. They can't handle all of the IT stuff, right? In some cases, they can't run things like antivirus or other tool sets. But they do have some computing power, and in a lot of cases, that's where we've seen the attack surfaces. The computing power has been used against these other environments, right? They've been manipulated in ways where they've got enough power to be useful to an adversary. Hyper embeddedness is my own term. These systems have embedded everything, right? So in a lot of cases, they've got firmware, and that's got things packed inside it, and they may be running services where those are also embedded, components embedded within those services. And we've got a situation where we don't really know, in some cases, exactly what's inside these devices from like a library or code base, right? Without having to really dig in and look at things like if you can get something like a software bill of materials or a firmware bill of materials or hardware, that's challenging, right? They have always on connectivity. They're basically expected to be on all the time because they're doing something. It's a connection to a physical thing. So you want that physical thing to be ready when you need it, and having to go turn the network connectivity on or turn the device on is challenging for the model. And in some cases, the network connectivity is directly to the internet. They do prioritize ease of use. They don't really prioritize security. It is mainly to get the devices out there, get them installed, make them easier to roll out, because in some cases you're rolling a fleet of them out, or a lot of them all at once, or it's consumer driven, and it has to be, the technical skill sets of any consumer has to be factored in. And you often trade convenience or ease of use for security. That's a very standard trade-off. Not a good one, but it's there. They do have a lot of APIs, and they do like to interact with pretty much everything, because they don't know where this device is going and what it will be, what environment it'll be in. So they want to make it super flexible, kind of a Swiss Army knife of connectivity options. The companion apps that come with these, whatever those are, whether they're IIoT grade and there's more of a server style kind of function, or if it's just an app you load on your phone for the consumer grade stuff, of course, those apps themselves are part of this kind of IoT ecosystem, and they can be, frankly, I've seen in some cases even worse than the IoT device itself, just the way the app was written. Very often rush to market. It's pretty well known that security is deprioritized in those cases because security is hard and security is expensive. So those things are typically counter to rushed to market kind of perspectives. It is a disruptive space. It's got a lot of rapid shifts, and as new platforms roll out, entire platforms kind of get left behind. So they're I don't want to say they're like the disposable Kleenex of our world, but in a lot of cases, upgrading isn't easy because they're not as modular as, like, you can't like pop pieces out and add new pieces in. So in some cases, you have to just either move forward with a new app layer and work with what you've got on the underpinning, or you go through and rip and replace all the IoT components, the actual physical devices. What I call the disposability paradox for consumer versus industrial, that disposable perspective doesn't work well in the industrial space. So the IoT consumer side, IIoT industrial side, they're very conflicting when it comes to disposability. You can't roll a bunch of trucks to replace a bunch of these things from an IIoT perspective side. So they will become entrenched, and if the disruptive components move past what's entrenched, that can leave the IIoT side behind, which creates a significant challenge for them. Right now, it is the IoT space is responsible for almost a third of all mobile and Wi-Fi network infections. This is in a recent report. And really, in no uncertain terms, is kind of pointed at as the poster child or general example of kind of bad security practice. So what are we looking at here in terms of the legal landscape, right? So there are basically kind of, at least in the US, and we'll talk a little bit about some of the other areas, but in the US, there are basically three legal regimes. There's the state level, and they often target manufacturers. It's really typically defined fairly broadly. They're not that specific, and it's, really, for all intents and purposes, it's kind of left up to the Attorney General to decide what is or what isn't in scope. There hasn't been a lot of legal precedent set on these just yet. They're not new, but they're fairly new. There's the Federal Trade Commission, of course, and it does focus on consumer level goods. So they do have some weight in the game. They're a pretty significant player. And they can work on the consumer side of things to protect the consumers. And then what we're talking about today primarily is the federal space, right? And this is the most recent law, and it targets the IoT devices through the government purchasing process, which is a very powerful thing, because we're talking about the entire US federal government and whatever they buy, right? That's a pretty big machine. So it's got a very strong influence. So what this basically means is, if you're in the US, and of course we'll talk about abroad as well, but manufacturers in general should consider programmatic approaches to security, right? What you need to be able to do is demonstrate your pre-sale approach to secure development of the devices, and then how you're going to handle this post-sale with your maintenance, right? Because it's not just getting the device securely built, it's also helping the purchasers or the consumers of the devices, users of these devices, maintain it long term as it lives through its lifespan in a house or an organization, or in this case, for this particular law, in the federal government. So in organizations, agencies, they should have a security program that governs the integration of these devices. So if you're a company, yes, though this law doesn't necessarily directly apply to you, it does apply to federal agencies. Either way, it's going to have this, we'll talk about this kind of, the law of diffusion means it will permeate around in general. So everyone really should have kind of a security program that governs how you're going to integrate IoT. We do see some common threads across all of the different legal regimes, things like identity management, patching, and configuration management. Those are some threads that I've seen that are, if I had to pick 3 things I've seen in all 3 of the different legal areas, those are very common, that they pop up every single time. I would say they're the most common 3 that I've found. And how do you, so if this is a law, whether it's a state law or a federal law, how do you prove that you're effectively compliant to the law or you're following the law? Really, it comes down to documenting your controls, right? So it's those pre-sale, post-sale. So it's development side. What are you doing from the manufacturing controls, security controls, and then how are you helping this device, be usable long term, both away from your manufacturing or your original OEM. So the consumer can do this, but you're providing the consumer the ability and the capability to do this. So we start with the California precedent. Really, this in the U.S., this was pretty much the first thing that came out. It regulated the companies that manufacture connected devices sold in the state. The connected device, right? This is a specific term in the statute. Is any device that connects to the internet directly or indirectly. Absolutely wide scope. Like I mentioned, it's kind of up to the Attorney General to figure out what that means. And the devices must have reasonable security features, and that's another really difficult term to decide. Just ask any insurance underwriter what's reasonable from a security or a cybersecurity perspective. But it had the reasonable security features must be appropriate to the nature and function of the device, appropriate to the information the device may collect, and of course designed to protect both the device and its information from unauthorized access. Right. So there, at least we have some guardrails. And as I mentioned, it's still pretty loose, even though there's guardrails in place. After that, Oregon followed in the U.S., and then of course Europe, Singapore, Australia. It's I would say it's pretty much a global shift. They all look fairly close in terms of what the laws are for these different areas. Yeah, they all have their uniquenesses and idiosyncrasies around some of the legal functions and legal tools, legal machinery, but they're in general, as you back out, they all look pretty much alike. So this new IoT Cybersecurity Improvement Act of 2020, that's its name. You'll see I abbreviate it later on as IoT CIA 2020 because, why not? It was enacted on December 4th of 2020, so that's last year. It is in place. Really, and I've got a couple of quotes from it. To establish minimum security standards for IoT devices owned or controlled by the federal government and for other purposes. Clearly what there is owned and controlled by the federal government and for other purposes. I've had some opinions on what that means from some legal angles, and I'm still a little murky on that one. I wish I had a better answer for you now. And then, of course, minimum information security requirements for managing cybersecurity risks associated with such devices, right? So it says basically we have to have minimums. Where that scope is, it's basically those things for the federal government, and they have to be employed. It affects primarily the purchase and use of IoT devices by federal government agencies. And of course, this does trickle down to contractors directly as well. And in a nutshell, it just basically requires NIST to write the standards and then the OMB to enforce the standards, right? That's a simplified version of what we're looking at. So these are the actual requirement pieces. I'll go through those fairly quickly. Basically, NIST, their portion of the development of the standards. I can say one of the good things about this is they didn't try to write their own standards, right? Or NIST has a lot of guidelines too, but they didn't try to write their own thing. They actually relied on NIST to do this. I think that's much better because first of all, it aligns with things like the CSF and the risk management framework, the cybersecurity risk management framework, and it allows it to work its way within like the interagency or internal reports, as well as the special publications, right? All those SPs and IRs that NIST makes. There's a lot of traction in NIST for this already. So I think that was probably the smartest move, to be honest, for a US-based regulation. NIST must develop and publish standards and guidelines for the federal government on the appropriate use and management by agencies of IoT devices owned or controlled by an agency, connected to information systems or controlled by an agency, and then, of course, the minimum information security requirements for managing risks associated. So that sentence, though it does have its murky components, is still fairly straightforward. I mean, there's some room for gray in there, but there's not a lot. I've seen a lot of regulatory language, pardon me, and this isn't bad, right? It's better than some. For the OMB side, basically, they're there to review the agency's information security policies and principles on the basis of those NIST standards and guidelines, and then basically audit them, effectively audit them, and then make adjustments as needed to make sure that their policies and principles are consistent with the guidelines, right? So the requirements themselves, NIST should publish standards and guidelines on the use and management of IoT devices, direct OMB to review federal government. Those are the key, like guardrails for who is writing, who is enforcing effectively, and then to update those standards, right? And you have to do this every 5 years. Technology can shift a lot in 5 years. We probably have at least 5, iPhone platforms in 5 years. But in the IoT space, especially in IIoT, things will likely move a little slower. 5 years is not a bad window, in my opinion. So I think that's sane. And I like the fact that it's required to be updated within every 5 years. So you gotta go back and refresh this. So this will put a big group of folks at NIST on a group to make this happen on a regular basis, because it takes about 5 years realistically to monitor and create something like this effectively. This next one is awesome. Prohibit the procurement or use by federal agencies of IoT devices that do not comply with the requirements. And then, of course, we'll talk about some of the challenges here. It does include a waiver process for devices necessary for national security, which is an interesting paradox in my mind, and then needed for research, of course. So if you want to research one of these things, you can do that. And then, of course, you need to secure them using alternative or effective methods. This can be an interesting, we'll say, churn on what this means. So more of the requirements, NIST needs to publish guidelines for reporting security vulnerabilities related to federal agency information systems, including IoT devices. This one is key. This is, in my mind, one of the most awesome parts of this regulation. The requirement for the vulnerabilities to be both reported and there's a reporting path and then an information disclosure path, right? So these pieces are, I would say probably the biggest piece of the standard. We'll talk a little more about that. Direct OMB to develop and implement policies that are necessary to address security vulnerabilities. Basically, OMB is, we'll call it enforcement. It's not like an enforcement arm in some senses, like if those of you are familiar with the NERC side, it's not the same thing, but it's still an enforcement component. And then contractors providing IoT devices to the U.S. government, they adopt coordinated vulnerability disclosure policies as well. So this does affect contractors in addition. And then, of course, it also requires that you update the federal acquisition regulation for consistency with the NIST standards and guidelines, right? So the purchasing functions get updated to match this as well. So there's, in terms of the size of a law document, right, that comes out of Congress, this one is fairly short. It's like 7 pages or so. I've seen some that are hundreds, thousands of pages. So this one, for as short as it is, it's fairly concise and I think is direct enough to actually get some traction. So these things that we've seen so far, they're simple enough to work. So what are NIST standards and guidelines right now? We'll get a little bit more detail in terms of the different pieces and components that make all of this up, but to summarize it, really, it's vulnerability identification and management, it's secure development, it's identity management, patch management, configuration management. Again, these are I mentioned earlier, some of the key threads I've seen with this law and others. You'll see those 3 here. But this is effectively what we're talking about from all the NIST documentation. So what does the stack look like, right? It is the IoT CIA law. That's kind of the umbrella overall. It leans on NIST to create these standards and guidelines. So NIST has created, some of these are in draft stage and some of them are already done or in final stage. So NIST drafts, once they get to this stage in the game, they don't change like really drastically. So they may change a little bit, but not much. So there's the NIST Special Publication 800-213. That is kind of the umbrella on the NIST side for the special pubs components. And then the NIST, what are known as interagency or internal reports or IR documents. And there is a little stack there, which probably should have been represented vertically as well. But the NIST IR 8259 is the group that we're looking at. So for those of you that are out there doing Google searches right now, there's some great NIST workshops that are recorded on this. So there's a lot of really good supporting documentation and a lot of really good traction for what's been done here. And I applaud the Congress actually for just using what we had versus trying to reinvent a new rounder wheel. So these are the NIST document names. Okay, so 800-213 is the IoT device cybersecurity guidance for the federal government, and then basically it's establishing those IoT device cybersecurity requirements. I'll talk a little bit about these here in just a minute to give you some more perspective on each one. 8259 is the foundational cybersecurity activities. So this is like the foundational stuff. This kind of lays the groundwork for everything else you're going to do. The 8259A, that is the technical components, and it's the technical capabilities. We'll call it a core baseline. For those in the electric sector, you're familiar with the NERC baselines or other baselines in NIST documentation. It's basically along those same lines. It's like, these are the technical things that you need to know about first and track, right, for these devices. 8259B, those are the non-technical things, and this is really like, more like the non-technical stuff like documentation, and we'll get into some of that. I'll talk more about it in a minute. And then C is the creating a profile on using the core baseline and non-technical baseline. So the technical and non-technical baselines. This is basically how you create a profile for your organization. And then 8259D is basically an example of one that's been done and kind of shows you what it looks like. So there's a lot of really good, solid documentation here. Is it perfect? No, but this is really a fantastic start for where we need to go with this. So 800-213, as I mentioned, it does align with the CSF, the RMF, the other 800 series, so particularly 853 and FSMA, which would be expected. This SP is a little bit different in that it basically is like a list of questions. It's an assessment guide to help you understand how you're going to use these devices, what they are, what they're going to do for you, and it's a really good way to walk through and kind of characterize what you're going to do with all of this. So these are the list of 10 questions. These are standard things that you would expect to see, right? So what is the benefit of the IoT device? How will it be utilized? What's collected? What types of information are collected, right? The technologies, how will the data be stored? Where's the geographic area, third parties, these kinds of things. I think one of the key ones here is this second to last bullet is, what is the IoT device lack? Key device and cybersecurity requirements. So this is something that is, you can't just blindly put these in. You're basically asked to go and take a look at what it's missing. And then if it has any published security or privacy vulnerabilities already. So kind of knowing what this is before it comes in, know your risks. So the IR 8259, the foundational stuff, right? This really describes some recommended activities that basically the manufacturers should consider performing before their IoT devices were sold to the federal customers. So this is more geared toward the manufacturer side on helping them understand what they need to know to sell in the Fed space, right? Encryption at rest, security by design, software firmware updates, incident logs, restricted access, and of course, ID and authentication protocols. These are some standard fundamentals that we see, not uncommon things, right? So there's nothing in here that's like, wow, why the heck did they introduce that? 8259A, as I mentioned, this is the core baseline, the technical stuff, and these are the baseline components that they're looking for, right? They're looking for the device ID, the device configuration, data protection, how data is protected in the device, and then, of course, logical access to all the different interfaces. How are you going to update your software? And then, of course, the security state of the device itself is an interesting one. I thought that was less common that I'd seen in some of the others, but it's in other areas. For example, it's in some of the IEC standards, for example. But it was a good one to see included. 8259B, the non-technical stuff for the manufacturers, of course, documentation, information query, and reception. So if someone needs to reach out to you as a manufacturer with things like vulnerability disclosures, do you have a front door, right? Do you have a method for the researchers or other folks to provide you with this information? And then, of course, how you disseminate the information once you know about it, and what did you do about it? How to disseminate that? And then, of course, education and awareness about your product and the security of your product. The non-technical stuff still in there, right? Which is these two things are really good to see, and I like the separation, to be honest. 8259C, it's basically how to create a profile using these baseline components, the technical and non-technical. It does, of course, as it should, it complements A and B, and it guides organizations on how to get to more detailed capabilities, right? And then methods used to create the profile, meeting the requirements of the Federal Information System. There's like a low baseline specified, and it's an 8259D, so it's like this minimum threshold component. But the C is kind of the how-to. And then D is really an example result of running through the process of C, implementing A and B for an alignment with 853. And I know that's a lot of stuff to jam into that sentence. I hope you followed all that, but that's how the process kind of flows. Okay, and then, so benefits. Let's talk real quickly about the benefits here. This law, I do believe it, I mean, in a nutshell, it sets minimums for all federal agencies, right? This is, if you're a federal agency and you're going to employ IoT, this is how you will be required or are required to do it. The standard itself is designed to adapt with technology, which, you know, I like the fact that it was written into law that it has to be updated. In some cases, that's not done, and we end up with some legislation that gets stale based on the way it was written, because the way technology was at that time. So this has in my mind, at least, we have a greater hope or greater potential of having something more timeless and can change with innovation. Of course, there is also the requirement to provide reports. There's requirements for unclassified reports. There's requirements to, if you do have really sensitive stuff, you can attach appendices. There's requirements to report to certain congressional functions as well. So, you know, the efficacy of this implementation also has to be reported on. So, or in this case, it's good to see that we're putting some guardrails up, or putting some rules in place, and we're also kind of measuring our performance against those rules and reporting on that, in addition to adjusting the needs as we go. Probably the biggest piece, as I mentioned earlier, is it's not perfect. I know this one is probably the most hotly debated topic, really, in security. And I think there's few things that reach this level of serious debate. And there's camps on both sides, and it's like pitchforks and torches at each other. But at least we're trying to take an approach to, I don't want to say codify, but maybe so, the vulnerability reporting and disclosure discussion. And at least it's getting some clear airtime in a way that will put down some better, maybe better, hopefully better approaches, right? Versus just leaving everybody up to their own devices. So this kind of puts, you know, the manufacturers and the federal government at least in the same conversation on how this is going to go forward. I expect that to adapt over time, right? Because it probably will need to. But at least starting out, this is a requirement that we have to have this difficult conversation and hopefully do something good about it. That's the goal, right? Yes, this is only for the federal government, but it will have a trickle-down effect. It always does. You know, any of the executive orders that are aimed at just the federal space, most of the NIST documentation aimed at just the federal space, it always has an impact on the private sector as well. So I think probably initially we may have some, you know, like separation for government stuff. And then eventually, as it just gets more built into practice, it'll likely all be the same. It'll normalize over time. As you know, the standard law of diffusion works, it will work its way into the rest of the industry areas. So I do think that this will have, you know, I guess, indirect but near-term indirect effect for the private space as well. And I think it does signal more regulation around IoT. I think that this is the first step. I don't think that this will be the last law, or maybe this law will be adjusted. But either way, I don't think this is where it ends. I think this is the first legal step at the federal line for working with IoT and IIoT going forward. So, you know, this is like first step on the path. I do think it's going to influence state law and private sector practices. So I think state laws, if they do get implemented after this, they will likely go above and beyond this, or they will speak specifically to consumer grade goods, or they'll speak specifically to something else, but they will have a greater degree of specificity going forward because of this. And then many of the IoT devices that are sold in the government space, they need to meet the bar, so they'll be sold in the private sector as well, as I mentioned. And then NIST standards have a broader impact on security practices across the entire industry, right? So I think this will have more of a global impact as well. Challenges, it doesn't set any minimum thresholds for the standards. It doesn't have anything for legacy, right? It does say things like all government agencies can no longer renew procurement contracts with companies. But then, they have to comply based on 12/5/2020. So at least we've got something that you can't renew. So there's a hope on getting the legacy stuff worked out, but it's not a rip and replace mandate. Some have argued that it feels like that. I think there's still some room in there, especially given kind of the waivers. Well, they're down in there as well. Secured using alternative methods. This alternative methods and effective methods, I think it does imply kind of like an ecosystem perspective. So if you're using other things, at least it introduces the system-based concept to securing some of these things, which is good in my perspective. It may have some interesting overlaps with existing regulations like NERC-CIP and some others. We'll see how that works out over time, but there may be some interesting upfront challenges with this, kind of figuring out where the lines are. I think there, at least at first, there'll be a cost increase for kind of NIST compliant devices, and until we get more normalized. And then I do think this vulnerability reporting stuff is going to be a challenge for most, in that no one's going to be happy, and hopefully we can get to a good state and then get to a better state over time. But it's going to be a different challenge. And then the end user license agreement restrictions aren't addressed. I was talking about this on Twitter with some folks, and it was a great discussion around. There are some license restrictions about downloading the firmware and doing some security research on it. I would like to see some of that get introduced, like safe harbor for researchers, or some other approach that allows more vulnerability research into these devices, and they're not allowed to hide behind those protections to keep the security of their devices secret, or to basically hide bad security practice. And then, of course, and there should be some protections, because they do need some protections, but they also need to relax a little on allowing assistance in figuring out your security vulnerabilities if you're not going to do it yourself. And then, of course, the serial ports were not listed in the examples of network interfaces in IR 8259, which the law leans on NIST to provide those definitions and uses. They lift it right out of IR 8259 in the law itself, but that does not get included. And serial is often used for networking in the IoT or IIoT space. So I fear that we're going to end up with a similar situation like the NERC-CIP side, where, hey, well, it's serial, it's out of scope, so we'll just move everything to serial and keep out of this space. So I'm hoping that gets addressed sometime in the near future. And then let me go to. So summary, NIST's creating standards and guidelines, OMB will enforce them. And then it will apply to purchases and use of the IoT stuff. It'll trickle down to private sector. I think it standardizes the vulnerability reporting and disclosure. The standard will get updated every 5 years. It does require regular reports. And then here are your coverage areas. So that's pretty much everything in a nutshell for this new law. Here's my contact information, how to find me, and we'll roll over to the Q&A. And I'm in the hop-in and sessions Q&A. Okay.
Hope you enjoyed the 7th Annual Control System Cybersecurity USA Conference till now. Now it's time for Technology Showcase. So now would be the right time for you to meet key solution providers, exchange business cards, and benefit from our one-to-one communication tools. So don't go anywhere. Stay here, try to do your networking, and soon we will get back to you with super interesting panels and keynotes. Thank you. Hope you enjoyed your networking, but who is ready for a hardware and a software discussion? This time we're going to go to the sessions, and we're going to talk about product development, cybersecurity, and that is going to be a really great roundtable and a networking. So at this roundtable, Chris Blesk, author, speaker, and a global director of applied innovation at Unisys, Eric Bryce, CEO of Adalu Technology, Ron Brash, Director of Cybersecurity Insight and Verve Industrial Protection, and Brian Owen, Security Architect at OSI Soft, is going to discuss this super interesting hardware and software discussion. So I'm not going to take the time, and I'm just going to open up the stage for our great panelists. So please enjoy.
Great to be here, James.
Super. Nice to have you. So I'll make an introduction here. We have Mr. Chris Blask, who most of our cybersecurity, Cyber Senate community know. He's author, speaker, supply chain attestation for Unisys Applied Innovation, Mr. Chris Blask. We're also joined by Eric Byers, the CEO of Adolis Technology, Ron Brash, Director of Cybersecurity Insights for Verve Industrial Protection, and we are joined by Brian Owen, Security Architect for AussieSoft. Is it AussieSoft or OSIsoft? I've heard a couple people say it differently.
Oh, we'll accept either, but OSIsoft is my.
Thank you for correcting me. Appreciate that. So we're going to get kicked off here. We've had quite a few conversations over the last few months with many different infrastructure sectors from transport to energy and beyond on supply chain. And we had a great conversation last night, actually, panel session as well to end yesterday. And, we keep digging in on supply chain. And really, I think we all know that, there's that in that supply chain panel, we were talking last night, Jake Margolis, who's coming on later today, really good panelist and speaker, was talking about how we had to develop a more resilient strategy, really, because there's no silver bullet. We're not going to get ahead of this, but what we can do is we can treat our business as a risk, and that we're in the business of risk, as was stated, and to make sure that we're prepared and that we're ready. What I wanted to dive a bit deeper into is, what we are doing to make sure that products that are entering the stream, the supply chain, are more secure, and how we can work collectively to do that. So without further ado, I'll stop my little rant here and ask, how do we better manage cyber risk throughout the development and deployment process? This is a hardware and a software discussion, I would imagine. So Ron, will you kick us off? I know we've gone back and forth on this a few times already.
Sure. I guess youngest go first. So I think there's three different perspectives here. There is the asset owner, which is probably going to be most of the audience, and then you're going to have the OEMs, the vendors, which I actually more or less equate them to actually integrators, because they're actually kludging together and gluing stuff together. Buying chips off the shelf and soldering on the boards, taking board support packages, giving you all the features you want from ABC brand, right? They're integrators more than anything, just like Boeing, building aircraft largely. And then you have the suppliers that provide the components to the OEMs that they're doing the gluing together. And depending on where you are and where you sit, I think that's probably a good way to start this discussion. And there's different people here, and we're all from different product backgrounds, but maybe that's a good handoff. I just want to mention the first point. We have, depending on which perspective you are, you're going to go down a totally different road. And maybe, I think Brian had some great insights in his email, so maybe I want to pass it to Brian next, perhaps.
Thanks, Ron. The supply chain has been very much in the news now. I don't know how many times SolarWinds has been mentioned. It's almost like the new Stuxnet, right? Everyone is talking about it, and we know that it's like an iceberg. There is a lot of work to do there. I think every software supplier has really looked at what happened introspectively to see what more we need to do in our processes. But let's not get too distracted and allow knee-jerk reactions to carry the day. We really need to approach supply chain with facts. And that's kind of intentional pun for Eric Byers and his FACT program, but we really need facts to drive the decisions we make in supply chain. It's just going to be too hard to tackle this with a knee-jerk, willy-nilly kind of approach.
I'm going to agree with you. I see people trying to do supply chain with spreadsheets, and supply chain is so complicated. We're never just dealing with the immediate supply chain. We're dealing with third party, fourth party, fifth party, sixth party suppliers. And I come at this from the perspective of both an asset owner at one point and then chief technology officer at Belden. And, you know, I didn't know as Ron says, an integrator of a product, but, you know, really building firewalls and switches and stuff like that. I really didn't know what my development teams around the world were integrating into our products. And I definitely didn't know what my suppliers they were using and what sub-suppliers they were using. And I think that's true. It's just really, really a complicated problem. And we have to start to throw some automation and some techniques to this to just, rather than just say, give me a list of all your suppliers. That's not going to work. It's got to be something that we build up a community and that we sort of automate all that technology together so we can get that information automatically, not by phoning each supplier and trying to ask them for a list of his suppliers.
You think that may not work, right? So this panel is a great end to an arc for me, because I got involved with James and the Cyber Senate through the ICS ISAC, which is being rebooted. For everybody who knows this, a lot of the folks here are part of that in the past. And it was all about situational awareness. In that case, threat intelligence and how do we get communities together talking and sharing information. And now we're talking about, frankly, the same thing, but it's more situational awareness. You know, where do we get the information that tells us, as all three of you said, as Eric, you said a lot, that I, as the provider, even know what's inside my own stuff, much less anybody else's. And this, you know, the digital bill of materials arc started really late 2018. And as I look back at it, there was a panel at Cyber Senate in October, I think it was, in 2018, where Marty Edwards and Tim Roxy and I think a couple other people were on the panel, and Gear, made the statement that there is no supply chain security, right? So we've been driving down this path for a long time, for decade or decades, if you want to look at it that way. But in this period, in these last 5 years and 3 years, a lot of the things we'll talk about today, no doubt, have burbled up, have gotten a level of maturity where they can be actually used. And because I like a lot of these things, the things that bring us, people like us, together for these events all the time, we can all see a future where we can't keep doing things the way we are. You know, each of us, I as Unisys now, or Eric Bizdola, or whoever we are, in 5 years and 10 years and 15 years, if we have as little understanding of what's inside the stuff that we're responsible for, we're probably not winning. So you can see the paths, and they're similar to each of the other paths that have happened in careers of all of us here.
James, you're on mute, so I'll just jump in here
Yeah,
for a second.
no, I keep doing that. I think 3 days of conferencing's probably killed me. So jump in, please.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is not just a vendor OEM problem. It really is an asset owner problem. There was a great quote that I heard the other day from a federal official who said the FAA, the Federal Aviation Administration, has struggled for weeks to identify how many servers it had even running SolarWinds software. So, and I mean, this can happen. You don't have to have a contract with SolarWinds to have SolarWinds software on your site. Anybody out there who's using GE products is highly likely to have SolarWinds components in there, because GE redeploys a lots of SolarWinds. So, and that change just keeps on going. So as an asset owner, you want to know what's running on your plant for bad days like SolarWinds. You want to know if you're going to be impacted. Otherwise, and this happens all the time. I see vulnerability notices going out, and people don't know that those impact them because they just know who they bought it off of.
Yeah. And as as Unisys, I mean, we're the world's oldest computer company. Been at this stuff forever. We make huge systems for banks. And to be clear, everything I say has been said in public forums. But when a customer like ours, like Citi, who's been working on the product development issues, the CI/CD custody issues internally, says we're going down this path, then vendors like us listen, right? And I like the frame for this panel There was a DevSecOps podcast recently, because it's not about supply chain. It's about product development. You know, in a world where I'm developing products for banks or utilities or whatnot, what can I do and when do I do it, and what drives that change? And there's a lot of things driving that change now. The software bill of materials space is getting relatively well known. It's in this sort of mid-90s firewall space where lots and lots of people are involved. Everybody knows, everybody there knows about it. The rest of the world hasn't really heard about it, but they're all going to, and it's relatively well defined. And this digital bill of materials attestation structure seems to, be getting to a level of maturity where it'll probably go forward, or something like it. So you can start to see the shapes of how we, as product developers, meet the needs that our customers are going to giving to us and our competitors, and what steps we go down that path.
I'm just going to call some people out because I feel like it. And I know David Doggett, you're listening in. And David, you gave a fantastic presentation yesterday on embedded device security, and we warmly welcome you into this stage if you want to join us. Sorry, Ron or Brian, were you?
No, thank you. Actually, that's a good call out. So I try to look at this a bit differently, because an SBOM, depending on which audience you are, as I mentioned earlier, will change how you use it, right? If you're an asset owner, an SBOM on its own isn't very helpful unless you integrate that into your technology stacks and your processes, right? Like, try to go to a NERCSIP audit for NERCSIP 13 and have a metric ton of SBOMs in front of you with no context, no new pieces work in those products. You see a Linux version that has 700 vulnerabilities, but the reality is maybe only 100 of them are actually in there. 10 are actually applicable because those interfaces are implemented in a certain way. None of that is really captured there, and only the vendor really knows what's going on. And hopefully they know what's going on, and they're just not regurgitating what came from the VxWorks supplier upstream or whatever. So there's lots of aspects here that you need to carry forward. I try to think of supply chain not as its own domain. It's actually really an extension of risk management and vulnerability management. And if you look at it very pragmatically, which I'm trying to do here in that same sense, it's just an extension of all of the things that you have, just that you're given more insights. How you use those insights and what those insights are in is really going to be the game changer. We're really still early in that infancy of that process of understanding on where we are, how to use those things. And Brian can probably attest to how hard it is to say to people, hey, yes, because we use that library, it's not vulnerable because we do A, B, and C, right? Like, people are just going CVE hunting. This is really tricky stuff. And Eric mentioned, right, people aren't checking those data sources. There's too many data sources. Every OEM has their advisory portal now that isn't tied into NVD. And ICS Cert is doing whatever it is. And you have Aruba products with a Siemens name on them, and the CVEs don't match. And I know Oasis is coming out. I got grilled on that the other day. But that'll one more standard just complicates everything again altogether. So there's a lot of pieces there that you need to glue together, and it is a risk management exercise, right? Supply chain leads to understanding your risk organization or that set of assets, and so you need visibility. And I don't want to shameless plug what I do, but depending on where you are in those three perspectives, everything really changes. And you don't know what your developers are putting in your products half the time, right? I mean, like SolarWinds, I bet you if even the first person that wrote the code, I doubt a peer review would have found it. I highly doubt it. Eric can probably say the same thing. So there's a lot of risks here, and it is risk management. That's what it is.
Well, and to define a couple of things for people and use that as a lever to explain why I think this is moving forward. So a software bill of materials is exactly what it sounds like. It's a bill of materials. It's a list of ingredients, contents about a piece of software. And as Ron's just saying right now, that's great. You obviously you need those, obviously. Next step, and you're going to get them. That train has left the station. People on the screen and out in the world and in public and private sector going down that path. Next step, what are you going to do with all those? Well, they got to be put in some sort of context, don't they? Because there's too many pieces. So you get these inevitabilities where people are going down the software bill of materials perspective, which, sticking to our topic here, product development, means that developers are going to have to be formalizing their process of enunciating what's in something. And in Toto is another Linux Foundation project that gives you a taste for where this is going in product development. all of that is at creating attestations about the custody of the software you're developing. So now I have the final bill of materials and I have attestations about the custody. Where the digital bill of materials or DBOM structure comes in is a system of attestation nodes and channels, which we can talk about is very like some other place, but that's where the attestations go. So that, close to the utility, the consumer that Ron's talking about, there's some set of channels where they can see things that have been attested to by somebody they're doing business with or already have a relationship with, and they can act on those. And then the vast sea of information beyond that, like threat intelligence, the huge number of S-bombs and custody and handling and H-bombs and M-bombs and so forth, don't get that far down because they can't. So,
I think you nailed it, Chris. To me, S-bombs are just a tool that we need to use to help the software developers make a better product, understand what risks they've taken on through third-party code they've integrated. And by the way, everybody integrates third-party code. And for customers to understand what risks they're acquiring. And I liken it to a can of soup. I go to the grocery store, I pick up a can of soup, I see the ingredients on the side. Unless I understand what those ingredients mean, then they're just names on the side of a can. If the can of soup I have includes monosodium glutamate or says palm oil, and I don't know what that is that good? Is that bad? Should I? So unless you take the S-bombs and then enrich them, you've got really nothing. But the S-bombs allow us to enrich our knowledge about a software package and the risks we're taking.
Maybe.
Yeah, it's a foundation.
Yeah, if I could jump in for a second, because I know, a lot of things we're talking about, I'm imagining that there's people listening that are thinking, wow, this is great, but it's not going to help me with my plant right now. It's almost like a control loop, right? We're way out here on some cascade loop, and the inner loop down in the plant isn't getting any help, right? The time constant for new products getting into the field that maybe have been built better and all that is just so long. So how do we deal with the supply chain issues for things that are in the field today? And there's part of it, of course, is understanding what you have, and tools like FACT, or maybe some people have come across Cyber ITL, where you can scan a binary and tell whether it was built with even the modicum of memory protections, and just try to get a feel for where the technology is in the security life cycle. So understanding your assets better in the field. There's also initiatives like EPRI-TAM is a wonderful one for not just looking at the bits, but understanding the data flows that are going in and out of a product, help you understand that attack surface a lot better. The AHA project out of Washington State University is another one that is just super simple, give you a 0-100 score on your attack surface. So getting away from guessing about what the posture of the software is, and having more facts to help you prioritize where the issues are and how to act on them is important. And the last piece, and I'd like to throw it out to the audience to comment, is we need to do a whole lot more testing across the entire supply chain. There's some testing that is best done early in the development chain, and suppliers are doing that, but there's some that needs to be done at the handoff, whether it's factory acceptance or customer acceptance. And then there's ongoing testing that needs to occur as well. And the security research community has been great at that. Quite frankly, they're often showing us where we need to get better. So, what are we doing for the testing, and how can we, to use Chris's words, put those in to the some kind of a mechanism to share that testing so everyone's not having to reinvent the rule or reinvent the wheel. Sorry.
Dave's commented in the chat if you guys can see that, and maybe comment.
Well, right. You know, I was going to use since this is the Cyber Senate, there's a great OT example of this is the business drivers. You know, sometimes security is adopted because security, quite often is because competitive advantages are driving changes in markets. And, you know, since most of the world I work in these days is not OT, you know, everybody here knows how much fun it is to trot that out. You start talking about a plant engineer, and a plant engineer using a real-time data system, a Unisys partner, we've gone all the way down the path with this, who can say that this last batch of materials coming in performed differently, you know, based on the source of that content. To be able to as a manufacturer say to the product vendor that I'm manufacturing products for, I will not ship any product to you that doesn't meet your requirements, like it's gone over a set degree temperature in the shrink wrap tunnel, and having that automatically attesting itself into the same structure that we use for the security purposes we care about. You know, so and the origin of DBOM was an internal Unisys conversation. It's like, look, we buy, and again, all public information, we buy from Dell, we sell to Citi. We don't need to solve the world's problems. We can just save money ourselves by being more clear about exactly what we're getting, exactly what we're doing with it, and exactly, you know, what we committed to. We've identified multiple, you know, annual repeated, you know, expensive things that happen we can avoid. So we're getting into these sort of cycles where, David, to your point, we have, I mean, SBOMs are pretty well done. In the US, there's an executive order coming out any minute now that's, as far as we can all tell, it's probably going to say SBOM. The US Department of Energy Citrix program is going down that same path, and they're probably going to use the DBOM attestation structure, right? Just because they need to. And it's where we have business values in doing these things that we as security practitioners can say, look, it's not just about being a good corporate citizen, it's about lowering our cost and reducing our customer support response cycles so that we can be more profitable and competitive. Executives like that, and they will give you budget to do your security things when you can say that.
Well, David, I don't know if everybody saw David's comment, but I think it was really good. We can start to understand how many and what components come into our code, but how do we get a handle on knowing if you have genuine unchanged version of all those? And I think that's one of the important things that you know, all the SBOMs in the world would not have helped us on their own to find SolarWinds, because that was genuine modified code, you know, that came from the development center, and it was signed. It was, but what the SBOMs allow us to do is to do two things. One thing immediately, they start to allow us to be able to say, hey, now there's a problem, and I'll go back to my FAA example. We know there's now some bad code. How do we go and find it where it's deployed in the real world? And obviously the FAA didn't have a way of doing that. And I think that's what we have to address, is how do we know what you're actually running on your plant floor? But the second thing that I think is really important is once we start to get there, one of the projects my data scientists are working on right now is a counterfeit detection. Because if we have enough samples of what is legitimate, we can start to look at what shows up either because it hasn't come through the development center, because it's been signed in a non-standard way, or because the code patterns and the compiler bits aren't the same. We can start to say, hey, I can't tell you for sure that that's counterfeit, but it is an anomaly. Just like we use anomaly detection on networks, it's anomaly detection in software. That component is anomalous compared to what I've seen come out of vendor XYZ for the last year.
Well, this leads, I think, directly into what you were saying, Ron, that, you know, once you get to that point, there's the now what, you know, where you're going, Eric, you know, so the now what is, okay, so I do know that I do have that code. It is deployed at that spot in my network, you know, and perhaps I also know that all the network ports and traffic that could possibly be used for that are disallowed by the network architecture right there. And that is, you know, under continuous monitoring. And I would get an alert to my SOC if that ever changed for a second. So maybe I don't do anything about it, you know, but you have to have all those pieces in the stack. And if we're going to go down the SBOM path, and we are, then each of these other paths is going to follow naturally.
And there's some actually other stuff. I'll circle back onto David's question earlier, because there's a lot to unpack out of that, and some of it will be beyond some of the audience's head and some won't be. Don't get me wrong, like hashes don't solve the world's problems, especially on embedded hardware where every single binary will look different from another one. And there's issues around that too, right? Like how you compile for your Intel CPU might look totally different on an ARM CPU, right? Because of the different interactions of the hardware. And no SBOM is going to help you get that. Even a hardware bomb probably won't get you, right? You're dealing in the land of errata. But there's another interesting aspect here too from a business driver is to produce bill of materials and do assessments pre-acquisition by large organizations as a way to discern the risk before they even look at purchasing X amount of products. I mean, Eric and I in our previous life, Eric used to be my boss. We actually had people show companies and buy our product, and then we had to go deal with the assessment results in a past life. And you know, SBOMs would have been something very helpful there. You know, even for our part to understand it. But there's a whole world there. But for that customer that wanted that assessment, and actually we've done it a couple times, it gives them a big stick to improve the product that they're about to purchase, or at least to negotiate certain things with the integrator, the vendor. It's really, really powerful stuff to help manage your risk before you have that risk unconsciously transferred upon you as the asset owner. And I think that's a really critical part of how that pieces are there too. So that's one piece as well. And then the other piece I wanted to sort of unpack was on David's question is how do you know if you're dealing with vanilla or unadulterated code or unmolested code? I can almost tell you, without a doubt, that most of your systems that you run have patches in them and are not even anywhere close to what your original expectation were. Yeah, maybe libraries will be the same. Like, for example, like how you would use like libzip or libssh for sure. But the Linux kernel, anything that has any adaptations on top of it, if you've ever compiled stuff for OpenWRT, you will know that there's a 50 million layers of patches. They all get quilted together. And then you add compiler flags on top of it and all of these specifics. And it is a very nuanced understanding. So when people say supply chain, this is at the current point in time, it's a thumb to the wind, and vendors can use this as a way to improve their products, right? To get a smell test, especially for Internet of Trash. This is very, very critical stuff here. Very, very critical stuff. So I won't take it over, but I just want to feed the rest of the conversation.
Now I have quilted together stuck in my head. But to Andy's points in the chat, what I find interesting as indication that we're on an arbitrary path. This is not situational. It's not because of individual events. Is that we have a series of executive orders from two very different U.S. Federal administrations that go down the same path. And the first one goes, back to the regionalism you mentioned, Andy. The first executive order was China bad. And again, separate from personalities and administrations. At that point, it's understandable. That was the first public comment about DBOM, is that you can understand that need. It'll need to be refined, but we're going in this direction. And the new administration has an executive order out that seems to be reinforcing it going the same path. So we need to be able to say, whichever country we're representing, maybe there's another country we don't trust at the moment. We need to know where their stuff is. And that both allows defenders, where those fears are real, to behave better, but they also allow better cooperation, because you don't have to assume that everything from everywhere has everything in it.
Yeah, and also too, I mean, Andy had a good point. And Ripple 20 or whatever your branded set of vulnerabilities are, they're in the source code and not the binary. So as I said, the vendors are integrators and they can apply their own patches. Even different compilers might even add guard code and make those irrelevant, right? So what goes into a binary isn't necessarily what comes out of it. And fingerprints are one way to look for it, like if there's symbol tables or stuff like that, right? You can get an idea. But if you scrub all your binaries, which is a security best practice, then you're dealing with a whole other can of worms, if you will, right? Your soup might not be the same ingredients that you expected. And let me tell you, there was some research done at CS3 last year, and they were ripping apart a Schneider device, and I was chuckling, and I messaged the gentleman, the researcher on the other end. I said, how many devices did you destroy, and how many different variations did you get? And he's like, we had 5 or 6 different hardware variations of the same product in the same package, which to me also means that the Linux kernel is using different drivers at runtime to deal with certain things, right? It might actually be the same source code, but the end result is different. And that's also something the FAA also struggles with error-worthiness reports. So there's a lot of things there. And the presence of a vulnerability in supply chain or a risk or an vulnerability does not mean exploitability, right? So I'll rephrase that in simpler terms. Let's say you have a vulnerability in Microsoft's remote desktop protocol stack, but you have RDP disabled. Are you really at risk, right? Maybe someone could turn it on for sure. I'm not going to negate that. But are you at risk because of the overall situation? And so if you have other assets with RDP enabled and they're on the internet or in a place that's, has more exposure, you're going to target those guys first. And vendors will do the same things too on understanding which, where the dead bodies are, the skeletons, if you will, and try to match around that. But it's very complex. And the more we go to stack, web stacks and all these fully featured ones, I don't know if you've ever seen developers say, import everything that I need in Visual Studio. They do it, and they don't know what they're accepting. This is the reality of where we're going. And we, as Chris said, as Eric said, and that's why James brought us here, and Brian can probably attest to how tricky this is as moving towards, open source components and products. We need to get a handle on this.
Ron, thanks for mentioning that. Just because a vulnerability is in there, whether it may not be exposed, it's so important. And we have to also value stability, not just security. That may sound like heresy in a security conference, but stability is related to security and in the availability piece in particular, which is so important in ICS. So I really think we have to accept that no one wants to be on the vulnerability patch hamster wheel. It doesn't work in ICS. And we need to get smarter about understanding exploitability and having mitigations that are easier than patching. And in the longer term, you're exactly right, Ron. We'll have to simplify devices. We can't be bringing in entire web server stacks into every device. That's not going to be the formula for stable, successful software going forward.
Just look at BusyBox alone as it's an embedded shell that has, it's a utility knife. And I can tell you it's got FTP in it, it's got Telnet in it, whether or not it's enabled, it's going to have DHCP, it's going to have everything in the kitchen sink and possibly even your grandmother to go along with it. And we need to start limiting all of those surfaces today. I know that people will say, well, like it's like when you buy a car, it's got everything, including Bluetooth, even if I didn't want it. It's all there. I wish I had a choice, but we need, as Brian said, we really got to start minimizing these solutions and really getting a handle on it. I mean, that was the great thing when hardware had no resources, because you were forced to go through these processes and clean it up. There was a benefit. You knew what every little bit of code was doing. I mean, it may take many of the real-time safety systems microcontrollers, and FPGAs, right? They weren't these commodity devices with a ton of RAM and shared in. It wasn't there, and it is today, for right or wrong, and it's enabling new sets of innovation and disruption. And I appreciate that, but you're letting yourself out. Just as like on the internet, you share everything. Well, the same as in a device. If you give everyone the keys to the kingdom, I don't even need to bring exploitware onto your device. You gave it to me for free, like I did in the SANS ransomware attack. So you got to start doing some due diligence there and having your developers be responsible and accountable for what they're bringing into your environment. And if you're not, you're playing a catch-up game. And so again, I'll pass that off to the others, because I think that's an intriguing point.
Well, given our last couple of minutes here, I'd like to address a question that I hear all the time, which seems to emerge from this sort of conversation, is that's a lot of information, right? And it sounds to me, like the early internet days, it's like, well, it's just all this, what am I going to do with all that? And the answer is you aren't. You're going to do with some of that. And so just imagine that you could have all that information about software bill of materials and handling and custody and patches and threat intel and everything else. Which bits do you actually want? And these last use cases in the last couple of minutes touch on that, because again, if you have all of the supply chain stuff in the world and you put it on a critical server that you then don't monitor and you put on a flat network you're still dead. Right. So all of this supply chain information plays into context where you say, I actually need that software bill of material and this type of software bill of materials and these 3 enhanced software bill of materials on this device because it's very expensive and critical. And I put in the monitoring and I put in the network architecture around it. And I know I actually care. You can't do that for every asset you have by definition. And you won't need to. And Ron's used the word attest a couple of times. And this is, the and for my own bias and filter, it all gets very simple because you're already attesting to each other. Andy, you've got so many direct customers as Schneider, you have all sorts of relationships with them. You attest to each other about all sorts of things. That will continue. Impossible things won't happen. Unisys and Schneider and OSI Soft are not going to have direct relationships with every 5-person company on earth, and not everybody gets everybody's IP. Everybody gets what they need, and we go through the process of defining that.
So I'd like to jump in and circle back to Andrew's comment about in the chat about regionalism, and Chris, you mentioned it as well. But the reality of the world we live in is that governments are disposed to banning products. Countries of origin will need to be tracked, and SBOM is the primary, or at least the leading mechanism for tracking that. So if for no other reason than preparing for government orders, we really, as a community, need to get these SBOMs built and built right away.
Okay, guys, we've got about a minute and a half. So I'm going to take the opportunity to thank Eric, Ron, Brian, and Chris for joining us. It's a massive conversation. I really want to put together at least a one-day event on this and just invite as many smart people as I can. I was having conversations after this SolarWind thing with rail operators in the United States, and there's a few that just said I can't speak, as they were going to speak, but now I can't speak. They said I'm dealing with this SolarWinds thing, and it's just shocking how many asset owners are actually dealing with the fallout of these problems that we're discussing, and how few people actually in those asset owner roles are really sure what to do, other than prepare for the fallout the best way you can, and be ready to bounce back. So anyway, thank you, gentlemen. Please stick around, and I'm sure there'll be plenty of questions for you from the audience. You can ping any one of these individuals and have a direct video or a direct chat with any of them. I know they're all keen to talk further. We're going to hear from Jake Margolis next, who's with Metropolitan Water District, Southern California. And then we're going to hear from Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, and the EISAC.
Why is 2021 is still the topic that we need to discuss about human factors? Why is the impact of organizational culture on cybersecurity is something that a lot of people are still wondering, and they still don't have the final answer. These are the topics that Jake Margolis, CISO at Metropolitan Water District of Southern California, is going to discuss during his keynote. So Jake, stage is yours.
Good morning, everybody, or afternoon, depending on what time zone you're in. My name is Jake Margolis. I'm with the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California, where I serve as their Chief Information Security Officer in the Office of Enterprise Cybersecurity. And today we're going to be talking about the human factors that impact the success of your cybersecurity programs. This is an interesting subject because we all know it. We always say that the weakest link in any security program is the human, and we focus our cybersecurity awareness training and all of other efforts at trying to manage this. But my experience has showed me that sometimes this isn't very well understood, or we don't attack this from the right angle. So with that, I wanted to put a disclaimer out there. I am not a psychiatrist. I am not a psychologist, sociologist, or cultural anthropologist. I'm a cybersecurity professional like many of you in the audience. And a lot of this is based on observation and years of experience working in cybersecurity at a leadership level. And to give you some perspective on where I'm coming from, is I've been in this role in military organizations. I've been in this role as the County Chief Information Security Officer for the County of Orange in California. And now I'm coming at this from a critical infrastructure perspective. So I've seen in those worlds, and the reason why I bring that up is because there are different cultural bents that each of those worlds have, and I'll expand on what I mean by that a little bit later. But how the organizational culture is in the worlds that I've been, I've noticed how it does greatly impact the effectiveness of cybersecurity programs or the applications of controls. So this is our agenda. We're going to talk about human factors, the difficulty with cybersecurity controls, and we'll talk about the human vulnerability. And again, we probably are familiar with this, but I really want to focus on why the human vulnerability is so significant. So with that, let's jump right into it. So what are the human factors? And again, these are what I would call Jake-isms. This is based on observation and generally how human beings tend to function. The first one being the shortest distance between two tasks is the path of least resistance. Now, we've said in the past that, or I'm sure you've heard it in the past, that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. That kind of holds true in the workforce. Employees are always looking at the easiest way to get their job done because they would rather work smarter and not harder. And if there's 10 steps to do a job that can be done in 3, they're going to do the job in 3 steps. At least the really efficient employees will. And they're going to do that because, you know, time is money and they want to get more done, and they have things that they want to accomplish as well. And so understanding that every time we add a cybersecurity control, if it's not properly studied and assessed against how the organization does business, that cybersecurity control now adds distance between the completion of those tasks. And so as we add distance between the completion of those tasks, people being what we are, we're going to look at that and say, that's really hard. I don't want to do that. So, you know, if we tell them things about password controls or how you have to have your screen lockout or whatever the case may be, if they find that to be difficult or cumbersome, it's likely to get discarded, complained about, or not properly used. One example I could see is that when I was wearing a uniform, we used to have to use our military IDs, or what we called common access cards, to log into everything on our systems. And we also had to use those common access cards to sign documents. And it became difficult for certain senior leaders to oftentimes to deal with signing forms, going to meetings and doing the things that we needed to do. And back before we were using common access cards, we would use, administrative assistants would oftentimes handle approvals or rubber stamp things. And in that rubber stamp kind of mode, I noticed more than one senior leader when I was working in security had just given them their PIN number and their ID card to their administrative assistant to handle signing certain things that are just would have been a rubber stamp kind of action, because that became a hurdle in their mind between 2 tasks that had to get done. Now, keep in mind, it's easy to correct that in that environment and say, hey, sir, you're not supposed to do this. And they would say, okay, fine. And they wouldn't do it anymore. But oftentimes we apply controls that aren't so easily remediated if they're not followed. So keep that in mind. That's the first point I want to bring up. And it's not that people are lazy. They're trying to think about smarter ways to get things done most of the time. And that's the way we should probably approach that first point. The second point for human factor is organizational culture. Every organization has a culture that's generally centered around its core competency. And we'll talk a little bit about this a little bit more later. But what I really want to kind of focus on is that you need to understand your organization's culture. And so if you're new as a cybersecurity leader to your organization, you really need to come across from the perspective of, I need to learn what the organization does, what they're best at, and how that impacts how they do everything. And again, I'll use an example of the United States Army versus, say, where I'm at today. Where I'm at today is based on a culture of engineering, and things are built to last. And there is a very methodical approach that's applied to everything very methodical and analytical approach applied to everything that we do. But it's centered around that idea that things are built to last because we manage a water system that was built back in the 1920s and 30s. So you can see where we're coming from on this built to last mentality. When I was wearing a uniform, our mantra was move, shoot, and communicate. And so you were teaching leaders to make decisions with as much information as they could get. But in 99% of the time, they didn't have more than 70% of the information they needed. And so they had to make risk-based decisions based on the information available, experience, and understanding the environment. And so things were done more quickly, and with the idea that you could adjust if needed to with this supervision and refinement activity in their leadership process to adjust course if needed as things moved or progressed. And so again, it just comes down to what's your core competency, what it is that you do, and that's going to drive how people in the organization, whether they realize it or not, they are going to be caught up in the organizational culture, because as they work there, they will become part of the workforce and assimilated to how the workforce does things in that organization. The third point is not new to any of us, and that's change resistance. We know that people don't like change, and the longer people are in a certain career fields, the less likely they are to really want change, because they've been doing something a certain way for many decades, and now you're coming along and saying, nope, this doesn't work anymore. We saw this with complex passwords. We told people and this is going back many years, and we said, now you have to have complex passwords that are very long. And when people had to start using 12 and 15 character passwords that had uppercase, lowercase symbols and numbers, they just started kind of making slight deviations on what that password was so that they could kind of keep the same password. So it really defeated the purpose. But again, it's because they didn't like that change, and the viscosity to that change became apparent in how users reacted to it. We also see that with moving to other types of security controls, such as screen lockouts, multi-factor authentication, changes in how users access systems remotely. Change resistance is normal, and it's just because we have to communicate with the changes, and really, we'll talk a little bit more about that later as well, but really focus on how it's in their best interest. And just accept that change resistance isn't personal. It's just something that in security, we're guilty of it too. We don't like change either. We just kind of have to accept change because it's the only constant in our environment is change. The myopic work focus as a point, and this may sound somewhat derogatory, but it's not meant to be that way. It's that people are working within their worlds, and security professionals are guilty of this just as everybody else is. We tend to look at, hey, I'm securing the enterprise. This is what my concern is. Why aren't you on board with this? Because that person may not be on board with your efforts of trying to secure the enterprise because their effort is focused on onboarding staff, or their effort is focused on designing a better mousetrap for the organization. And they put all of their time and energy into what their professional competency is. And that doesn't mean that they're not able to take into other factors that affect the business or process controls, but they are focused on what they're doing because that's what they were hired to do. That's not a bad thing. Just like we tend in cybersecurity to be somewhat myopic in our focus on security if we're not careful, because that's what we're hired to do. Nothing wrong with that. We just have to accept that and understand, again, how do we work in cybersecurity into that work focus? How does it become part of their job? So here's some points to consider. And I just bring this up, you can kind of read these. I'm not going to read these to you, but what is the core competency and how does that contribute to the organization's culture? We talked a little bit about that. And again, that comes down to, is the organization, for example, where I'm at, where things are very much built to last, and we do things around that idea that things are built to last. So we're very methodical and analytical. Your organizations might be similar. They might be different. There might be something that you do very well that they focus on, and that drives everything that they do. Maybe it's customer service. Maybe it's, you have a very progressive billing system to engage with the public. Who knows? Whatever that is, it's going to drive your organizational culture. And then you have to understand where those norms come from. So if somebody is change resistant, are they change resistant because humans tend to be change resistant, or are they change resistant because there's a process you don't understand that's the outgrowth of an organizational culture? And you have to really take some time to understand the difference, because there is a difference. People don't like change. We know that. That's just a fact. But it's also, but sometimes it's not that they don't like the change. They're also coming from a perspective as, hey, there's a process you're supposed to follow and you're not following it. And so you have to kind of understand how that is stemmed from either organizational culture or from personality. Become a little bit of a historian. And because if you don't, your staff are going to remind you if you don't become a historian, because they're going to tell you how things happen, and they're going to tell you what happened before you were there, and they're going to tell you what the previous person did. And so keep in mind that that's not bad, but it's incumbent upon yourself to understand a little bit of the organization's history, how it was founded, what was the driving forces that built the organization, a service area, on and on and on. And understand the kind of who's who and how that drives the organization from a historical perspective, and how the history drives the future. We say it a lot, that people that are ignorant of their past are doomed to repeat it. That's a little bit true within organizational history as well. So we have to kind of look at that and understand how the past of an organization is driving the present and also driving strategic vision towards the future. Because if we understand that, we can tailor our cybersecurity strategies and initiatives around how the history drives things. We can let that also kind of help us drive cyber. Understanding this point of organizational leadership is really of particular importance to me, because a lot of times we need to have an appreciation for how the employee views us, as organizational leaders. How do they look at, the executives? I've heard the term big wheel, or the big cheese, or whatever they want to use, but how do they view that? Do they view leaders as competent? Do they view the leaders of the organization as having their best interest in mind? Do they view the leaders as self-interested? Those are important points, because it goes to trust. And if they view leadership as self-interested, if they view leaders as do as I say, not as I do kind of leaders, then you're going to have an uphill battle with your cybersecurity initiatives, because they're going to think you're doing the do as I say, not as I do kind of approach. The best advice I could give anybody in this presentation on how to approach that particular difficulty is lead from the front, or sometimes we say eat our own dog food first, but be the ones that show people that, hey, I don't have admin rights just like you don't have admin rights. I'm using this token just like I expect you to use this token, but be the first. And so that way you also understand the hiccups and the difficulties of the technology or control that you're implementing. Always subject yourself to what you want done first before you expect others to follow, because you can't expect people to do anything from a leadership perspective that you're not willing to do yourself. And then also understand what employees would consider to be a reasonable ask. And this again kind of stems from organizational culture and organizational history. And what is a reasonable ask? So you have to understand, is it reasonable to ask your employees to use their phone to install, say, the Microsoft Authenticator app to get onto an M365 portal? Is that reasonable? It may not be in your organization, but you have to understand, is it? Because if you don't understand what's a reasonable ask, you're going to start creating controls that aren't going to be well accepted or adopted at all, because from the employee perspective, from the organizational culture perspective, it's going to seem as if it's unreasonable. So if you're telling a process control operator they cannot leave their HMI logged in, that they have to log, or that they can't lock this, or that they have to lock the screen and they can't leave the screen unlocked, they're going to tell you, no, I'm not going to do that, and this is why. And so you have to understand what's a reasonable ask for people within your organizations before you implement a control. Whether or not what you're doing is right or not, from a technical perspective, is kind of irrelevant on this point. And so you have to kind of learn to let that go. We know that multi-factor authentication works. We know that the Google Authenticator works. We know that hard tokens work. We know that you can put FIDO2 tokens on external tokens. We know that smart cards work, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But if we don't understand how the employee views that from a reasonableness type perspective, then we're going to be doomed to fail. Also understand when we said that employees tend to take a myopic view towards work, it's not that they're short-sighted, but they're not cybersecurity experts. And we know that if I asked anybody in the room, hey, do you think the employees are cybersecurity experts? Almost all of you would say no. Yet we do things as if they are. So you have to understand that they don't know what you're doing, what that impact is on their job. They don't understand that when they have to do document signatures and things like that, that the cybersecurity controls that you're putting into place directly impact that. That if you put a jump host up, that's not just a hoop for them to jump through before they can connect to an instrument or another piece of critical infrastructure. And then they also don't understand how their job plays into the cybersecurity impact for the entire organization. And that's also a key point, because they kind of need to embrace this idea that what they do is important and it's part of the entire fabric. People, process, technology. We saw that little triad up on my previous bullets. Well, I'll address that again. But people need to understand what they're doing, the processes that they're following. That really impacts, has a really heavy impact on the cybersecurity posture of an organization. So we really have to look at this idea is that employees are the first and last line of defense. So, one of the things that has been successful in, say, military organizations or other organizations and why they can accomplish what they can accomplish. And I've often heard people say military organizations are successful because people with rank can tell people what to do. That is 110% false. Military organizations are not successful because somebody wearing rank can tell somebody else what to do. Military organizations are successful because every member of that organization understands that they are part of a bigger whole and that what they do matters towards a strategic direction for the organization. And what makes them successful is they're part of something bigger than themselves. People do want to be part of something bigger than themselves. We see it in social media. We see it with protest. We see it with everything, that every aspect of how human beings live their lives. So they want to make the world a better place. They want to be part of that. That should transcend to the workplace. Have employees understand that they are part of something bigger than themselves and that they are the first and last line of defense against cyber threats. It's a true statement. Have them internalize that, because I will tell you this is factual, because no amount of technology can defend you if an employee does something that bypasses that technology. So it's important to keep that in mind and just embrace our employees at that level. It's a mutual respect we can develop with them. And then if they understand that you're respecting them at that level, then chances are they're probably going to be a little bit more receptive to what it is you're trying to do with your cybersecurity program. So we do this through awareness training, phishing campaigns, and threat advisories. These are ways, and there's other ways that we can do this, but these are just three key things that we can do. We do annual awareness training for NERC compliance. We can do it for general cybersecurity hygiene. We can do phishing campaigns to make sure people understand how to pick out the elements of a phishing email or spear phishing email, and that they know how to report phishing emails and spear phishing emails to the appropriate professionals within the organization. And then we also can just inform them and educate them. Threat advisories don't have to be direct threats to critical infrastructure to issue to employees. You can issue a threat advisory to your employees on what type of Internet of Things enabled toys they're trying to buy for their kids or grandkids, and which ones are the safest and which ones are not around the holidays. Or you can communicate safe and secure online shopping habits to your employees at the holidays. And that starts to create a culture of cybersecurity within the organization, because you want them to bring good habits from outside of the workforce into the workforce. And again, that's a key component of human behavior, is there are habits that people have in their daily lives that impact how they do their jobs. And if we understand that most people live their life to a certain degree, very few people 100% compartmentalize work from home. Very few people are 100% efficient at work and 100% inefficient at home. if they have certain work habits that build them towards efficiency, being early to meetings, prepping documents, a week before they're due, on and on. They probably do the same things at home. They probably plan vacations in the same way. So why wouldn't we translate that to cybersecurity? And by educating them and giving them things that they can use at home, they're going to apply those same logics, those same habits to how we focus our efforts in the workforce to improve cybersecurity. So what are the difficulties with controls? Well, first I'm going to say that we approach cybersecurity wrong. And this is just, I always use this opportunity to get on my soapbox about cybersecurity as a public safety issue. In the past, we've always thrown cybersecurity over the fence to IT. So it's their problem. It's technology, it's firewalls, it's patching, it's antivirus, on and on. But it's really not. It's a public safety issue, which should resonate with this group more than anybody I probably talked to about this particular subject, because we know in our worlds that a cyber attack can have very dire consequences and potentially hurt people. So we need to really adjust the conversation about cybersecurity and stop making it a technology issue, but it's really an issue of public policy. So again, just want to, it changes the mindset. And that's also the problems with controls, is we don't make this about safety. We make it about some sort of technological initiative or some sort of nut and bolt that we can turn that's going to better improve how we do things. So why controls? Again, you probably are aware of this. I've seen a lot of presentations today, so I'm not going to go over this in too much detail. What I really want from the human element is just say, this is what we really probably need to communicate with people. If people don't understand why we're doing something, we can use like this slide, for example, to say, this is why we're doing it. This is why we apply a cybersecurity program. We're trying to provide the speed limits for how you do business. We need to have the bumper lanes, if you will, on a bowling alley for somebody who's learning how to bowl. We have to have those controls in place in order to also measure how we're doing and how well defended we are. It's not just a matter of controlling what people do, but it's also, are we effective in our efforts? So this is what people want to know when you break that down. Clearly define the control to be implemented. We have to do that. A lot of times you get a policy statement that has one paragraph that's really kind of a lot of technical gobbledygook and possibly even legalese that doesn't really clearly mean anything to the employee. Why do I have to use multi-factor authentication? Why, what is multi-factor authentication? And, so that what and why are very important when we're talking to people about this is what you want to know about the control that we're implementing and why you need to do it. We also need to tell them how the control is going to be implemented. It doesn't do you any good to keep a secret. So if you plan to have people come to a room and issue them their RSA token for their one-time passwords, that they're going to use for their one-time passwords for MFA, or you're going to issue badges that are smart cards or whatever you're going to do, they need to understand what that how looks like and what the timetables look like. And then they need to understand how it's going to impact their job. What does this mean to me? If I now have to do multi-factor authentication to get onto my computer, is that going to slow down my job? Is it going to affect my, is it going to make it so that I have a harder time getting things done? I already have 1,000 things to do every day, and now you're adding a 2-minute process. Is it a 2-minute process? Is it a 30-second process? You need to explain all of that to the employee. And I would do it in this way: is what, why, how, and the impact. So that the employee, when they see this, when they see a policy or a directive coming out that's going to implement a cybersecurity control as a response to something, or as an improvement to the program, or you're trying to codify things that you're already doing, taking this way to approach it with people is going to go a long way towards giving it, making it successful. So they need to know that controls reduce risk, and they need to understand that there are different types. Now, you don't have to break it down for your people this way, but it does kind of help to approach cybersecurity controls in this very academic kind of look at them. Because I think sometimes we forget that there are administrative, operational, technical controls, and we need to break the controls into those categories. And sometimes what I've seen in organizations is that they bleed over into each other. So these are just quick definitions. I'm not going to dive too deep into this. We have a lot of cybersecurity professionals on this, and you're probably painfully aware of these definitions, and this isn't new information as far as how we would define administrative controls or operational controls. But again, providing this information so that if you do take this presentation back to your organizations, it may help you to better educate policymakers within your organization about why you're doing something or how to categorize your cybersecurity controls so that your program makes more sense when you're talking to people within the organization that are not cybersecurity professionals. And again, this is our working definition of operational controls. And this is where we talk about the day-to-day type stuff, right? You know, awareness training, configuration, change management, contingency planning, median protection such as data at rest, data in transit, and the physical and environmental protection. You know, do we have badge readers on every door? Are there security personnel at the gates? And do we have a policy on tailgating? You know, those kind of things. And then there's our technical controls, and this is where I think I've seen a lot of programs kind of come off the rails as they kind of meld the technical controls in with the operational controls. And this is where also cybersecurity programs will run into problems, again, with humans, because now you're talking to a financial person and you're saying, hey, I need to buy more things, when you haven't really done the analysis to go back and look at can you apply what it is you're trying to do operationally without buying a new piece of technology to enforce that. And so I always talk about administrative and operational controls as probably your most important elements of your cybersecurity program, because if you fall into the trap of technical controls with people in the CFO's office, you're probably going to find yourself in a situation where you're trying to buy yourself out of a cybersecurity hole by looking for that silver bullet technology, which does not exist. Or you're trying to build to a logical construct instead of accepting that something like zero trust is a logical construct, and you can achieve zero trust with probably some tweaks to your existing technology or minimal technology purchases, and just improve how your zero trust backplane works. So again, understanding these and bracketing those and putting those controls in the right buckets allows you to have a better conversation with the people that are actually going to write your checks for you. And so that's why I felt it was kind of important to put this in here, because again, when we talk about how people approach things and how they view things, understanding that the CFO has a view of maintaining the financial and well-being of the organization, and you're going to try to work cybersecurity into that worldview for that CFO, I would definitely walk very softly on the technical controls, because money is tight, particularly in the age of COVID and how we've made our investments for remote access. So, and moving along, employees and cybersecurity controls. Again, we've talked about that. People want to know what the rules are. So, they want to know how these rules transcend the basic rules. And we need to understand that they need to be aware of that, what phishing attempts, and take care not to repeat the use of the same passwords, etc. They just want to know the rules. And so when we apply controls, we shouldn't really even use the word control when we're talking to an employee. When we're talking to an employee, we can use the word rules. That's acceptable. We can also say, hey, these are safeguards or risk mitigations, but that's how we would approach the employee. And just remember that they are going to be resistant to them because they feel that they're cumbersome and that they're difficult. They're making their life difficult. So if we can create a set of controls that are not cumbersome, or that the perception of them is not cumbersome, you're going to be more successful. So when you sell the controls, think about it in this perspective. Look at it from, do the controls improve efficiency or reduce cost? Because those are kind of IT mantras, right? Is it going to make life better for our external internal customers? How difficult is the control to master? How hard is it to use whatever it is you're trying to get them to do? I mean, it's really not hard to hit Control-Alt-Delete to lock your desktop, for example. But some things may be more difficult, like trying to remember 15-character passphrases is probably a little bit more difficult to master. Using a password keeper, probably a little bit more difficult to master. Can the risk management associated with the control be easily communicated? Trying to communicate why you're taking away admin rights for end users should be fairly straightforward, but is that easily communicated when you're trying to translate the risk from ransomware or account takeovers, et cetera, and what users can do, or what an adversary can do with your account credentials? And how much time will it take to deliver the proposed control? And then communicate that in the context of your company's risk profile. How does your company approach risk? What's the risk tolerance? I have some happy and sad faces and kind of faces on here, because most people are actually, they're not so adverse to risk that they want to be in the completely low risk side of that spectrum. They're probably happy with a little bit of yellow and a little bit of green. but also they're risk adverse enough that if there's just a little bit of red, they're probably going to be resistant. So understanding that will actually help you craft risk-based decision-making based controls that address how the company views risk mitigation. And then you have to engage the business owners. This is why controls fail, because the control is crafted or decided upon first before we talk to general counsel, before we talk to the managers of specific business units, and that causes problems. So we really need to engage cybersecurity, our organizational leadership, so that they understand the actual impact of the various control measures. This is why controls. So we're almost done here. We're going to kind of move in here really quickly because I know we're running out of time. So again, this is just a slide for you to take for information on how to communicate cyber risks effectively, so that you can kind of look at your organization and understand, using that context of how they view risk. And then we want to make sure that we're looking at how we do this people, process, and technology. So in other words, when we start talking about how to deal with people on their level, develop some empathy for the process owners, understand the why behind the development of the process, and always address the practicality. Always address the practicality of how difficult it is going to be to implement a control and how to use the control once it's in place. That way, you're guaranteed, if you do that, that people will probably be a little bit more receptive to what you're trying to do. And I'm not going to talk a lot about this because we are out of time, but the reason why the human vulnerability exists is because of social engineering. And I have a quick definition of social engineering up there, which is a blend of science and psychology and art, which is true. The crux of this is no matter how much money you spend on your technical controls, no matter how much money you put into your cybersecurity program, or even how restrictive your administrative and operational controls are, if an employee is socially engineered, then bad things can happen. And these are the general attack vectors that can be leveraged by social engineering your employees. You can deploy malware or ransomware to the enterprise just by tricking an employee to going to a website that poses as Microsoft 365. You can also take over their accounts by stealing their username and passwords from similar attack vectors or links in phishing emails. Sometimes you can even trick them over the phone through social engineering into giving you their account credentials. Installation of potentially unwanted programs is often a result of social engineering. And it also leads to the exploitation of systems that cannot be patched, like what we often have in our critical infrastructure environments. So just keep that in mind. These are the dangers of it and why we focus on how people think about controls, because the more we get them to embrace the controls and accept some of the hoops we want them to jump through, the less likely these attack vectors that are addressed here are to be effective when your employee is socially engineered, because they will be socially engineered, because we all have something that makes us tick, and the adversary is going to find out how to get to what makes us tick to then achieve these attack vectors. And with that, I will move over to the question and answer session. And thank you for your time today.
incident response from geek to C-suite, mindset difference between various level of people involved, consideration in addressing the differences, creating a structure that works for your organization, getting right people with the right attitude and aptitude. Stephen Quat, CIS at LA Department of Water and Power will make these points way more clear for us. So without taking any more time from Stephen, I would like to just give the floor to Stephen. So Stephen, please welcome.
Good morning or good afternoon, everyone, depending on where you are. My name is Stephen Kwok. I am the Chief Information Security Officer for Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. My goal today is really to share with you what I have learned and observed throughout my career, both from a practitioner all the way to the C-suites. In addition, I want to share with you some of the challenges that I have heard or listened to as I teach students on things related to incident response or building an incident response team or communicating up as well as internally as well as externally from a incident perspective. So a quick disclaimer, again, basically what I'm sharing today is really of my own opinion. Enough said. I'm sure many of you are already familiar with various incidents and attacks that's been happening in the IT and OT world recently. Stuff that's been happening here, ransomware, supply chain, 0-day. If you've been in the industry in this area, in this space of incident response, you probably have seen, or maybe even unfortunately been experienced to a couple of these events or actual incidents. If you are in any kind of briefing with ISAC or some of the industry sector specific information sharing, even though you have not engaged in specifically in those incidents, you probably heard about this. And those are definitely a very good avenue for us to continue to be aware of what incidents, what things are happening in the landscape. I'm not going to go into specific about incidents per se, but my focus today is really on how to build a team and what are some of the things, some of the challenges and some of the mindset difference between those that are hitting the ground, dealing with the situation, dealing with the incidents versus those that are maybe in the C-suite or communication or the board office. What are they board of directors, what they might need to hear, what they are looking for. So just to kind of bridge some of the gaps, because as I move from more of a practitioner role to a manager, executive role, I definitely see some challenges and some miscommunication or gap in communication or the mindset of it. And that's kind of what I'm looking at today to really kind of address and talk about some of those things. And again, that's kind of where I'm looking at the disconnect between management and technical staff, right? If you look at the picture, what I see is a 6, the other people see is a 9. Because a lot of time we are coming from a different mindset, different driver. I think if you were listening to Jake on previous presentation, he talked about the human factor. It's the same thing as we talk about incidents, and we're talking about the makeup of the team and those that are involved in the team. There is a human factor involved with this. Our background, our perception of certain things. We always talk about this. Perception became reality for certain people. And then also the focus, your role and responsibility and what you're accountable for drive a lot of the different things and decision point that you need to make. This is probably nothing new to many of you as you engage with different folks from various level. For example, CFO might be very focused on the financial implication. Your compliance officer might be focusing on the compliance and fine potential. Your chief operational officer might be more focusing on, hey, can we continue making sure that things are operating? Your IT manager, your IT CIO might be, again, thinking about from an IT perspective, but your chief information security officer, which that's what I am, I might be more thinking about what is the cybersecurity impact and what do we need to do to mitigate some of those things. And your incident manager, the one that actually dealing with the incidents, or the information security manager might have a different operational mindset than you do, because again, the target audience of communication and the interaction of these people might be different. And that leads to the risk perspective. A lot of the folks in the IT team that I have seen from an incident response team, they might have different perspective on what risk means. And they sometimes might not even have the understanding of what is residual risk, what are acceptable risk. Those terms we probably are aware of, but to many of the folks maybe in the on the more of a practitioner side, and what I kind of loosely using the term geek in a very positive way, because I admit I myself am one of them. I still love to tingle with stuff, even though right now I am in a different role. Well, you know what? Sometimes we might want to eliminate all risk. Well, as many of you know, you can't eliminate all risk. You only could manage it, reduce it to an acceptable level. But again, that mindset of risk might drive how we interact and engage during an incident from various level of the team. And again, because of that, one of the key things to do is to make sure that we have relevant communication. When you have different type of people in the team, and I hope when this is not the goal of the presentation, but at least as a side note, I hope that as part of your incident response team, you identify different type of people. For example, your legal, they should be involved. Your HR, human resource, your public relation, and maybe your middle, senior, executive management should have a role in your incident response team. Might not necessarily be a permanent role, might need to be ad hoc role, or might need to just be accountable or be informed certain things. But a lot of this stuff will drive how communication works. So at least in my opinion, there is no one single formula to decide what your organization incident response team should contain. It really depends on your culture and the size of your organization, but there are certain things that usually follow through the whole incident response perspective. So today, again, I want to kind of more focusing on the human aspect of incident response and some of the challenges within incident response, and not just from the technical perspective, actually probably not much from the technical perspective, but more from the mindset. So I used to analogy a lot as a plumber, okay? When your house has a leak, what do you need to do? The first thing you wanted to do is try to stop the leak. You might shut off the main valve, or you might basically try to do some quick patchwork to stop the bleeding, right? So as you have different people in the incident response team, you might have folks that are there to really literally just stop the leak, fix the hole first, right? But then there are some that might be a part of your team. They might be start triaging and trying to figure out who's the one that's doing it. What can I do? How can I catch the person that's doing it? And obviously, being a industry control system conference, there are folks that you will need that are more operational technology focused versus information technology focused, right? They also come in with a different type of a mindset, not necessarily right or wrong, but again, the focus and priority might be a little bit different. And having that understanding on the makeup of your team and what are their strengths and what is the mindset that they're coming into the team with in the situation of incident is very critical. The other thing is that those people that are selected to be in the incident response team, maybe a permanent member, or maybe someone that you need to pull in as an ad hoc process. They are in a firefighting mode, right? Right now, the first thing that we need to do is put out the fire, right? We're not going to try to figure out who are the one doing it, how did the fire get started. It might be something that we will be doing in parallel, but definitely there is a firefighting mode in place when an incident happened. So having that understanding from a practitioner, those that are actually fighting the fire, and having those that are coordinating the incidents and trying to figure out how to communicate upward, all those things needs to be identified out, and having the clear understanding of the makeup and the aptitude, attitude, and the knowledge of these people will become very critical to ensure a successful incident response process. Not just the team, but the ability to respond. So I will talk about some of these other specific areas as well. So business impact, what will be going through your mind as someone in the mid-level or a senior management, different than those that are actually dealing with the actual incident. You might be considering business impact. The practitioner might be thinking, what can I do to close out the hole? They might be thinking about, what can I do to stop the attack? That is definitely important to the management as well, but they are already starting to think about, what are the business impact? What do I need to do? Do I really want to shut down all these services versus this part of this service? And what is the minimum business impact that I need to address? And then I might need to potentially address other risk element, right? Not just business operational or immediate financial impact, but I need to consider also, what are some of the reputational risk that I need to be thinking about? What is the risk to my customer? Is there any exposure to any other entity outside of my immediate organization? Those are the things that I'm considering and thinking as an incident unfolding. And again, based on the level of engagement and of your management office, that all play into it. The other one is liability, right? The liability of what the incident person they're handling and versus the liability might be different. For example, the guy that configured the firewall and did the AV antivirus, they might go, oh man, is my job in jeopardy? I'm the one that managed the firewall. How did this thing get through? So their liability, their thinking might be more like, is my job at risk? Well, for us, I'm thinking about what kind of legal and regulatory liability that we might be hold to when an event actually changed to become an incident. What kind of liability do I need to be notifying any legal, any external entity, any regulatory agency? Those are the things that I'm considering. Communication, right? How do I communicate to my stakeholder now? Not only just the internal stakeholder, I'm starting to considering what is the business, overall organizational business impact and business communication. Whereas the incident manager or the techie guys, the geek, they might be thinking, okay, I need to communicate with my other team. And they might be communicating in a very technical terminology because that's what they need to deal with. They are talking about firewall, ports, what do I need to shut down? How did it go through? Is this APT, whatever number that might be? Whereas communication from our level, it might be more toward the board of commissioners or board of directors or the external entity. We need to communicate in a clear manner that is not ambiguous or might be misleading. So the type of communication and the channel of communication is, the language itself is very different. So, and I've seen sometime from a incident manager, they would use the same, or the tech folks, they would use the same language of communication with each other to higher up to senior management. I think that's when hopefully the middle management and those that are coordinating the incident response were able to translate some of those technical terms to more of a business terminology, business communication accordingly as the information flow upward. Again, the folks that are dealing with the situation, they are thinking about, how do I shut down? How do I stop the attack? How do I how do I deal with the situation? As the role and responsibility as the what I call a pyramid, the triangle go up higher upward. For management, we think about what can we do? How can we figure out a way to prevent this from happening again? Because it's liability, it is due diligence. I'm thinking about root cause analysis. So say, hey, I need to know, what have you done or what are you doing in the future? Because we know things happen. Things will always happen. We will never be able to be 100% secure. But we're always going to be chasing that situation. Well, what are we doing in our due diligence to make sure that we address the potential? What are we doing to improve our posture? So this is kind of a picture I came up with to help kind of elaborate or kind of explain in a visual way what some of the challenges that is happening. As you can see from the bottom is the operational staff. Those are the ones that are actually fighting the fire, dealing with incidents. And as it go up in the triangle, then you will have the middle management, right? And then the senior management, executive, the board at the very top. From the lower level, those that are dealing with the situation, they are more task focused. And that is important to remember because they don't necessarily know all the business requirement. They are literally dealing with that specific task, specific incident, what they need to do to shut down this. And they might need to make recommendations. So, hey, we need to shut down port 443. We need to shut down port 23, whatever it might be. Well, but they might not necessarily understand the business impact. But as the information flow upward from the operational staff to middle management and senior management, that's when we start need to focus on the potential business impact. Because again, they are the operational staff are responsible for doing the work, but at the end of the day, the senior management, the executive, they are going to be accountable for the situation. They're going to be accountable for the impact for the incident. Again, we need to make sure the information flow both ways. And that is very important. As incident happen, we flow with a lot of time, we provide input to the senior management. But, we might, from a practitioner perspective, as a middle manager perspective, I also want to know what are the direction from senior management. If that was not predefined, using some kind of risk register or something along that line, it's going to be very difficult for those in the operational staff to know what to do from a specific task perspective. So again, the senior management, the middle management, those that are involved in the various pyramid or both sides, both triangle, need to make sure that the communication are flowing through correctly so that we have a specific tactical goal and objective in mind to make sure that we are addressing the business risk at the end of the day. That's what we're looking at, right? To minimize the business impact. So how do we bridge the gap? We need to develop a culture of awareness, and that starts way before an incident happens. As we talked about earlier by Jay, talk about the human factor. Well, we need to develop awareness to make sure that we have that culture, the training across the multiple, not just with your own IT staff, but really for the organizational wide. A lot of time we're very good developing awareness or training for IT folks. Well, we need to do that across the whole organization so they understand what is the impact of an incident, what is the impact of their data, in general. We need to get support and commitment and enforcement from top down, not from middle management, but from top down. And sometimes we do get top support, and like for my organization, I'm very blessed to have really great support from all the way from the board, the commissioners, the board, all the way down to senior executive and down toward the staff. But there are times that I have seen organizations that they have the top support, but as it trickle down, the middle management start lose some of these support level. So the enforcement of it is very critical as well. and engage and practice. And when I talk about engaging, we need to engage not only just the technical folks or the operational folks. We need to engage both from a executive, middle management as well. Because a lot of the time, there was a scenario that I was engaging in as a part of a lesson learned as a purple team exercise. It seems that there are times that when an incident happened, a lot of the management are deal with specific type of incident. But as they go to IT or cyber incident, that has impact across not only just IT system, but a safety system or ability to deliver things like power or energy or water to customer. Well, they might be a different mindset on what they need to do to engage from a cyber perspective. So having a senior and executive management getting involved on cyber type of incident management that has impact on the IT and OT, it is going to be critical. Succession planning and talent development. We all know the difficulty of hiring people. We need to be proactive in developing our staff, developing our practitioner to start understanding some of the business drivers, the business needs as we move forward. Lastly, really some of these consideration for successful incident response team that I mentioned before. Don't just look at skill. We need to look at the aptitude, the attitude, and the mindset. Because when a situation hit is high stress environment, that means everyone involved, including executive, including middle management, need to make sure that they have the correct mindset, they have the correct aptitude and attitude to handle and deal with it. We need to include the right resources at all levels, including legal, HR, and whatnot. We need to build a plan and also work the plan. A lot of the time, we do a lot of planning, but we do not exercise the plan. Obviously, there's a different level, parallel tests and simulation, tabletop. There's a lot of different type. Make sure you pick the plan, make sure you pick the process that work for your organization. Obviously, most people will not do a full failover or full incident situation and do a surprise. You don't want to necessarily do a surprise. But again, you want to really work the plan as much as you can and make sure that all this information is correct and your team get a chance to really engage with all level, right? Not just with their own peer, but really all level up and down the food chain so that they have a chance to learn to communicate and deal with the situation. Again, education, communication, and recognition. This is critical to make sure that we are able to address this accordingly. With that is the end of my presentation, and let me switch over to the question and answer session.
Hope you're still excited about the next topics of the 7th Annual Control System Cybersecurity USA Conference. We're going to have another half an hour of technology showcase. So make sure that you are not going anywhere. Try to meet the key solution providers, exchange business cards, and benefit from the one-to-one communication tools. And soon we will see you back in Hopin. Enjoy. So, hope you had a good time during the technology showcase. Now it's time to watch the Cyber Senate ICS Europe interview with Andy Powell, the CISO of Maersk. This video was recorded in the ICS Europe 2020, but it's so interesting that we decided to just put it for the next half an hour for you guys. So, hope you enjoyed.
Okay, good morning. This is James Nesbitt. I'm the director of the Cyber Senate, and this is the day 2 of the 7th Annual Industrial Control Cybersecurity Europe Conference. Welcome to all of our viewers this morning. Thank you very much for joining us. This morning we are going to be speaking to Andy Powell. He is the Chief Information Security Officer for Maersk. He joined Maersk in 2018 as the Chief Information Security Officer and is accountable to the CIO and CEO for assuring all aspects of information security and cybersecurity across all brands that form part of AP Moller Maersk. Prior to joining Maersk, Andy was head of the cybersecurity business for Capgemini. Prior to that, for CSC, and in both roles was responsible for delivering cybersecurity solutions for clients across all sectors. Andy has spent much of his career in the UK Royal Air Force as engineering officer and served as CIO and CISO for the RAF and was head of cybersecurity defense operations for the UK Ministry of Defense. Good morning, Andy. How are you?
I'm very well, thanks, James. It sounds, when people read that, my CV, I suddenly realize how old I am, but thank you.
That's impressive indeed. Thank you for joining us this morning. We are going to dive a little bit deeper into some of the challenges that Maersk has faced. Your presentation this morning is on digital transformation, automating OT, operational technology, and some of Maersk's biggest challenges. So without further ado, we do have 35 minutes for this session, and I'm going to go ahead and hand this session over to you, and I'll guide you. So if you would like to give us a little bit more background into Maersk's automating OT challenges, and one of our first bullet points here is instrumenting on OT.
Yeah, no, thanks, James. I think before we start on the actual technical solution, we need to understand the business problem, and that's probably the critical lesson for all CISOs today. Why is it that we're having to increase the protection and the capabilities, cyber capabilities in this area? And the prime reason is that most businesses, like ourselves, are automating, but also, most importantly, they're looking at the industrial control systems, the operational technology, and they're saying, how can we optimize the use of these very expensive technologies? How can we ensure they run in the most efficient way? How can we increase their effectiveness? And to do that, we need data. We need to extract data from these devices. We need to understand how the OT is operating and the industrial control systems are operating, and that then allows us to undertake, the tweaks, as I call it, to make them better. Now, to do that, they're instrumenting their OT significantly. They're placing IoT type devices all over the place. They're taking that data and they're pushing it through, often through cloud type solutions, so they can review the data. So they're looking at ways and means to extract data off those devices. So that's one business driver from our point of view. The second business driver is automation. So by that I mean we're trying to find ways to be more cost effective in the way we deliver services that have traditionally taken quite a lot of manual input. So for instance, around operating cranes and operating trucks around ports and terminals, can we do that through automation? And if we do, we'll need to control the devices. We'll need to control the cranes, the trucks, etc., through a remote control capability. We need to protect that and understand how that operates. So the two drivers for us are protecting the IoT network that's been built to optimize and drive greater efficiency. And the second is how we deal with the cyber risks that come from automating many of our manual processes. So they're the two business challenges. And I guess the final point to make is none of us live in a world where everything's built beautifully from new. Very few of us have the luxury of a startup mentality where we can build this all in, utilizing all the modern technologies. Many of us are operating in a legacy landscape of capabilities that are very old. So some of the OT and ICS equipment that we're instrumenting and we are automating is 10, 15, 20 years old. And we have to find a way to clearly to instrument and automate that, but at the same time we have to find a way to provide cybersecurity around that as well. So to the fundamental question of instrumentation, it is about not only the instrumentation itself, but the landscape that instrumentation is operating in. It's a legacy landscape. So to give you an example, one of the controller devices in one of our cranes is a Windows XP laptop. Okay, and trust me, Windows XP, for those of you who remember it, is pretty secure because nobody ever used it. It was shit, by my language. I shouldn't be saying that, but the reality of life is we operate with legacy equipment, which sometimes is inherently secure because of its very lack of utility. So, and in some other cases, would you believe we're facing devices which are operating systems that went out in the 90s. And we're having to instrument against that landscape. So it's not only the challenge of instrumentation, it's the challenge of developing technical solutions to actually create those interfaces. So the business challenge, those are the two business challenges, as I mentioned, but also it's the challenge of the legacy landscape. That's the third piece of the jigsaw, if you like, that you need to understand. So hopefully that sets the context, James, in what we're trying to do today.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. And there's obviously a lot of challenges around things like Windows XP and some of those technical solutions. One of the first thing that came to my mind was patching, but we could probably sit here all morning and talk about that. So in relation to your current situation with instrumenting OT, what challenges are you finding that you need that are prevalent and one of your primary concerns in automating and ensuring that this instrumentation is correct and working properly?
Yeah, so it's I think that before we go into the sort of the instrumentation and technical challenge, it's also the second piece we need to bring out is the strategy that you need to apply. Am I instrumenting everything? Am I applying a cybersecurity capability across all my landscape? No. We can't afford to. It's really, really expensive. So what are we doing is applying a strategic approach, which we call the bow tie. And we've done it in IT, and we're now doing it in OT. The bow tie approach is you get a balance of protective and reactive measures from a cybersecurity capability point of view. So cybersecurity capability is about a balance of proactive and reactive measures. So instrumenting and providing complete visibility can give you 100% protection if you get it right. It'll also cost hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars, which is that the right investment? When in reality, some of the risks may not materialize. Some of the areas of your estate may not need to be instrumented from a cyber point of view. I mean, clearly it needs to be instrumented from an IoT point of view, but do you need to have full coverage from a cyber point of view? And the answer is, in the bow tie model, you might accept the degree of impact is so low if it were exploited that actually instrumentation is not cost effective from a cyber point of view. So from purely from that cyber perspective, we are balancing where we instrument based on business impact and, more importantly, safety of life. So as we talked about earlier, when you automate processes, one of the things we've got to look at is the fail-safe mode. And if the fail-safe is not good enough to protect life, then clearly we need to look at placing greater protection in those areas. So it is a balance of risk and ensuring that you get the right balance. And then you instrument against where you believe the right level of protection is required. And then you, as you say, where you can place reactive measures, what I call recovery type measures, you do. And that's very, very important in this space because we have hundreds of thousands of devices. All right, and that creates an exceptional level of activity, and it's not activity that you can fully protect against, if that makes sense. So you've got to then decide how is your business configured and how best to get that balance of measures. So once you've achieved that, the second step is then, okay, here are the areas that we need to build out our proper protective cybersecurity in. Here are the devices that we really, really need to protect and have some visibility, full visibility and control of. We then need to develop the technical solutions. And we're doing this through a series of archetypes or patterns, because to be honest, to develop bespoke solutions everywhere would be difficult. So we've done a review of the range of technologies. To my joke earlier, you know, how many Windows XP controllers do I have? Well, if I've got quite a few, then I'll build an archetype, a standard solution to interface with a Windows XP type controller. If it's a sort of IEC standard device on one of my engines, and there's hundreds of thousands of these, then it's very simply to develop a single solution which we can then replicate across where we need to replicate it. But the biggest challenge is understanding the range of archetypes, if that makes sense, and developing a set of solutions by archetype and standardizing those patterns or security patterns for those archetypes. And once you've done that, and that in itself is a challenge, there are then going to be exceptions. So to my earlier point, we've identified maybe a process or a monitoring capability which is high impact if it were exploited. It also happens to use a very, very unique one-off technology, and therefore to develop a bespoke solution for that could be quite costly. But we've identified that it's a high-risk item, so therefore the investment's appropriate. Does that make sense? So having developed a set of standard archetypes, we then identify exceptions which are high impact, and then look at how we develop tailored solutions where we have to. But the idea of creating tailored solutions everywhere isn't sustainable. We can't do that. So that is the approach we've taken. We've looked at, as you said, a number of archetypes and then looked at any exceptions we've needed. And to be honest, some of these technical solutions are quite difficult, because the other point I'd like to make is the standards in this space. In many of your forums, I've heard this conversation. The standards in the OT domain aren't very good, you know, from a general point of view. We've got a range of new IoT standards we need to bring in that need to be applied. All the controllers we have on these devices, we need to bring up to spec through a series of better standards, so we all know what we're dealing with. So there's a real challenge in this space, and until that challenge is solved, we as a community need to keep developing these archetypes and these unique solutions. But as the standards improve, clearly we can reduce the number of solutions we have to build. So to your very, very good question, I have to build too many solutions today. I'd rather not. I'd rather we standardize the approach around how OT and IoT devices are built in the first place. And that would allow our community a fighting chance of better protecting. Does that make sense? So we're still struggling with a legacy domain, but let's not continue to build legacy. So I cry to the community who are building OT devices and IoT devices today is get together and come up with some standards, please, and drive that forward.
Okay, thank you. At one of our last shows, we did have a member of the UK government join us that was looking at regulation and standardization of IoT devices, but it was for the consumer market. But it was the closest we could get into trying to identify what we might be able to use or borrow from that, you know, for Industry 4.0. Some interesting elements there. So one size doesn't fit all. In relation to this, and as a business, each business is having to identify its own risks and implement its own strategy based upon its architecture. And of course, you've probably got numerous locations throughout the world that you're going to be responsible for. And we have an asset inventory element there too, as well as knowing where all these devices are. I would imagine that's quite complicated. Thank you. And your next discussion, your next piece of this presentation was, or this discussion here is on automation of process. Can you elaborate a little bit further on that, Andy?
Yeah, so automation comes in a number of flavors. I think it's important we clarify what we mean. There's automation of the business process that we need to protect from a cyber point of view. And then there's the application of automation in the cyber process itself, if that makes sense. So when we talk about automation, we've got to be clear what we mean. There are significant complexities, as I mentioned earlier, to automating a business process. So when you automate a crane and the process of offloading containers from a ship using a crane in an automated fashion, you've created an automation process which in itself is inherently vulnerable to disruption, as you can imagine. But also, because of the nature of modern threats, we ourselves on the cyber world, given the vast range of devices and the vast range of processes, need to also automate our response, if that makes sense. We need to build automation in our solutions because the human being, as flexible as they are, cannot hope to cover the range of attack vectors and space that is now being created as we automate. So when I talk about automation, I talk about automation from two perspectives. I talk about the ability of cyber to work inside business automation and provide solutions to make that safe. And I also talk about we in cyber building automated solutions to enable we to do our job better. And so one of the things we're looking at today is two parts to this. And one example in the OT space is partners who provide the technologies that we use. We geographically, as you mentioned, operate in 120 countries today. We have business partners working with us in those locations, all of whom bring a challenge to how we work with them. Can I assess those partners manually in every country and consistently keep that up to speed? No. Do I need to automate how I assess the vulnerability of those partners? And these partners, by the way, could be anything from the original equipment manufacturer for an engine on a ship or a crane or in a location, right through to an actual business partner who drives the truck that takes the container out of the terminal. Either way around, all of those third parties represent a risk to me and to the business. And therefore, I need to assess that risk on an ongoing and regular basis. So if you multiply the number of partners globally, we're talking thousands and thousands of partners that all at any one moment in time represent a risk to how we do business. And so let me give you one scenario. An original equipment manufacturer has a contract to maintain our engines, and they use remote diagnostic data to do that. They also need to sometimes do some urgent changes remotely through a remote access capability. That clearly, all of that is a risk. But these operations are happening on a rapid basis globally across a very large fleet that we're running. How do I, in the cyber community, monitor that? Not only monitor that, but constantly assess that risk. Do I do that, as I mentioned, manually, or do I use some form of automation? And the answer is the latter, or a bit of both. So I've got to automate as much of the monitoring and collection of logs as I can, but I then need to rapidly distill that so that there's a manual element to evaluating if there's a real challenge. And it's a balance we all face in the IT, the familiar IT environment we're in. We're monitoring the logs across our networks. But if you imagine an OT network, it is significantly more complex and significantly more points that we need to capture in terms of logs and data. It is exponentially, vastly different from an IT network, which means that the amount of processing is vastly increased, and therefore the automation of that is critical. And so some of the SIEM technologies, SIEM technologies that you see in the IT world aren't fit for purpose in the OT world because they can't deal with the level of complexity and the absolute level of data that's coming in. So we're seeing clearly a development of these technologies already in the OT environment that are more suitable for the OT environment. Those automation of capture of data, distillation of what good looks like, and then flagging anomalies. And we need to automate that. And AI is clearly the technologies a lot of these SIEM technologies are using. They're using compare and contrast. What does good look like? And if there's abnormal behavior, it flags that. We then need to develop a process for manual interventions. Once we know enough about what the anomaly is, we can try and understand the context. And then a human being can make a decision based on what they see. But sometimes the decision may have to be automated. And we already see in the IT world, we use technologies called EDR type technologies already to do detect and respond automatically. So if they see an anomaly, an automated process kicks in to break the connection or to immediately isolate the capability. And the same level of technology needs to be built into the OT world. We need the ability to sometimes automate the response as well as the indicator. So, for instance, if we see an anomaly in the OT space, we need rapidly to sometimes make an assessment. We've got to stop that connection straight away before it creates harm, if that makes sense. There's a lot of work to be done in that space. And again, another cry to the vendors, you know, the more we can do in this space to develop more smart automated technologies to make these sorts of rapid automated decisions, the better. We've seen the success of EDR in the IT world. You know, all of us who use EDR type technologies in the IT world are crying out similar and better in the OT world, because to my point, I cannot manually monitor thousands and thousands of partners doing thousands and thousands of operations. I need some form of automation, but more importantly, sometimes where it's business critical, I need to have an automated cutoff like I do on an endpoint. So we need to do more to develop the maturity in that space. There are solutions there, by the way, before many of the audience jump up and down and say, I can do that, I can do that. I know they can. What I'm saying is I don't think we've reached the level of maturity in the OT space yet that we are seeing in the IT space, purely because it's more complicated, it's more diverse. And so the real cry here is please, 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 let's find a way to do this better, you know, in terms of decision making, automated decision making.
Right.
Does that
right.
answer your question, James?
It does. It sounds like a massive task as well, and clearly you're having to identify your most critical assets and make sure that those are covered first. But then you have a plethora of devices across these networks that potentially running a little wild. So sounds like a massive challenge. And what do you think would be the best way to work with the community in relation to maturing this gap or bridging it?
The one cry here is, and I'm sure the audience, many of them, some have come from an IT background, some have come from an engineering OT background, and we need the best of both worlds, because, and I think I might have said this in presentations before, by background, I'm an engineer, you know, chartered engineer. I started my career fixing radars for a living, you know, so, you know, I come from a hands-on engineering world. And I can see why the OT community who come from that engineering world are quite protective of what they're doing. They're saying, hey, I'm instrumenting this because it's a requirement, you know, for my capability to be automated and monitored, et cetera, et cetera. Don't need you IT guys to come in and tell me how to do my job. The reality is that, of course, then the engineering has moved into a different realm now. We've moved into the convergence of IT type processes with OT type methodologies, and that cries out for a combination of engineers who know how the systems operate and IT people who know how some of the new and emerging technologies can be applied. And we need to find a smart way to do that. And what we've done is we've developed 2 bow tie models and 2 federated models. So we're basically saying, hey, you engineers, you own this space. We don't want IT guys owning this OT space. You guys have got to own the space. However, there are some standards that we need to develop together that we work to. And then we acknowledge that you've got processes that are different to IT processes. Processes that mean if I set up a firewall in the OT world, it has to have different policies on it than a firewall in the IT world, because you are doing very different operations. As an example, if you shift an engine, you know, you have to disable the firewall, do a shift of the engine, reconfigure the engine, and then turn the firewall back on. But you're doing that quite regularly, okay? Whereas in the IT world, we don't. We have a policy that might change it every 7 or 8 days. Their policy might be having to change it every 3 hours or 5 hours. So we've got to accept that there's differences in the way the OT world operates through engineers operating their equipment that will place greater and different demands on the cyber monitoring and cyber capabilities we're operating. And so what we effectively acknowledge is that space is owned. by an educated group of people who know the OT space, and the IT space is owned by those who know the IT space. And sitting above that, through this federated model, we look down and make sure that the two communities are working together, hand in glove. What we don't try and do is make one community run another, if that makes sense, because that way failure lies. So we need to acknowledge differences, but also acknowledge the need for cooperation. So we're building that federated model now. Rome wasn't built in a day, but it's a challenge. Engineers and IT guys love to do battle. Those battles continue, but the communities have got to come together and work together and accept each has knowledge to bring and processes to bring. I think that's very important.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, we did a podcast yesterday and had a conversation on confidentiality, integrity, and availability versus reliability and safety. And a lot of this had come up, engineering, IT. How do we create a communication spectrum as such where these divisions can work more effectively together, where safety's input into all of this, how are they getting involved in the conversation, and that's also a panel session that we'll run on this day as well. But I can see where it very much crosses over, and we actually dipped into the whole discussion on predictive maintenance and what the impacts are and the challenges of these processes are. Because predictive maintenance has a large role there too, which is a whole nother discussion. But you can see how all the synergies of these challenges are coming together to make kind of the perfect storm. So we applaud you for your success thus far in creating strategies for something of this nature. One of the last bullet points here of our discussion, we have about 7 or 8 minutes left, is controlling device identities. Can you elaborate a little bit further on that for us?
Yeah, it's a major issue for everybody, I think, today. The minute we started making devices IP nodes in our network, the minute we knew we had to identify those devices like a person. So, a person or a client, whether it's a client, whether it's a user, is a node on the network. Once we've made those devices a node on the network, we have to do the same. And there isn't a difference. A device like a person can be attacked. A device like a person can be exploited. A device like a person can be given levels of access. And those levels of access need to be controlled and managed. And you can only do that through a strong set of identity processes and a set of identity technologies. And I'm a big fan, I've been a huge fan of IDAM for a number of years because it's was the most underappreciated element of cybersecurity for years. It is probably the most important element of cybersecurity today in the digital world that we're transforming. The reason is identity is the new frontier, of our domains. It used to be the firewall and the big Maginot line that we built around our networks. That's gone. That's absolutely gone. So now the client, the user, the device is now the front line in our network. It is the point of exploitation in our network. And therefore, what we must do is bring about control of that point in our network. And that comes in 2 parts. One is you need to create an identity process, a business process, where you validate the identity of that device. You ensure it's PUCA, big British word, but it's correct. It is the right device. It isn't spoofing you. It isn't it isn't something else. So, but there's a business process, and there's a set of business ways that we do that today with clients. They'll actually be applied in the device space. The classic 2 to 3 people validating the identity to start with the device. Once you've got that identity approved, you then need to manage that identity, and you need to do that through a tool. And you need to bring the right tool into the space to control the identity. To my point earlier, the identity has attributes. Those attributes need to be understood, and those attributes need to be controlled on the device itself. Just like a person's identity has attributes, a device has attributes, and all those attributes need to be understood and then managed. And you can only do that with the right tool. You can't do it in a manual way. Go back to my point. So identity, which is the new frontier on devices, is about having a business process to identify the device and validate it, and then having the right tool to enforce the policies around that device identity. But the policies are important as well. And this is where we all struggle. Apologies.
Fire alarm?
Might have to edit that one out. It's the fire alarm test. Edit that out.
That's okay. It gives us a live feel in a digital world.
There you go. Just so you know that we still need to do that. So I guess what I'm saying is we need to take this seriously. Devices can't just be, oh, here we go. We've got hundreds of thousands of devices. That's a painful identity process to go through. No, it's not. Each device represents a threat to your network. Each device can be exploited. You need to understand, can that, is that particular device important? Clearly, and then you need to develop the policy around control of that device. And if that device has lots of access, if you give it lots of freedoms, then you clearly need to accept that's high risk, and therefore you need to enforce the controls around that identity, like you would a person. And again, the technologies to manage those identities and access is no different. If anything, it's much more complex. So, we implement CyberArk today to control privileged access. Where's the equivalent technology in the device space that can manage the scale of device numbers and identities and access privileges that we're going to need to grant? And that's, again, a call to the world out there to say, hey, in the device space, and we're in this space today, where is my IDAM enforcement tool for policy that can control the privileges and access that device has, and do it dynamically? Because to my point earlier, those devices are constantly changing what they need to access at any one moment in time. How dynamic is that? Where is the technology to help us do that and understand that? Is this another space for AI? But if so, what are the challenges around doing that? So, and again, I know people will be screaming at the webcast saying, hey, we've got that, Andy, we can do that for you. I'm sure they can. But what I'd like to see is a little bit more maturity in this space, a lot more maturity in thinking, a lot more maturity in understanding, and I need to see a lot more competitive products, that are competing in this space to deliver those solutions. But it's a great field to be in. It's an exciting space. Device identity and access control and management is the new frontier. It's the new space. As far as I'm concerned.
Okay. Thank you very much. Interesting. Certainly a big challenge out there, and a call to the community as well to put the thinking caps on. And if you want to get in touch with Maersk, I know that Gary Pryor should be online today and helping out with some contact details and potential questions that'll be thrown at you that you can answer at a later date. I know you'll be busy throughout the day. So I just want to thank you very much, Andy Powell. That's a discussion with Andy Powell, the Chief Information Security Officer for A.P. Moller Maersk, discussing digital transformation, automating OT, and some of their biggest challenges, and a call out to the community as well as to what we need to do and some of the challenges that asset owners are facing today. Andy, thank you very much for joining us. That's all the time we have, but we greatly appreciate you taking the time, and wish you all the success in some of these automation challenges.
Thanks, James. Thanks very much.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Okay.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Cheers, James. Thank you.
So we had the whole day together, and I'm sure that you also really enjoyed the last recording. Now, before going to the last part of our day, we're going to give you almost 7 minutes that you can stretch your leg and then try to maybe grab a cup of tea. And hopefully in 6-7 minutes, we're just going to have you back here, and you're going to enjoy the conversation by Frank Hankus. Thank you. The role of CRISP in an evolving cyber threat landscape. Frank Hankus, Associate Director, Intelligence Programs and CRISP Manager at EISAC, is going to talk about a brief overview of what CRISP is, provide a high-level threat overview, program improvements, and address the why. Lots of different pilots, and at the same time being the strongest link for high-level cyber situation awareness. This is going to be an amazing topic by Frank Hankus, and I'm looking forward to hearing how he's going to explain all the things that we need to know about the CRISP. So, Frank, the stage is yours.
Hi, everyone. My name is Frank Hankus. I am the Associate Director of Intelligence Programs and the Cybersecurity Risk Information Sharing Program, or CRISP, Program Manager at the EISAC, which is the Electricity Information Sharing and Analysis Center. This afternoon, I'm in the most enviable of briefing positions. I'm at the very end of the show, I believe. So I'm between you and whatever you wish to do this evening or afternoon, depending on where you are. Therefore, I will jump right into my content. I will be providing you basically a programmatic update of what the Cybersecurity Risk Information Sharing Program, CRISP, and what it is, what we're doing, where we're going in the program, and why it's important. I'll leave this up for roughly 5 or 10 seconds. We'll get into my bio here for an agenda, or excuse me, for the agenda, I will get into my bio, give you a CRISP overview, a cyber threat overview, the 2021 program roadmap that we're working towards, some pilots we're working on, and how CRISP is attempting to be the strongest link. So for my background, so again, Associate Director of Intelligence Programs and the CRISP Program Manager at EISAC. Prior to this, I was at the Department of Energy in the Office of Intelligence and Counterintelligence, where I conducted CRISP data analysis and looked at cyber threat to industrial control systems from nation-state actors. Prior to that, I supported U.S. Cybercom, Army Testing Evaluation Command, and the Office of Secretary of Defense, OSD. I was the red team lead supporting what was the JBasics joint test, creating the ACI TTP test product, which is free, open source, unclassified. You can go Google it now. It's still updated, I believe, at this time. Prior to that, I was in the Cybercom J2, again, focusing on cyber threat intelligence, particularly nation states going after industrial control systems, operations technology, SCADA, et cetera. And prior to that, I've supported DHS, banking and finance, telecoms, and IT sectors. So what is CRISP? CRISP is the Cybersecurity Risk Information Sharing Program. It is a private-public partnership that leverages information between the Department of Energy and the private sector utilities that make up the membership, with EISAC as the steward. So it's bidirectional information flow, where the participating utilities share information, specifically 4 types, which I will talk about in a little bit later in the slide deck, back to the Department of Energy and EISAC for enrichment and analysis. Products are generated, reporting is generated out of this analysis and provided back to the participants. There's 2 classifications of reports. We have all sites and site-specific. So incidents that only affect a specific site and it may not be seen or may not need information provided to the greater community. Those are site-specific. And all sites, or any reporting that we generate that can go to all the sites. The roles and responsibilities. So EISAC is the program manager. Again, we sit in the middle between the participants and the Department of Energy. We have a subcontractor, which is the Pacific Northwest National Laboratories, or PNNL, and they conduct the analysis as well as much of the data collect from the participants. Each participant owns their own respective data. They decide who gets to see it, who it gets shared with, what organizations, whether public or private, et cetera. They can also choose to share it with other members of CRISP or not. So what is CRISP? So it is big sensing, big data analysis and processing, et cetera. And so the idea here is CRISP is deployed to utilities across the United States data is gathered. All of this data comes back to a centralized aggregated point at PNNO, and then data analysis is conducted against the whole data set. So we can look at individual specific utilities, but we also look across the data looking for trends, anomalies, et cetera. This analysis provides illumination to motivations and intent of threat actors. We primarily focus on nation state. We do pay attention to non-nation state as well. We look for the cyber threat. Obviously, there's sometimes physical and supply chain that can play into this, especially when organizations or individuals are performing type of research or reconnaissance of the members. Finally, it's to provide actionable and informed reporting. So when things are identified, anomalies are seen, or specific attributed activities are captured, we generate reporting in the program and send that back to the participants so they can take mitigation action. What do we produce? So in terms of products, we do nation state and non-nation state threat assessments. So we'll be looking at the big intrusion sets that are named, but regardless of what the naming convention is, it's typically the big four of Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea. We also do biweekly and weekly snapshots of activity. So we look for a trending analysis of nation state actors as well as nation state IP blocks. And we're trying to see if there's specific things that they're looking for or that the block's looking for. If there's certain activities that are undertaking, like are we seeing maybe for whatever reason activity around like PGP scraping, or excuse me, website scraping, or some type of script being attempted to exploit on a on a website, things like that. And we look across the data, and then we see if it's like correlation to nation state activity and nation state IP range, et cetera. We publish indicators of compromise. This can include anything like IP addresses, web domains. It could be email header information, stuff like that. Things that we can get out to the participants so that they can mitigate. From a trend analysis perspective, we're looking participant-wide as well as focused on the individual members. We do investigate and look at and review individual member data. But again, we're also trying to look at across the United States. And then finally, for the reconnaissance and analysis, or reconnaissance supply chain piece, as I talked about earlier. So, for example, there might be a nation state actor that is reviewing CRISP participants for specific pieces of information. So it could be hardware, software use. They're trying to see if there's commonalities. A good example is during a campaign that occurred that was attributed to North Korea at the tail end of 2017. Their actors were looking across the CRISP, or some of the CRISP community, for @ domain. So they were looking for @ the domain name of the utility, and basically they were trying to create a aggregated list, a hit list, so that they could send out spear phishing emails. From a technological perspective, what do we do? So we have an information sharing device, which is a sensor, for lack of a better term. We deploy this device at the gateway of a participant, or the gateways of the participant, depending on their internet connections. And then we collect data from that ingress-egress point between the DMZ/corporate network of the participant and the internet. That data then comes back for analysis. We collect 4 data types. So we collect snort signature alerts. So we deploy, obviously part of the suite that we have on our ISD is basically anytime an alert fires, that snort list is curated by PNNO as well as informed by EISAC and the participants themselves. Flow and Flower, it's IPv4 and IPv6 net flow data. So we're connecting basically the exchange interactions, or not exchange, the interactions between IP addresses. And then AMP. So AMP data is HTTP port 80 traffic clear text. That's when we could see, for example, the North Korea example I gave you. You can see the interactions between, or you could see in clear text what the adversary in this case was looking for. Another example, or another thing we capture is the DNS queries, and then the TCP fingerprints. CRISP, given the structure of the program, is driven by the participants. So the participants themselves, we as the program manager work with the participants themselves to create basically a governance body. And there's multiple organizations. So the governance advisory committee, as the name suggests, is basically the policy direction of the program. So we work with them directly to basically work with the Department of Energy to articulate needs or wants in the program, as well as change, the direction of the program, budgetary issues, things like that. Architecture Committee. This one is working more on the technical side. So, for example, we're looking we're conducting 2 OT pilots within the program. We're looking to update our sensor to a new technology. We're looking to do a cloud-based ISD, similar things like that. That's where the architecture committee comes into play. And essentially, they make recommendations then in terms of wants, needs, and desires to the governance advisory committee, and then we can work that into the budget and work with the Department of Energy. Data and Privacy Committee. So that one is set up to protect the data that is shared by the participants. There's a lot of agreements that are in place in order to ensure that the participants' data is protected, that it's understood by all parties that it is the participants' data, and that the participants at any time could actually dictate and change who they share data to, whether they want to open the door more or close it. So we work with the Data Privacy Committee to make sure that we're protecting the data appropriately, that it's being captured accurately in terms of the processes and what the data is as defined in the contract, et cetera. The Finance Committee, so this is when we work on the budget. This is where we get the input from architecture to figure out how much things would cost. We include that on this committee when we work that with the Governance Advisory Committee in terms of the budget and the Department of Energy. So from a programmatic perspective and where we are on the roadmap for 2021, we have a lot of initiatives underway. And so I'm going to delve into some of this in more detail in later slides. But for example, we are undertaking 2 OT pilots right now, and I will get into that. One is with the Department of Energy, one is with NRECA, and they have a technology called Essence. The other is with Dragos, and we are utilizing their platform. And I will discuss both those in more detail in a few minutes. From a workshop perspective, every spring and fall we host a workshop. EISAC hosts a workshop. It's typically in a different city around the country each time. Due to COVID restrictions and travel restrictions, we've been unable to go anywhere. So we've been staying put, and all of our conferences or workshops have been remote since March of last year. So now our hope is that as vaccinations continue to spread, there'll be opportunity to open this up and be able to actually hit the road again and go to visit sites. Syslog pilot. So this pilot specifically is collecting additional data types, HTTPS weblog, so port 443, and email header information. The objective here is to increase the purview of the program, some of which we're losing as organizations implement best practices and move away from port 80, or adversaries are changing TTPs and moving away from port 80 because they know that their command and control can be seen there in clear text. CRISP reporting, we introduced new product lines last year. Specifically, for example, the bi-monthly or weekly reporting on nation-state actors and nation-states themselves. Before we were generating reporting primarily on IOC hits and other anomalies being detected, but we introduced this other line in order to make sure that we were getting information out to the participants. The cloud-based ISD is something that we plan to kick off in Q3, so roughly July through September-ish. The plan here is that as organizations, utilities migrate services to the cloud, basically we lose purview in terms of the interactions between those services and the greater internet. So essentially what we're trying to do here is develop a cloud-based ISD, place it in the cloud depending on the architecture that's being utilized by the participant, and then capture the interactions similarly at the periphery or the edge, like we do in the current CRISP program physically. Finally, we have some new additions in terms of committees. So one item is that we want to introduce an architecture committee this summer. And it would be we did something similar in 2019 before Corona. It's more actionable to get everyone together to make decisions and discuss what we're trying to do, where we're going, and what we need in the program. The second is an advisory committee, and it's part of the reason I'm here today. If you go online right now and Google CRISP, you won't find very much. You won't find anything if you just Google CRISP. If you Google Cybersecurity Risk Information Sharing Program or CRISP Plus, DOE, EISAC, et cetera, then you'll find more relevant information. So the idea behind the advocacy committee is to help spread spread the word to owner operators at utilities to make sure they're aware the program exists, that there's opportunity to join, et cetera. So I wanted to focus specifically on the OT pilots. So the CRISP OT Dragos pilot, this one we were working with Dragos. This was out for compete. They won the RFP, or excuse me, they answered the RFP and they won the compete. Dragos, so in this case, what we're doing is we're deploying the Dragos platform to the CRISP infrastructure that is housed at EISAC. That platform then will be used to cross-reference and query the CRISP data. There are homebrewed analytics that Dragos will deploy on that platform that are based upon their work and their analysis of OT data that they capture and what they do. In this case, really the idea is for our analysts to get trained on how to use the platform and search across the CRISP data set, as well as attempt to utilize the analytics that are generated from OT environments or OT work that Dragos does to query. The second one is the CRISP Essence integration pilot. The second is in partnership with the Department of Energy, NRECA, and Blackbyte Cyber's Essence platform. So Blackbyte Cyber is a subcontractor to NRECA. They developed this technology through NRECA and SEDS grants from the Department of Energy. And this is primarily funded by the Department of Energy's CSER office. There is additional funding from the CRISP participants, so it's jointly funded, but the lion's share is coming from DOE. What we're trying to do here is basically integrate Essence OT network traffic or data and grid state data, so like what the current state of a given environment or grid section of the environment is, and do a data comparative analysis between that and CRISP. So realizing CRISP is IT data straight from an edge between the corporate DMZ and the internet. We're attempting to crosswalk that with the similar data set, in this case NetFlow, captured by Essence, as well as do a comparative analysis with grid state data. Amps, volts. Other pilots, so I talked about the syslog sharing platform pilot and what we're trying to do there. We're looking to move that from where we currently are and pilot to production by the end of June. Production in this case is the application of that data to inform reporting. Right now we're collecting from roughly 4 participants, or 4 participants are sharing with us, and we're looking to continue to expand that. Cloud-based ISD, I already alluded to this as well. So the plan here is to explore commercial resources and see what we can do in terms of deployment of a cloud-based ISD, how it would look from an architecture perspective. We would collect the same data types and basically look to, again, include that in our analysis. So the value of the CRISP program is really to be the strongest link for high-level cyber situation awareness, so as to protect utilities, the grid, and the nation from malicious nation-state cyber actors. And I needed to read that because I don't think I could say it any better. It is a unique collaboration. It is one of a kind at this time in terms of the relationship with the Department of Energy. We have this program came out of back in roughly 2014. It was a pilot that was funded by the Department of Energy, and at the time was being worked with 5 utilities. That pilot came to an end, and the program transitioned to EISAC and NERC. EISAC ended up as the program manager, and NERC is the one that manages the contracts and financials. From there, it has grown. We don't disclose the total number, but it has grown significantly, and we're always looking for more members to join. It is a pay to play. And it does provide it does inform national security of the United States because of the data that is shared back to the Department of Energy. So I wanted to give you a use case example. And then I also want to tie this back to the Cyber Senate and the theme of control system cybersecurity and why CRISP is important. So I was actually at the Cyber Senate in-person meeting or conference. I want to say circa September or October of 2019 when it was held in Orlando, Florida. And during that meeting, I don't remember who the gentleman was, but he highlighted something that I thought was interesting, and it is true. out of every single cyber attack that has occurred against control system environments, only one has ever gotten there, or only one has gotten there from an alternative mean other than the internet. So all the other ones where the adversary targeted control system environments and made it to those environments came from the internet. They came from the internet to corporate, to the corporate IT side, and migrated and pivoted from there to the OT side. That's of interest. That's an interesting thing. And so I in the great debate of OT cybersecurity, I just wish to ensure that folks remember that at least in every case except for one, and that one was Stuxnet that utilized supply chain. It's good to remember that monitoring on the IT side is important to protect the OT assets. And so here's a real life example of that from a CRISP perspective, which is IT focused. So CRISP played a pivotal role in detecting, identifying, and understanding cyber activity, which was a cyber campaign undertaken by Russian nation-state actors, attributed Russian nation-state actors in 2017. That's dubbed Dragonfly 2.0. And so in that case, the adversary had targeted a construction company that had trusted relationships with utilities. And then they masqueraded as that company, sending spear phishing emails out to utilities in an attempt to utilize that trusted relationship to increase the odds of folks clicking the link. In this case, it was, if I remember correctly, it was actually a document. And they were trying to open the document, and it would send an outbound SMB message to a C2 server, and then basically the stage 2 malware would come down from there. So how CRISP played a role in this was we could see in the data that this adversary was very interested in reconnaissance and information about the participants. Similarly, building out hit lists for emails. Finally, actually targeting those participants or some of those participants. And then some of them clicking the link, and we could see the outbound, and we could see the C2 in certain instances where curl will be called out, and we see the payload come back, etc. This is of interest because this campaign at the beginning, when it was first starting to unfold circa May 2017, it was believed to be only impacting one company, and that was Nuclear 17. Through CRISP and the purview that we had, we began to understand that this was much broader and much bigger than just one utility. I don't know what the total number is, but DHS did publish a report in March of 2018 that highlighted this adversary and some of the things they did, including making their way to control system environments. And in the example that's published by DHS, the adversary made it to basically a natural gas turbine. This is just one example. And in that case, they had read-write access. If it wasn't for CRISP, we wouldn't have understood or been able to identify this activity in the breadth and scope of it, as well as alert or basically our government partners to understand, so they could understand just how or just what was happening, right? And it was because of CRISP that it was unfolded, it was captured, and it was stopped. So here's my contact info. I do beg your pardon. I think I left in the original agenda basically a threat update. Essentially from a 2020 closeout perspective, we did a lot of reporting around the geopolitical issues, namely looking at Iranian threat actors or threat activity, especially after the death of General Soleimani on January 3rd of 2020. Similarly, we paid a lot of attention to Russian activity given the elections. And yes, we're electric power utilities that are members of CRISP. What do they have to do with elections? But it's just, would an adversary take advantage, or would there be some type of targeting or manipulation of electricity or energy around the elections in order to skew scope from the United States for the voting populace? Similarly, with China. We monitored them as the administration's tensions continue to heighten between the Trump administration and the government of China. We'd monitor it to see if we could determine any increase in activity or increase in malicious activity. There's always a constant level of low-level activity in the background of poking and prodding and snooping that we just look for deviations from. And then North Korea. North Korea is interesting because it's typically hit or miss. Sometimes they're going full tilt, and sometimes they've dialed it back considerably. But we monitored them. I don't have anything significant to report on them specifically at this time. That being said, above is my contact information if you ever wish to reach out to me at EISAC. If you're interested in the CRISP program, please reach out. I'm happy to provide an overview and provide a quote. It is a paid for service that participants pay in or would pay into. But there's a lot of benefit to the program and a lot that's provided back. So any other questions? If you have any questions, I'm going to be jumping over to Hopin in a few moments here. So if you have any questions, please see me over there. Thank you for your time. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Thank you.
Well, I'm back and we are finished. That is the end of 3 days of the Cyber Senate's Control Systems Cybersecurity USA show. I originally was calling it the 7th annual. It is our 7th annual, except that it's online. We are going to be back in Florida. Health and safety permitted. It looks like a good opportunity to open up again this autumn. So we'll be back in Florida September 22nd through the 24th. And we are joined by headline sponsors Trend Micro again for that show. And Fortinet are also sponsoring the show with a great pre-conference golf day and training. So we're going to get out on the golf course. And then we're going to jump into some educational training. So that will be very enjoyable. I know we're all going to want to get out there and meet face to face. In the meantime, we have shows coming up not only in Florida in September, but we also have ICS Europe that we do. That will be changed to control systems because the industry reacts better to control systems than they do the industrial word. So that will Control Systems Cybersecurity Europe will take place in November of this year, and we'll start planning that here shortly. We usually run an aviation cybersecurity show as well as several other emerging sectors. If the aviation sector recovers this year, we'll be back, but we don't foresee that until next year. We will be running quite a few webinars, and we're looking for participants and sponsors and folks to get involved with those. So if you enjoy what we're doing here, you find it of value, please support us. We'd like to talk to you. I'm looking at product development, security topics also. So please do get in touch with us. Without further ado, however, I do want to thank all of our sponsors for making this show happen, and that's Fortinet and Trend Micro, Industrial Defender. Thank you for coming on board. Red Balloon Security, Omicron. I've supported several of our shows so far, and I just want to thank you. Your guys' presentations have been fantastic. A lot of people really interested in the substations element. Thank you for your participation and support. McKinsey & Company supported the last few shows. Great workshops with Eamon Alissa. He's pretty well known across the world, and people really learn a lot from him. Verve Industrial Protection, thank you for your support for the last several shows. Fantastic working with you folks. Waterfall Security Solutions, again, you've been supporting us for a very long time, and we greatly appreciate your contribution and your support. Just on a closing note, I know we've all got things to do, but I always feel compelled to say something intelligent or inspiring or like industry spiritual here. So there's some common themes, and we can't do this alone. These are the things that I've learned, and I have to say, I've launched some of these shows out of my bedroom, and I've learned everything that I know from people like you and doing these shows. We run rail cybersecurity, aviation. We used to run a nuclear show. I look back on that and think I must have been nuts to be running nuclear cyber shows. But we can't do this alone. The teamwork is absolutely necessary. We hear that over and over again throughout all of the shows and the people we work with in several countries. I really liked the concept of understanding that we work in the business of risk. I took what I do here with events is risk, and there's a lot of synergies there, and it just kind of gave me a new perspective when I woke up this morning. Again, we come back to the importance of people, process, and technology, and the importance of people is the first line of defense. I think it was said, and that really resonated with me. And I think that no matter how much process and technology we get involved with or we deploy, by all means, people are omnipotent. They are the key to all of this. We need to ensure we're facilitating a secure digital transformation, so we're not always playing catch up, and we're not sacrificing security for efficiency, but we're weaving a fabric that includes security as a key enabler of efficiency. And I think that when we hear that cybersecurity can be a key enabler, that's really where we're going with this industry. And I think that the C-level individuals we've spoken with have really matured in a lot of ways in thinking that way also, which is actually a massive step forward. Cybersecurity is a business enabler, and you can deploy as much technology as you would like, but if it's not secure, it's not going to be reliable, then we're going to have to step back. And I think a lot of the industry and the C-level and the investment is starting to show that there's folks listening. We have an opportunity in the control system cybersecurity sector to empower our team members, to help them realize that there's something, that they are part of something that's bigger than themselves. I think that's amazing. That's an amazing comment and perspective. And empowering people is so important in our daily lives. And nothing this last year has been absolutely incredible. What's happened to the world, and mental health is a massive issue now. So building successful, inspired teams is the way to go, right? I mean, it's what we need. We need to ensure we're learning from history and keeping records. Opportunities exist for us to move security forward, and the sector is maturing. C-levels listening. Dependency on digitization from COVID has not only woke up sleeping giants on both sides of the fence, but it's also helped us to realize what can be done collectively in the most unprecedented circumstances. We see industries across the world rising to the challenge, and making sure that the lights are still on, that our families are still warm, safe, and that we still have all of the amenities that we require to live comfortably. And despite all of the setbacks of this last year, I think that we've learned a massive amount about how we can come together as people, humanity, and as an industry. And I applaud all of you for taking the time, and thank you for speaking on our shows, contributing to our shows, sponsoring our shows, attending our shows, and just being part of all of this collective vision. So without further ado, I'll leave you to it. Thank you very much for joining us, and I look forward to seeing you all again. Stay safe, stay healthy.